Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Okay, let's try it one more time. We can do this. I know it's second day, you know it's been raining. Good morning, everyone. There we go, now we're talking. Welcome to the second day of South Summit 2023. My name is Alex. It's a pleasure being here with you all and joining you for the morning startup sessions. So how was the party yesterday? Who went to the party yesterday? Raise your hand. Ooh, you're still here. Good. Everyone else is still sleeping. Yeah. So it was a lot of rain in the evening. So startups, how are you doing? So? I see a lot of nerves there. Well, so welcome to the startup competition of South Summit 2023, where we have international and national teams fighting for the winner title. However, we have many different awards. So they're competing for the best team award, for the most scalable startup award, most disruptive startup, most sustainable startup, and the global winner at South Summit 2023. As I always mention, however, just the fact that you're here, it's already winning, I'll tell you that. That reminds me that if you don't have the app of South Summit, it's the time to get it and downloading it, because if you like any of the startups, you can actually reach out and contact to them through the app. Because afterwards, we have a lot of, oh, where's that company? I want to talk to them. It was really cool. And they already left, okay? Now, today we're going to be covering, this morning, we're going to be covering here 4 tracks: Industry 4.0, Sustainability and ESG, Mobility and Smart Cities, FinTech, and InsurTech. InsurTech. Now, the rules, easy. I think most of you, who has been here last year? Raise your hand. Oh, wow. All the judges, next time you're coming here and pitching, right? So, rules haven't changed. As every year, 3-minute pitch, sharp. I'll push you out of stage if you go over time. We'll have roughly 1 minute, minute and a half for a question from the judges. So normally that means 1 question. So be quick, okay? This is like the X Factor kind of thing, okay? And you'll be judged in innovation, scalability, team viability, and investability. And with this, today, I think I'm going to do a different thing, but because in the morning we're still getting people. So I'm going to call our beautiful judges here that we have. We're beating the record of the largest jury ever, although I'll say yesterday maybe it was bigger. I think they were standing over there. So I'm going to call your name, and at the end we all applaud. Okay? Judges, ready to hear your name? So welcome Gabriel Pasquin, Jorge Barón from Adara Ventures, Gerard Valverde from Aditio, Joao Diaz from Marmelar, Estíbaliz Arenzana from Vizcaya Startup Bay, Ignacio Muñoz from Cepsa, Petricas Feiferas from Contrarian Ventures, Antonio Castellanos de Toro from Enel Innovation Hub Europe, Conrado Gallardo from Ferrovial, Ningyen Lal from Ecos Capital, Wanjiru Chaveda from Joint Capital, Borja Santos from K-Fund, Javier Juste from Mecides, Adriana Freitas from Muster Ventures, Noemeana from Sacir Agua, Marie Champagne from SAP, and Pablo Pedrejón from Seaya Ventures, Andrés Escribano from Telefónica, and last but not least, Tomás Olu from White Pig Partners. Big applause to our judges, please. Thank you very much. I'm starting to feel like a rapper or something like that. Next time, team, I need some kind of like beat behind it so I can do it nicely. So the first block of the morning, it's Industry 5.0. I find it very interesting. Last year was Industry 4.0. This year is 5.0. So we keep adding numbers every year. So expect 10.0 at one point. So we're going to be talking about production models and the use of technology for the different companies, different industries to be more competitive, but most importantly, to create positive impact on society. Now, this is a mishmash of a lot of different verticals, including robotics, energy efficiency, agriculture, mining, power generation, and more or less any kind of service or product that is aimed at heavy industry. So, without further ado, startups, are we ready? Judges, are we ready? Wonderful audience, are we ready? Yes? Okay. So we're flying all the way to the United Kingdom, and we're going to be talking about one of those senses that makes us decide if you want to hook up with someone or not. One of those sensors that push you apart from certain things or attracts you to certain things. Something that very rarely has been digitalized, which is the sense of smell. So to tell you about how we do that and what are the advantages for this, please welcome our first startup, all the way from the UK, Ali Rohafza, CEO of Alter Carbon.
Okay. Why do we wait for fires to happen before we do anything? For our food to be wasted, for late diagnosis. Chemical scents signal costly industrial problems, but current methods are not effective. Human senses lack sensitivity, dogs' noses need constant training, and lab equipment is just costly. The fact that this technology sits inside of a lab or inside of a dog's nose and not in your smartphones today is a technology gap we are trying to fill. We are shrinking mass spectrometry lab equipment onto a microchip. Just think of microphones in the 50s compared to MEMS microphones in every smartphone today, enabled apps like Shazam to build song recognition. We're building scent recognition. We've built receptors on a chip that act like your nose, and an AI platform used to train and remember information just like the brain. Our sensor is 100 times more sensitive than traditional sensors, solid-state rugged, ultra-low power, low deployment cost, AI trainable and tunable by anyone, and we're building a scent library to go along with it. The first target market is the fresh food industry, where we're reducing the 6.4 billion lost annually just in the UK between storage and packing. Our solution is to provide better information, to extend shelf life, and reduce the waste that happens. Our sensors can detect problems 10 days earlier than other methods, like machine vision, and we can reduce this loss by up to 20% and charge 10% of their savings. In the future, we're going to expand into health wearables and mobile devices. Our main revenue streams are development licensing, deployment licensing, and partnerships. Our first target clients are IoT solution providers and system integrators, where they'll use our AI-powered tools to build solutions more cost-effectively and bring products to market faster. Other technologies can't compete. There's single gas sensors, there's lab equipment, and there's digital noses. But we're cost-effective, AI-driven, passive, and solid state, and we have a patent-protected solution. Our team has over 30 years of combined experience in sensors and AI, and we've built an amazing executive team around us to support us getting there. And we've built some incredible partnerships to validate our technology. We are raising £1 million for a 24-month runway where we'll fully launch our product, and we'll release 200 units to 30 B2B clients and secure more patents. We have a validated technology, a UK patent, attracted early customers, won multiple awards. You're investing in the next sense for all mobile devices. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, questions. I forgot about that.
So, judges, questions for Ali, please. There we go.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Isn't it, for the fruit industry, as you mentioned, isn't it much a great challenge for you to train the model to understand the smell that might be
coming off of it?
Something wrong, instead of using just like a computer vision, much easier to train to identify those problems early on?
So computer vision can only see what's on the surface, where we can detect the scents coming off of it, so we can detect it much earlier. So our training methods are, we're already working with a potato company in the UK who has this massive problem. They lose half of their crop sometimes, and we are putting sensors inside their, basically, crates, and each crate, so they know which one to send to store first to sell and to make more money. So we do it by sense over a training period, and the training period is actually less amount of data than what machine vision needs. Thank you very much.
Okay. Big applause for Ali. Thank you very much.
Oh,
over there. I keep insisting, Ali, Match.com, more than industry. You'll make more money there, tell you that. Anyway, so we're flying to Spain, and we're going to manufacturing challenges. And one of those frictions that have happened between technology and manufacturing has been the advent of 3D printing, right? And we've seen 3D printing growing and maturing in the past few years. However, in the industry, there's still this idea of like, oh, no, but 3D printing is just for plastic little toys, for geeks that are printing Star Wars images and stuff like that. Well, the reality is that 3D printing in the industrial environment is becoming extremely critical. But one of the critical issues is how do you transform the materials, any material, into a 3D printing material, a material that you can then 3D print. And that is not easy to solve. And precisely to tell us about how they've resolved this challenge, we have our next startup. So please welcome, give a big applause to Ana Fernandez, co-founder of Coldfeet 4Print.
Well, hello everyone. I'm going to start the presentation with 3 questions, but don't worry, because 2 of them I'm going to answer by myself. The last one I hope that you can answer in the end of the talk. So basically, imagine one 3D component, one 3D part, whatever. You think that right now we can design it? Well, the answer is yes. Actually, we can design it using honestly the digitalization and also the artificial intelligence. We can design and optimize whatever structure. The second question is that we can use this design and we can make anywhere, we can design in any place. The answer is again yes, but the answer now is related to the additive manufacturing. Now, together with additive manufacturing and the 3D printing, we can design even in the space. But the last question is that right now, we can do any design, but we can make of any type of material. Well, here the answer is not so easy. Why? Because the feedstock, the raw material, the materials in general, is the most challenging point of the additive manufacturing technology. And here is where Coldfeet entering the scene. Basically, we develop material and we make this material printable with one specific additive manufacturing technology, which is the melting extrusion. The melting extrusion is quite famous because you can find it in almost every sector, like in the hospital, like in the industry, like even in the food sector. So we developed a new process to process the material, a process that is already patented, and a process that is quite scalable. Also, with always in mind ecological commitment. Oops, sorry. So with this process, we can enter in the global 3D printing market right now, but directly from the real beginning. So we develop the material, we develop the raw material. That allows us to have a specific knowledge about the material, and then we can enter directly to some specific sectors. It could be, for example, the biomedical sector, the energy sector, or even the food. So, of course, we have competitors, but the problem is that these competitors produce materials, but massive. We are the only one that are able to customize the material and to develop in a scalable process. So, related to our business strategy, we have developed a business strategy that born in 2020 with our foundation, more focused in the B2B, B2C, and developing different projects, like private and also public. Right now, also, we are focused in the development of a printing service that is rising our company. So we expect for 2025 to have our revenues around 800,000 euros with the support of the private and public projects. But also, if we can rise the more technological needs, the more technological sector that we are writing right now, we can even rise this amount to 2 million. So this is not possible without our team. Yeah, sorry.
Big applause for Ana. Sorry about that. OK, judges, do we have any questions? Questions for materials, advanced materials? No. There we go.
Hi. I think you were cut off, but can you tell us a little bit more on the go-to-market strategy for the first few years? Your go-to-market strategy for the first few years?
For the?
First few years. ¿Cómo quieres atacar el mercado los primeros años?
In the first year, well, we haven't attacked the market in the first year directly with the commercialization of filament, because filament is the typical material that you use for FFF technology. So we sell filament and also granules. Right now, we are also developing different private and public projects. We have 3 public projects right now. And now we are starting with the printing, because the printing allows us to enter in like more specialized market, like in the biomedical market, for example, with regenerative solution. So this is like our lines in the future. Well, in the present and the future.
Yeah? OK. Well, big applause to Anna. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you, judges. And now we're flying all the way to Italy. And we're going to be talking about, let's say, the excesses that we've incurred while building a lot of our cities, right? For many years, we just built anything, put all these AC machines there, leave the windows open. You know, if you work in an office, you always have someone that is too hot or someone that is too cold, right? So there's plenty of inefficiencies in all the buildings that we mean putting out there. Now, tide is changing. And so far, we've digitalized. We are trying to measure, which is the first step. If you cannot measure, you cannot fix it. However, most people are staying there. Now, what we're going to hear now is the next step, the evolution. How do we do a 360 solution that not just measures, but also automates the lowering of this energy usage in the buildings? Basically, decarbonizing all the buildings that we have from scratch. So please, to listen to how we do this, please welcome our next speaker, Giuseppe Giordano, CEO of Innerbrain. Big applause for Giuseppe.
Thank you, Alex. It's a pleasure to be here. Are you aware that over a third of the world energy usage and almost 40% of the carbon emission are due to our buildings? This is specifically challenging because the challenge with energy transition is how to convert all of this building stock that is existing. And what we aim to do in Innerbrain is to bring the current buildings to be more sustainable, more comfortable, and be able to make them work together in energy communities. We started as a team of 4 in 2015. We grew to a team of 60. We are currently managing 600 buildings in 15 countries. And what we develop for our customer is truly like a 4-step journey. We start from energy consultancy, so we gather data to do energy intelligence for them. And then we move to energy monitoring, where we are able to capture electricity, water, and gas, and as well as environmental monitoring to deliver our core service, which is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning efficiency. In order to do this, we developed an IoT platform that is including environmental sensor and energy monitoring devices through which we capture existing metering. All of this information is sent to the cloud, and from there we use artificial intelligence to develop a predictive model of a building that is able to look in advance. This information is not limited to analytics, but it's sent back to the system through actuators. And all of this data is basically realized in a closed-loop system that you can think about it as a supervisor on top of the existing system. There are many reasons why customers choose Innerbrain, from reducing complaints to having ESG data for carbon reporting, as well as reducing energy bill from anywhere over 20%. This is a landmark project that allows you to understand the scale of this technology. We were able to install Innerbrain in over 90 buildings over 4 weeks. The impact of this installation is being equal to doubling the city trees of the town of Torino. And these technologies deliver both through partners, channels such as energy service companies or energy utilities. With them, we work specifically towards the government and the public sector, or directly through retailers and industrial sector. One of the most important projects today is the decarbonization of 100 factories worldwide. So we're currently fundraising now at the end of the month. If you want to join us, please come talk to me.
There you go. Big applause to Giuseppe. Grazie. Judges, question for Giuseppe. There we go.
Hello, thank you. What percentage, more or less, is your revenue split between hardware, software, and consulting?
So today we have a model with CapEx and OpEx. So today, on average, 2/3 of our revenues of 8 million come from CapEx, so one-time project where we get paid for the engineering and the hardware. And then 1/3 of that, 2.5 million, comes from recurring revenues. And we are doubling the recurring revenues every year.
Okay, good. Big applause for Giuseppe. Thank you, judges. And let me tell you a very, very short story. Many years ago, I used to work at a radar company, and we did the designs and the manufacturing of our electronics. And anyone that has done electronics eventually tells you, yeah, you know, you have to shield your things. And if you've never done electronics, you go like, shield what? Like, it just works. And then you run your electronics, and it doesn't work. And it starts getting errors. And you go like, what's going on? And then someone comes with a foil of aluminum, and it goes like, you need to shield it. And they place the aluminum on top of the electronics. And you go like, seriously? This is how advanced our tech is right now? Now, this same situation, when you scale the system, makes it even worse. One case scenario, electrical vehicles, where you have a big machine, big magnets that create electromagnetic interference, and you need to shield it. Well, what we're going to hear today now, in a second, is how can we improve this with a much more scalable and advanced material to shield electromagnetic interference in any kind of large-scale device. And to talk about that, I want to welcome our next speaker. So please give a big applause to Alexander Luking, founder and special project manager at FiberCode.
Our world is getting more and more connected. Our mobile phones, our laptops, our Wi-Fis, even our cars are connected to each other. Have you known that those electronic devices are really sensitive to electromagnetic interferences? They need shielding, otherwise your self-driving car will cause an accident. However, due to high prices, today's materials are not suitable for shielding mass market application. And this market is huge. $100 billion and growing for the mentioned applications and even beyond. We came up with a new shielding material, a glass fiber, coated with metals. And we do so by adding our coating device to existing fiber manufacturing processes. We process our material at 1,500 meters per minute, which is one of the fastest production processes in the world. We significantly reduce the process steps, the production time, and the energy consumption. And this allows us to sell our material for 10 up to 20 times lower price than our competitors. This disruptive change allows opens the mass market for shielding. Fibers are platform material. You can use chopped short fibers for injection molding, but also soft and flexible textiles, but also stiff and strong composites. And we do so with our partners and with our customers. Our business model is to license our technology and to enable fiber manufacturer all over the world, shown by all those little dots on the map. This leads to low capex, on-demand production, and supplier independency. We are located in Aachen, Germany, and have production plants in Eastern Germany, in Poland, and in Georgia. And with your help, maybe also in Spain in the future. Our customers buying our novel materials and our revenue projection comes from their minimum needs, with an estimation of 10 million revenue next year. We started with the 3 founders. However, in the past 2 years, we have grown to over 30 people with 15 different cultural backgrounds, which we are really proud of. We are here as we are seeking for new partners. And we start to plan fundraising for our Series B in August. So join us for the next huge step. Gracias.
That was fast. Judges, questions for Alex, please. Fragen bitte.
Just how can you replace the existing manufacturing, I think, uses aluminium. How can you replace it? Because you mentioned that it was pretty easy to replace the current production methods, but if the material changes?
That's a good question, because the material doesn't change. This is aluminum. This is the same aluminum the industry already knows, and which is certified in the processes. So they like the material because it's the same, but flexible.
Okay. Another question, judges? Very fast one? No? Well, then I'll let Alex go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dankeschön, Alex. Tschüss. And now we're flying back to Spain, and we're going to be talking, of course, about food. Yesterday, I was talking about the situation with the food industry, how wasteful the food industry is. It's one of the most wasteful value chains that we have. And thankfully, there's an increasing number of startups that are trying to use that waste somehow, right? Some people are using it for energy. Other people, like our next startup, is using it to transform it into next generation ingredients. So that way, we kind of reuse those materials, we lower the carbon footprint of the new food that we're producing, and they're very advanced materials that allow us to do things like new textures, new flavors, stabilizers, and stuff like that. So please welcome our next startup. Big applause to Bosco Emparanza, CEO of Moa Foodtech.
Hello, everyone. Today's food industry is the most contaminating industry. It causes 30% of the global GHG emissions. And did you know that 70% of the carbon footprint of food producers comes from the ingredient that they are using? So this is why we need to change how we are producing food through scalable and sustainable ingredients. In MOA, we have built a global, a sustainable, and a scalable solution. We are a B2B sustainable ingredient platform. We combine biotechnology with a computational tool called Albatros to transform waste and byproducts from the food industry into high-value ingredients that we introduce again in the industry and in the society. And these are our first ingredients. These ingredients are nutritional, functional, tasty, and sustainable. And one of the best things of our platform is that we are able to produce ingredients that are not novel food. We are okay to use these ingredients right now in the European market, US, and Singapore. And also one of the best things is that they are clean label. They are only labeled as yeast. And thanks to all of this, we are applying these ingredients into many different applications, like meat analogs, fish analogs, dairy, pet, or even pet food. Thanks to this, we have 17 pilot projects with key leaders of the industry at a global level and already 11 LOIs signed to purchase our ingredients. And we are generating a lot of traction. We already have over 100 companies that want to work with us, but right now we are working with companies that in both sides of the chain. In the byproducts valorization at the beginning with companies like Barilla, AB Sugar, or Typeb, and also at the end, including these ingredients into final applications like Anguilla Saginaga, Nestlé, also Barilla or Sigma. And the market opportunity is huge, and the moment is right now. The protein alternative market is expected to grow exponentially in the coming decades. Our business model is to design, produce, and commercialize these kind of ingredients. But we are also working with leaders of the ingredient producers to develop new ingredients through our platform. Because thanks to our platform, we are able to reduce up to 90% the cost and the time of the development of a new ingredient. We are a great team. We have experts in the food application side, in the fermentation side, in artificial intelligence, and also finance. And thank you, and let's build a better world together.
We still had 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Judges, questions, please. There we go.
Hi, congratulations. Can you tell us more about Albatros and the role it plays in your company and, the platform itself?
Okay, great question. So Albatros is based in our microbes, the microbes that we are using. We have a library of over 300 microbes. But to use Albatros, what we do is we sequence the genome of our microbes, and we build with that the metabolic models. Then we have built Albatros, which is right now a predictive tool. It's going to be intelligent in 2024. And that's how we are using, thanks to the metabolic models that we are building and we are validating in our lab.
Okay, thank you. Big applause to Wasco. Thank you very much for joining. And now we're staying in Spain, but going down deep into the realm of nanoparticles. And I'm a big fan of deep tech. We were just talking about how sometimes it's hard to perceive the value of things that you cannot see or touch, right? If we have software, if we have hardware, you kind of touch it. But if we're talking about nanoparticles, then everyone goes like, Well, however, nanoparticles are one of the most advanced, or let's say one of the most innovative aspects of new materials, of advanced materials, right? And a lot of these nanoparticles are used to coat surfaces in different industries, from aerospace, for example, for aircraft, for rockets, all the way to energy, to the blades of windmills, to different parts of the energy production supply chain. Now, how you get those nanoparticles to do what you want them to do? Sometimes it's absorbing radiation, other times it's becoming fireproof. Depends on what you need. Requires a very, very technical, detailed process to achieve that. Well, not everyone is capable of doing that. But today, I'm going to introduce you the one person that's actually rocking that space worldwide. So please welcome our next speaker, Daniel Gonzalez, CEO of Nanostein.
Nanotechnology, the art of manipulate matter at a very, very small level to improve the properties of materials. And thanks to nanotechnology, we have better screens for TV and smartphones, more efficient solar cell, or even new medicines and drugs. But nanotechnology has some limitation. There are a lot of companies that synthesize nanoparticles and nanomaterials, but normally they use chemical methods. And it entails a series of limitations because there are impurities in the surface of nanoparticles, the generation of waste, and it's difficult to control the particle size. So this is why in Nanostein we present a new methodology, unique in the world, for the synthesis of nanoparticles with very high purity, controlling the particle size with a lot of precision, and without generating any residue in the process. Until now, we have applied this technology in the aerospace sector for ultra pure coatings, in the energy sector, to improve the efficiency of solar cell or to enhance the activity of electrodes. And this technology, it's possible to use it in the development of more sensitive sensors. And finally, it's possible to use this technology in the nanomedicine sector too. Well, nanotechnology market is huge. There are a lot of different companies that synthesize and sell nanoparticles like Merck, Nanocomposites, and this is why in Nanostein, we are very focused in applications that require high add-value nanoparticles. Our business model is very simple. We sell nanostructures and nanoparticles by surface coating or dispersing liquid. And we also have the consultant service for the development of customized nanoparticles. Nanostein teams is made up of multidisciplinary profiles with a strong background in physics, chemistry, nanotechnology, and we also have other profiles with a lot of experience in startup growth, business development, and investment. We are a young startup. We started to grow last year, 2022, and so far we have raised 500,000 euros by public financing and 300,000 euros in our first investment round. And right now we are working with big companies and very important institutions in aerospace, energy, and sensor sectors. And we hope in the next 2 years we'll be able to start commercializing our technology in the nanomedicine sector. And just to finish, you have to know that we are a company with a very powerful tool that work with a small solution with big application in technology. And we are very interested in contacting companies that require this kind of solution to develop pilot, proof of concept, and to collaborate with us. So thank you very much for your attention, and we hope we can talk during the Congress. Thank you.
Big applause. Thank you, Daniel. Questions?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great presentation. I wanted to ask you about how far are you from distribution. So you mentioned that you are targeting high value clients, and I was wondering if you already identify a vertical or a niche where you think you're going to get your first clients, and which one is it, and what's the use case?
Yes. Until now, we have a small client like Research Institute, but right now, for example, we are working with Acciona in the development of biosensors to detect bacteria in desalination plants, and we are working with the European Space Agency too in coatings for satellites, and with companies like Sener Aerospace, Airbus, and we are working on it to try to be the idea is that NanoSteam be the suppliers of these big companies for coatings for different pieces.
Good, convinced? Big applause to Daniel. Thank you very much. Mark my words, we will hear more about them. I have a good smell for this. These are companies that go under the radar and then go like boom. Anyhow, speaking of the needs that we have in the industry, data is a big need. I was recently preparing a class on data-driven organizations, and I was going through what I was going to say, and I'm like, oh my God, it's so hard for an organization, especially the bigger the worse, to understand all the data sources that they're getting and where they are, how to get them together, how to normalize the data, and then use it to make data-driven decisions. And then on top of this, we have the IoT revolution, we have edge computing, we have 5G. And it's like, how do you go to a company and you actually tell them, okay, you now need to deploy all these sensors, all this edge computing, and then how do you manage that? Well, to talk about how to actually manage all that complexity that happens when you deploy and you increase your data footprint massively, we have our next startup. So please welcome Christopher Gellen, CEO and co-founder of Neutron. Big applause.
The fourth industrial revolution was all about automation and productivity. Industry 5.0, it's about connecting humans and machines closer together to enhance human capabilities rather than replacing them. Now, you might believe that investing more in these technologies goes against human centricity, right? But the reality is that tools like AI, AR, VR, IoT are actually helping us and will help us have more resilient factories, make boring work a thing of the past, and reduce our carbon footprint. And companies are taking note. The global enterprise IoT market will grow 20% every year to reach $500 billion by 2030. But the question is, how will we be able to reliably connect all these intelligent devices when everyone will be competing for the same connections? And the answer to that is decentralization. Same as blockchain decentralized currency, technologies like 5G and edge computing are decentralizing data processing, so it can happen in real time at the source of the data. And we at Neutron help companies achieve exactly this. Our cloud SaaS platform acts as an operating system to unify 5G, edge computing, and all the needed infrastructure, so all these IoT devices can connect to the right application in a more intelligent, reliable, and affordable way. We sell to network operators like telcos and system integrators who then resell our SaaS to the end customers in verticals like ports, factories, and warehouses. And we are one of the few companies in the world working at combining 5G and edge computing, but in a much more open and seamless way. Since launching 2.5 years ago, we have raised more than $1 million. We have been awarded $1.5 million in R&D funds, and we have been selected by top US accelerators. And guess what? We have already booked more than $1 million in revenues. Big corporations are already trusting us to deal with this rising complexity. And for that, we're raising a $4 million round with $1 million already committed by a US strategic investor. We'll use these funds to expand into the US, and we'll reach $5 million ARR by 2025.
Come on, Chris.
This is our team. If you're interested, come talk to us after the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
What happened with the timer?
Yeah, it stopped. We're fixing. But I was keeping time. OK, question for Chris, please. Judges. Come on, this half always asks. I don't know what's with this side of the judges. Yesterday was the same. It seems the shade protects you. Come on, this side. Any question for Chris? No? Yes? No? There you go. It must be that chair. That chair gives superpowers. Seriously.
I have a question. Thanks for the presentation. Regarding, so you mentioned 5G private networks. What is the use case of those, more or less, the 1 million bookings that you have? What is the key use case? It's industrial that want to prioritize data, for instance, robotics data, on top of others. What is exactly that they are solving with your solution?
No, there are many use cases. It's really about, reliability in connectivity for use cases like, data streaming, like videos, and also, connecting the AGVs inside a factory. I mean, those are the main use cases that we currently see, okay? It's really about intelligent moving pieces inside a factory, for example. Those are the main use cases. Yeah.
Yes, good. Big applause for Chris. Congratulations on those amazing numbers. Now, we're staying here in Spain, and it's funny, we were listening before about the sense of smell, right? And about how we deploy smell, for example, to take care of food quality. When you go and open your fridge and you have a piece of food and it looks funny, right? And you go like, it's been here in the fridge for a while, right? And then you kind of smell the thing and you go like, it actually smells funny too. And then there's always the person who will go like, but we still can eat it, right? Don't eat it. By the way, don't eat it. But there's other things where that's not as clear cut, right? If you have a yogurt where you don't really see what's inside and you go like, as my wife always say, yogurt never goes bad. Like, you can eat it. I'm sure that's not the case. Now, we still have this issue of not knowing what's the quality of the food we're eating. Now, our next startup precisely is going to show us how to solve that issue. And I'm not going to tell you anything more because it's pretty wow, and I want you to enjoy it. So please welcome our next startup. Big applause to Luis Jimeno, founder and COO of Oscillum.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Luis, and I'm one of the founders of Oscillum, a biotechnology company enabling you to understand your food. This that I have here is a piece of meat. It doesn't smell really bad, but the smell is neither good. Would you be able to tell me if it's good or bad? No. Most likely, most of us here will do the next thing. Throw it away. So food waste is caused mainly by the lack of information that we have about our food. The problem here is that it doesn't only affect consumers, it also affects our customers. Food producers and retailers that, due to this lack of information, throw away food, they lose market opportunities, and they have extra costs due to the food alerts that they could not detect on time. But we have come to a solution. This is a smart label that, once placed in direct contact with the product, changes its color to indicate the status of the product based on its quality, freshness, and safety. With this technology, we can solve all of these issues previously mentioned. We can actually reduce the cost related to the food waste, while we can increase profitability and quality control. Before proceeding, I would like to apply our technology to a piece of meat to show you what will be happening later. So we sell this technology in a B2B model directly to companies. So these are some of the companies with whom we are talking. We are working already with some of them. We have 10 commercial agreements. We have 6 pilots. And we are also having 3 partnership agreements to enter into different markets in Europe, America, and also Asia. But the main idea that I wanted to remind here is that Ostilum does not sell labels. Ostilum sells information. And information is very valuable for every industry, such as cosmetics, where understanding the real expiry date of those products are very interesting, or pharma industry, where understanding the degradation of the active principle could save billions of lives. This wouldn't be possible without the team behind, in which we complement different experience in the technical, commercial, and operations field, and also we also come with an advisory board with extended experience in the agri-food sector. Now, let's go back to the technology. As you can see, the label changed to blue, indicating that the food is not safe for its consumption. This is basically how it works. But this does not end here. In Ostilum, we aim to generate impact, and we have that in our DNA. That's why we can generate impact in the social area, reducing the food poisonings and promoting donations. Environmentally, we can also reduce the emissions directly related to the food waste. And of course, in the economical side, we can also generate impact, helping household and the industry to reduce cost, improving profitability, but also something very important is that we can actually enable a better food safety system in developing countries thanks to the low cost of our technology compared to the alternative ones. And we are here today because with your help, we can turn our vision into a reality and make of our technology a new standard, one that is more reliable, easy to use, and accessible to all. Thank you very much.
Boom. That's really cool. That is,
you can take it.
That is, no, I'm not sure I want it. Question for Luis, please.
Hello, thank you and congratulations. I wanted to know from the 6 pilots that you are running today, if you have any outcomes to share with us.
Yes, we have been running pilots in the different stages. First, we wanted to understand how is the implementation of our technology in the current facilities, and we can actually use machinery existing in those. But also, we have already running business cases. So with our technology, for example, preventing the spoilage of food waste, we can actually, including the cost of our technology, increase the revenues in around 4.5 million euros per year. And also...
Short.
Sorry?
Short. I'm going to get another. Good. We have another. Very quick, please.
Thanks for the presentation. Mine's just regarding accuracy. So what is like the false positive rate of this? How do you measure that?
Yes, we use actually a chemical approach, which has already very low, let's say, false negative, false positive. But we are also including let's say, a safety range of around 10. So, which basically what it means is when it's starting to turn into blue, it's still not in the position to turn any intoxication. So we are using this range to try to prevent mainly the false positive.
Done. She got it.
Sorry.
Big applause for Luis, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, judges. And speaking of, we've been talking a lot during the South Summit also about energy efficiency, how to make things more efficient, how to reduce CO2. Now, while most of the people will think about cars, your buildings, and stuff like that, but there's certain industries that is really, 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 really hard to decarbonize, like things like steel, like things like any kind of boiler that boils water, that does a chemical process with boiling, that requires heat for the chemical reactions or the material reactions to happen. Now, precisely to talk about what are the first steps on solving this, on starting to reduce the CO2 footprint with a hybrid approach between solar and carbon-based energy sources, please welcome our next startup. Big applause to Miguel Frasquet, CEO of Solatom.
So, hi everyone. Again, my name is Miguel Frasquet, and proud CEO and co-founder of Solatom. Solatom is a solar company helping factories to decarbonize the energy demand. But we are not going for the electricity demand like most renewable solutions out there. We are focused in the high temperature steam. And we do it because although steam represents the largest energy demand for most factories, the high temperature needed makes very, very difficult to use renewables. Solatom combines a system, a concentrated solar field, that actually connects to the existing hybrid boiler, existing boiler, to inject steam and to use thermal energy, solar thermal energy, to reduce up to 50% fossil fuel consumption. Our hybrid boiler can combine both solar energy and fossil fuel at the same time, can run only on solar energy, and can run only on fossil fuel. It's basically like a hybrid car, but with boilers. And we do everything without changing the existing boiler in the factory. When we do it simple and we do it fast. Our patented design is using pre-assembled modules that we connect like Lego bricks, and once they are deployed, we are actually producing steam that we connect with the existing boiler, reducing the time that the fossil burner of the existing boiler in the factory is in operation, as you can see here. Unlike current solutions, Solaton combines both a renewable energy source, 100% renewable energy source, with the capacity of produce high-temperature steam. We sell the system using a PPA model in which we put the equipment, and then we sell the steam to the factories. Since 2017, we have been scaling the size of our projects, and we went from projects as small as 26 square meters to over 6,000 square meters, like in our current project that we are actually constructing for Heineken with a 2.5 million budget. The team combines a deep technology background with expertise in project finance in energy projects and more than 15 years experience in design and operation on industrial equipment. We also have the support of key investors in the energy market like Kenagas. But what truly defines us, what truly sets us apart is our capacity to execute. In only 6 years, we went from building in my family's garage to building in a significantly larger garage, to be in rooftop in industrial companies. Miguel. OK, thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel.
Yeah,
OK, judges, questions for Miguel, please. He wowed you, right?
Yeah.
See, I'm telling you, those two chairs have magic.
Again, great presentation. So you mentioned that you're going for existing factories or new factories. So what is the actual challenge of onboarding the solution? Is it better when they have already something and they already something up and running, or are you better targeting new factories when they are building?
What we do, I mean, the system goes into existing boilers. So, I mean, you can go for a new boiler, and you can actually have the boiler fully prepared for a hybrid boiler. Or you can go, and most of the companies, what you go is with an existing boiler, because they already have an existing boiler using fossil fuels. And what we do is hybridize this boiler using the concentrated solar field. So we deploy the concentrated solar field, we inject the steam into the boiler, and then we reduce the time this burner of the conventional boiler is in operation, reducing that way the fossil fuel consumption.
Good. Big applause for Miguel, please.
Okay,
thank you very much for joining. And now we're sticking with energy, but we're flying to Denmark to talk about a very, very large topic, also related to energy-intensive and heat-intensive industries, which is how do you recover that heat that you're putting into these industries? So this idea of like heat recovery and then turning it into energy is a very, very large one. However, still not that super well developed, and it can get better with a lot of innovation. And if you get to a point where your materials and the way the designs that you use to harvest this heat energy and transform it into energy become so good, well then it's not just about harvesting energy in heat-intensive areas, but then you can use this to deploy, for example, sensors anywhere without any connectivity to the grid, because there will be energy independent. So to talk about this magic, please welcome the last startup off our blog. Big applause to Jörg Redder, Director for Sales and Product Management at TechMat.
Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you're still with me because I'm the final one. because I bring you the next big thing, and that is thermal energy harvesting as introduced in the industrial scale. Thermal energy harvesting has not only the potential to collect like waste heat and recover waste heat, but it's actually also, as mentioned before, able to actually give you power where you need it for sensors. And that brings us into the IoT market. And yeah, we actually cracked the code on how to bring it to the industrial level by looking into the design, into the material, and also to bring it into applications that are relevant for IoT. And that makes us bring us to a market that is significantly larger than only the TEG market itself. So what is the challenge with current TEG technology? That is, material is not sustainable, it's toxic, it's rare earth, that makes it very expensive. And because of that, you don't have really examples in industry, and that is also the problem that if you don't have the chicken, you don't have the chicken, you don't get the egg, or vice versa. So what we did is we changed the design. We made a flexible TEG, which is much easier to implement. We changed the materials, so our materials are 100% sustainable, they are non-toxic, and the production cost is a factor 20 less than what the current material has. That brings us also to a low-cost design because we use standard electronic processes, and we can actually build large-scale TEGs that you can simply stick on a wall and harvest the energy from a boiler or whatever else. In parallel to the development of the material, we also launched 2 products that took us actually 6 months from idea to launch. One is a hot pipe alert used in the industry to alert service people from hot areas, from hot pipes, avoiding burns. The other one is a power supply for IoT devices. So you simply replace the battery, you don't need cables for the installation, you don't need battery maintenance, so you have an absolutely low cost, zero cost operational device, your sensor in your industrial environment. The market is not big for TEGs, but we believe due to the wireless sensor network market and also the recovery network, we will gain actually the market or increase the market. We will actually disrupt the TEG market with the technology we have. There are competitors, but they are actually mostly on the application side. So this is good for us because they spread the news that thermal energy harvesting is an option for sensors. We sit in the center more or less because we also supply the material, so the product itself. So all these competitors on the application market will be our customers. We have just started last year with this development, so we are still in the minus, but we're going to the plus pretty quickly by the products, but actually mainly in the end by the TEG product, the generator. And this is our team. We are senior people in all levels, so I'm pretty sure we can make it. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Oh, the quick one.
Okay, judges. Last startup, last questions. Come on. Heat managers, energy. We have a lot of people from energy. Open your mouth, ask questions. There we go.
There's one.
I wanted to understand a bit more your revenue stream.
Yeah. Yeah, the revenue stream is, as I said, currently we have 2 products which we are selling already. The hot pipe alert, which is the main one. The development of the TEG itself is not finalized, so we have that first at the end of the year, I guess. So we are using standard TEG material for the current products. But the main revenue will come from the TEG itself later on because this is the protected part. The others can be copied by everybody. Everybody can build a sensor or a power supply when they have the knowledge. The IP or the material and the design of the TEG is not copied. That is protected. So that will be our cash cow in the long run, serving all the customers that are using then the technology.
Okay, perfect. Then big applause for George.
Thank
you very much, sir. And some very quick announcements before everyone starts running around. Today we're going to announce here at 3:30 the winners of each vertical. Here, 3:30, winners of each vertical. And we're going to have the final competition in the main arena at 5. We will announce the winner on Friday, 1 p.m. We got that? 3:30, 5, and tomorrow, 1 p.m. And with this, we're going to take a small break to change judges and start the next fragment, the next vertical, which is going to be sustainability and ECG. And we'll be back in a jiffy. Thank you. we're back. Welcome all back. Wow. Good morning, the newcomers. Good morning to you. Good morning. Welcome back. Thankfully, it stopped raining, right? It's not raining right now. So we're about to start the second block of startup competition for South Summit 2023, and we're going to be talking about sustainabilities and ESGs. Now, these are companies that their core strategy and their core business values are all about environmental, social, and governance awareness, pursuing sustainability as their main objective. As always, rules apply to everyone. 3-minute pitch, sharp. Some of them that have been here know that I'm serious about this. Judges, we have time for one question and a half, depending how fast you are, okay? I will invite all our judges to take questions. You'll be judged in innovation, scalability, team, viability, and investability. And now, I'm going to try something new because we have a massive jury, which is really long. So I'm going to need your help to help me introduce them, right? Audience, okay? We can do this? So every time I say a name, I want a, hey, yeah? We can do that? Yeah? So let me try with myself. Alex Barrera. There you go. Yeah. Okay. So Ray, it's a long list. You see how many there are. So chill, so we don't have to applaud all the time. Okay, ready? So please welcome Diego Cordón from BBVA. Estíbaliz Arenzana, Vizcay Startup Bay. Jorge Ruiz Peinado, CEPSA. Luis Costa, Dell. Yolanda Fernández, EDP España. Antonio Castellanos de Toro, Enel Innovation Hub. Come on, more energy. Jaime Biel, Faraday Ventures. Rebeca Guerra, Ferrovial. Rubén Linacero, Fundación para el Conocimiento Madrid +D. Carmen Arce, Global Vía Inversiones. Fernando Casado, Climate Tech Venture Fund. We're nearly there. Pepe Villanova, GME, José Manuel Entre Canales Ventures. Max Bray from K-Fund. Isabel Córdoba from Caudal. Yoko Kojima from Mundi Ventures. Nearly there. Mark Durno, Rockstar. 4 more and we're done. Ana Nubo, Sabadell Venture Capital. More Energy, Isaac Peña, Sacir. Ana Puciña, Telefónica. And Ramon Lopez from Veolia. Big applause to them. Thank you very much. You did very well. Very good. Thank you. Anyway, so we're staying here in Spain, and we're going to introduce our first startup that is actually in a rush. So we're not going to take any questions for them because they need to leave. But I'll leave you with their pitch to talk about technology that allows us to do waste management in a circular economy approach. And they're one of the pioneers doing this, and they've done it very, very well. I've seen them many, many times. So please welcome our first startup of the blog. Big applause to Paula Sanchez, founder and CEO of Co-Circular. Big applause to Paula.
Good energy. Okay. Don't be mindless. World's landfills are not infinite. We are Co-Circular, the technology that turns waste into opportunity. The world produces between 7 and 10 billion tons of waste per year. I can't remember on memory, but this can. Sorry? I can't. The world produces between 7 and 10 billion tons of waste per year. Landfills alone emit 11 million tons of CO2 per year, and 30% of this great problem comes from the construction sector. The big news is that the new regulation, European, requires that 70% of this waste construction must be transformed into a raw material. But in Spain, we only reach 30%. The good news is that we are achieving 88%. Our SaaS technology is the first business intelligence of waste. And our value proposition is a fully digitalized process, no more waste tracking in an Excel or by hand, transparent traceability and full compliance, optimized cost of waste management, and all the environmental impact metrics in just one click. This is why more and more medium and large companies in construction and renewable energy trust us. So this year, we will grow from 60 to 200 customers, and sales will increase to 1 million euros. Our gross margin on sales is that 14,000 on a month. And also this year, we will grow and we reach EBITDA positive. Why us? We are the only one in the market with a complete solution, a market of more than 1 million euros in Europe, just in the construction sector. Beyond that, our technology is ready to jump to other sectors. So at last, ecology and economy go hand in hand. We are proving it. And we get more than 45% of CO2 avoid. But none of this will be possible without team. Our team is the dream team, and we start in Zubi Labs, the venture builder funded by Iker Markaide. So this year is our year. We will grow towards scalability. And we are fundraising and looking for new contracts with more big companies. And last but not least, let me remember that all recovered material is no longer taken from nature, doesn't return as waste. Thank you very much.
Okay, and let me question for everyone. Who likes honey? Raise your hand. Keep it up. Honey lovers? Wow, not that many. I have this discussion with my wife. I really love honey. I'm not a sweet person, but I really like honey. And I have friends that have bees, and they have honeybees, and then they use a lot of bees around. And it's funny because now we're starting to realize how critical bees are to our ecosystem, right? How complex the ecosystem interacts with everything. So let me give you a fact. Like around 75% of the food you all eat is pollinized by bees. Now, if you haven't heard, let me tell you, there's a bee crisis. Well, there's been a bee crisis for a very long time. So our next startup is precisely using data to save the bees and ensure global food security for all. So please welcome our next startup, all the way from the US. Big applause to Omer Davidi, CEO and co-founder of Bee Hero.
Several years ago, I had a life-changing experience where I realized that I want to do something that will make a positive impact. Now, there are many people here in the room coming from different places, different cultures, but there's one thing that all of us need. We all need, and some of us even like, food. And as you mentioned, 75% of the crops relies on tiny little insects, bees. And unfortunately, those bees are dying. And this is not only an ecological disaster. This represents a huge financial loss. My name is Omer, and I'm a CEO and co-founder of Bee Hero. At Bee Hero, we decided that we're going to focus on food security while maintaining bees' welfare. We developed small, low-cost IoT sensors that goes into existing beehives, and by measuring things like temperature, humidity, sound, and more from inside the hive, together with environmental parameters, crop type, varieties, densities, location, we can get a better understanding and early detect and predict things that will cause those colonies to collapse. Our first application is the first ever precision pollination as a service platform. We are allowing beekeepers to maintain stronger and healthier colonies, and we help farmers to get access to precision pollination to support their efforts to increase productivity. In less than 4 years, we became the largest pollination provider in the US and now expanding to other geographies with tens of millions of dollars in revenues and a consistent growth of more than 200% every single year. As we move forward, and maybe one of the things that I like the most about what we do, that we've managed to build such a significant data set of bees on pollination that was never existed before, that we can now support more stakeholders in the industry. We are working with seed producers, providing pollination insights platform to support their efforts to get better understanding on insect spread across their fields. We are working with beekeepers to give them access to better treatments, financial solutions, and insurance play. And as we progress, we are looking to help farmers and retailers to handle the price risk volatility when it comes to food production. We founded the company by the end of 2017, a group of commercial beekeepers, experienced farmers, together with deep tech experts and serial entrepreneurs. We've raised $64 million until now from strategic players like Rabobank, General Mills, and more. And our goal is to move forward and introduce Bee Hero solution to more and more farmers out there. So before we finish here today, I want to leave you with an ask. When you go home, act like bees. Pollinate as many minds as you can. Tell them that we can no longer leave pollination to chance, because precision pollination is going to be the heart of our ability to transfer to sustainable agriculture. Thank you.
Spot on. So my homework is to go back home and pollinate.
That's good.
Okay. Okay, judges, questions, please. You have two there. Make them very fast, please.
Yeah, quick question. Thanks for the presentation, Omar. Impact side of things, completely believe in what you're doing with the bees. Commercial pollination markets are not that large, comparatively speaking, from a venture case. Can you comment on that? How is the traction looking, and could you give us a bit of information on the dynamics of your market share that you could penetrate there?
Yeah, so we are focusing on providing the pollination services, and you can look at it from two aspects. The amount of crops that depends on bee pollinators is equal to approximately $1 trillion. In many cases, introducing bees to those crops is a combination of getting the honey in return and basically selling the honey. So if you look at the developed market, we are probably playing in the range of $10 billion market opportunity for pollination services. And then if we are broadening up a little bit to areas that can benefit a lot from pollination, you're exceeding the $20 billion market, but this also requires market education. So our focus today is the first group.
Sure.
Just finished.
Then we don't have time to get it, but I'll come back to you on the next one. Thank you. Big applause to Omar. Thank you very much. And we're now going back to Spain. And speaking of Spain, beyond, toros, paella, and playa, what we do have a lot is a lot of sun, right? We like the sun here. Right, Spaniards? We like the sun. And obviously, everyone is talking about, solar production and how Spain has a potential to become a solar power worldwide. However, there's still issues, a lot of issues to actually achieve that. And some of them have to do with where do you install the solar panels when it comes to self-consumption, right? Who puts them there, what kind of certifications you need to put them there, and maybe more importantly, it's like, even if you consume all the extra energy that you have the asymmetry of solar power with the off-ramp and on-ramps, which means that at night, you normally don't have solar power, normally. Some people are capable of getting energy at night, but normally we don't have. Now, this creates a lot of issues, especially for consumers. If you want to do self-consumption for that, then when the energy, you don't really control when the energy, for example, the exceeded energy that you produce gets released into the grid. So you might get, by the way, a shitty deal, economic deal, when reselling the extra energy you're producing. Now, our next company is trying to fix those two issues. They're going to try and convince all of you to plug those solar panels and reduce your cost of energy and even make extra cash. Are we ready? So please welcome our next startup. Big applause for Javier Guardo, co-founder of Bluebird.
The growth of domestic solar installations is very well known. However, there's a big problem. If you have domestic solar at home, you don't produce energy at night when your consumption is usually the highest. And if you produce excess energy, you actually sell it when the price is cheapest. The logical solution to this problem is domestic batteries. However, do you know what is the percentage of Spanish homes that actually have them? Close to 0. Why? Because it doesn't make economic sense to do so at this point in time. The reason is that current batteries are dumb. They discharge energy every single day at the same time, even though they lose money in the process doing so. At BlueBat, we are making dumb batteries smart. Our AI-driven battery management system uses only a battery cycle when we make clients money. And to be more precise, we use the cycle when the economic value that we can extract out of it exceeds its amortization cost. And this is the result of what we do. Here, I can show an example of the average daily savings that we generate versus dumb batteries. But it gets better than this. To maximize the value of our smart battery management system, you need solar. But if you are like 76% of Spanish people, you live in flats, and therefore you have no roof on which to put solar. So what if I told you that you could, right now, order online your own solar kit, place it anywhere in your terrace, plug it into a standard socket, and start producing your own power? Well, that's easy. Our plug-and-play kit injects energy into your domestic grid safely and legally. So if you produce excess energy, you can actually sell it to the grid. And all you need is a plug. You don't need a roof, you don't need an installation, just a plug. So in short, BlueBat is the first do-it-yourself solar plus smart battery system meant for every type of homeowner that makes people real money. Because we actually produce or generate value, as you can see on the screen, and because we are also the best value. Let me give you IKEA as an example. Our solar kit is 34% more valuable, or 34% cheaper than IKEA's, and it's also more flexible. We estimate the market at 43 billion euros in terms of domestic solar, 40 billion euros in terms of domestic storage, and in terms of battery management, 1.5 billion euros in SaaS-like annual recurring revenues. In terms of competitors, goodbye, but remember, there's a better, easier, and smarter way to reduce your power bill and make money in the process, which is BlueBat.
Thank you. I must confess that I worked with him on his pitch, and I'm very happy with the outcome. It was very, very nice.
Thank you.
Okay, judges, questions. There we go. I haven't forgotten. Well, I owe her a question before. I'm sorry.
Hi, I think that the idea is incredible, so congratulations.
Thank you.
My question is regarding the possibility to also receive incomes to the extra energy that...
Sorry, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
No,
Not better now?
A little better now.
Okay, so my question is regarding how did you coordinate the contract with the electrical company in order to receive incomes for the excess of energy that the house produces?
That's a very good question. It's actually part of our service. We legalize our kits, so we do all the process for the customer. So once we sell the kit, we just do all the documentation with the Comunidad Autónoma, with the Spanish region, and then with the distribution company. And so within the next number of months, depending on the region, because there's a huge variability in terms of admin work per region, we do everything for the client.
Okay, well, big applause. We don't have the time. Big applause for Javier.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to confess that I pitched this to my wife, and she was like, what? What? We need to talk with the guy. Get the startup guy. We need to install that in our place. It's like, yep, it's pretty cool. Okay, so we're going back to energy-intensive industries. One of those is the construction industry. And specifically, the creation of cement is one of the most highly intensive CO2 processes that we have in all the industries, actually. Now, there's been for many years attempts to try and reduce the carbon footprint of this industry, and today we have someone that has really cracked it. In two sides. First one, being able to produce cement ingredients that are nature-based, which means that they don't incur an extra CO2 production, and at the same time, the production of a component that when turned into concrete it actually absorbs CO2 from the atmosphere. And to tell you about the incredible projects that they've already been deploying, please welcome our next startup, all the way from the US, Tim Sperry, founder and CEO of Carbon Limit.
Buenos dias. It's really great to see all the focus on sustainability here at South Summit in Madrid. So thank you for all your help. And it's really great to be here. In order for us to win the fight against climate change, though, scientists have agreed, in addition to removing carbon footprint, to reducing our carbon footprint, we have to start removing billions of tons of CO2 pollution every year, starting now. And right now, we're removing maybe 1 million. So we have a lot of work to do. My name is Tim Sperry, founder of Carbon Limit, and we're creating carbon capture technologies that have the potential to remove billions of tons of CO2, and we've started with the concrete industry. For many, many reasons, but mainly because it's the second most used material on the planet, and it's everywhere. And our solution actually uses it to capture and store CO2, and that's what we created, CaptureCrete. It's a simple additive, when added to concrete, gives it the ability to capture and store CO2 pollution. Our customers are cement and concrete companies that put this into their concrete. It's easily adoptable for them, inexpensive, lowers the carbon footprint, and generates valuable carbon credits. So how does it work? CaptureCrete is made up of active minerals that, when put into concrete like this road, give it the ability to actively attract CO2 from the air like a magnet. Once in the concrete, transforms it into a mineral where it is stored permanently. And to make the invisible visible, we've taken these 3 samples of concrete, exposed them to the same amount of CO2. The one on your left is our control without CaptureCrete, and we put a special dye on there to show how much CO2 has been captured and mineralized. And when it shows up pink, purple, like the first one, shows little to no CO2 has been mineralized, and the other 2 are with CaptureCrete with little to no purple, indicating that they're fully saturated with CO2 that has been captured and stored. And our business model is very simple. We sell our additive to cement and concrete companies, but we can also license it to them as well, giving us the ability to scale globally rapidly. And best of all, every time it's deployed, generates valuable carbon credits that we can sell to the mandatory market or the voluntary market. Our market is massive. It's over $171 billion and growing rapidly. Recent projects we've done in the US with the Department of Defense and Department of Transportation, our first project with Google. We do 3D projects, 3D printing projects. We have our first licensees, and working with 3 of the largest cement and concrete companies in the world to get towards licensing with them as well. Really great notable achievements, but that's attributed to my amazing team of experts. I'm actually the only one from the States. The rest of my team is from all around the world. And thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, judges, question here, please. No, wait. No, keep talking.
No?
There
Okay.
you go.
Rebecca Guerra from Ferrovial. What is the limit for the concrete to absorb the CO2?
What is it?
Is there any limit for the concrete to absorb
Yes.
CO2?
So 1 ton of concrete can absorb between 10 to 200 kilograms of CO2, depends how much cement is in there, but it's like a sponge. Once it has enough CO2 in there, it's full and can't take any more in. But it has a pretty significant impact. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any quick question?
Yes.
Well, we had like 3 people there. You guys sort it out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Are there any compromises on durability or using this material instead of standard concrete?
So it's like Roman concrete. It actually has self-healing properties, and it improves the compressive strength of the concrete and other similar properties. So it actually makes a better concrete, a stronger concrete. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, big applause for Tim. Thank you
you.
very much, Tim, for joining us. And now we are flying to Switzerland, and we're going to be talking about maybe one of the most these are industries for me that I never understand how we cannot improve the technology and the innovation, which is the recycling industry. It's like everyone talks about recycling, but all the efforts we put into recycling, separating things, then they go, if you excuse my language, they go to shit when it actually goes to the recycling plant. Then they get everything together, they push it in the recycling. It's like, seriously, guys? Like, I have 3 boxes, 5 boxes at home, and then you all mix it back again. Now, this is especially a big issue when it comes to plastics, because you have this plastics that are normally combined with a lot of other components. If we go large and not just consumer, things like cars, that they have all these different plastic parts glued, blended together, and it's very, very hard to get it out. Well, precisely to talk about a technology that allows us to convert the unsorted, the dirty, the post-consumer PET plastics into virgin-grade raw materials, please welcome our next startup, Samantha Anderson, CEO and co-founder of dPoly. Big applause to Samantha.
So, everybody in this room has probably interacted with plastic at some point today. You're probably wearing it if your t-shirt, for example, is made out of polyester. But all this plastic has one thing in common, and that it's likely not going to be recycled. This is due to the limitations of the mechanical recycling system, which basically state, unless it's pure, perfect plastic, it's going to end up in incineration or landfill centers. And this represents around 90% of the plastic that we produce on a yearly basis, which means we're heavily reliant on the oil industry to produce new virgin plastic to meet our consumer needs. And plastic's not just going away. That's why it's a $580 billion business that is going to consume 20% of our oil by 2050 and offset all of our CO2 reduction efforts by over 50%. To me, this is terrifying because this is a number we are already behind on. And so this is where dPoly comes in. We've invented a unique chemical process which takes plastics, like PET, and breaks it down into the main raw materials that make it up. This material can then be sold back to industry in a B2B manner to be turned back into virgin-grade plastic, but from our waste. Our process operates at room temperature, there's no heat, there's no pressure, and the chemicals that we use are sustainable and commercially available. In terms of the scope of what we can deal with, it's basically everything the mechanical recycling industry cannot treat. We're talking pre-consumer, post-consumer household waste, high-end, low-end luxury brands, indoor, outdoor sporting good equipment, and even post-industrial waste that is heavily chemically contaminated. In all of these cases, it can be returned back to the virgin-grade material, returned back into plastic, and then depolymerized again. So it's an infinite loop of chemical recycling for materials that would otherwise be burned or thrown into landfills. Right now, we have a pilot plant that we're operating in Switzerland. We just closed our financing round, so we're going to be building what we call our showcase plant. It's a pre-commercialization plant to demonstrate the technology on a ton before moving to the commercial scale. And the team that is bringing this to fruition is a group of 14 people from various walks, different backgrounds of life, but we all have specialties in chemistry, chemical engineering, marketing, sales, admin, everything that you typically find in a startup. Most of us have existed in the chemical, engineering, polymer, plastic kind of worlds before coming into the startup. So I think this is a record on how fast I've done this pitch, but in roughly around 3 minutes, 468 tons of new PET, only PET plastic will have been produced. This is the equivalent of 17 million water bottles that could enter our environment. We need to stop this from happening, and we need to leave the world in a greener and cleaner place for future generations. I'm Sam, I'm the CEO and co-founder of dPoly, and let's rethink recycling together.
Hey. Breathe. Breathe. This is the Alex effect. You see the hat coming. Judges, questions, please.
Hi, great pitch. Max here from K-Fund. What, if any, environmental externalities are there to the whole recycling process?
Or specifically? I mean, in terms of waste, I guess this is what you're more asking. So it's all the additives and dyes that you would find in plastic. So, for example, my pants are black. The dye that's used to make it black, we won't recycle. This will go through standard chemical incineration, which is how they treat kind of everything. But anything that's blended, if it's a cotton polyester, for example, we would recover that other material and sell it back to industry to minimize the waste that would come out of our process.
Okay, we have another one there. I'll go back to you. Oh, yeah, keep talking.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, my question is, when are you planning to launch your product as you are in TRL 7? And my second question is, what is your plan of commercialization of your product?
Yeah, so we actually have already started integrating some of our product into some of our customers' existing material. Because of the scale we're on, it's not commercially available because it's tons. So this is where our showcase plant is coming in. This is where we're going to start actually introducing it into probably brands and consumer products that you already know. So this should be out by around 2024, and then on a fully commercial level, so we're talking, tens of thousands of tons, this will be 2027.
Okay, we're out of time. I promise I'll go back to you later. Big applause to Samantha. Thank you very much, Samantha, for joining us. Now we're flying back to to Spain and to the energy space in kind of a continuation of the previous pitch that we saw. When you start allowing people to then resell their energy excess within the market, then new needs kind of arise. And precisely our next startup, they've devised what we call a peer-to-peer energy market between people that have excess energy production and people that actually need that energy. So to talk about how you deal with this, and they've been growing really fast, please welcome our next startup, Alexis Lacera, CEO of Lumio.
It might surprise you to know that today I came to talk about my parents. Hi, I'm Alexis, co-founder of Lumio, and we have a very clear objective. We want a 100% sustainable planet. My father is this kind of very innovative people. In the early 2000s, he was buying already Christmas gifts by the internet. Can you imagine? So 4 years ago, he was looking at his electricity bill, and he saw that he was not consuming sustainably and also very expensive. So he decided to put solar panels. But then he started having a lot of energy surpluses, but at a very low remuneration. At the same time, my mother was running a small business, and she had the same problem as my father. The point is that she couldn't put solar panels. As a good son, I said, let's help them. Who has never wanted to help their family, right? So I said, why don't I take the energy surplus of my father and I give it to my mother, and I take the money of my mother and I give it to my father? So my father can have an energy surplus well remunerated, meanwhile my mother has affordable renewable consumption with traceability and transparency. This solution has made us the first, Lumio is the first peer-to-peer energy platform in Europe. And we do something very different. We connect individuals so they can share sustainable energy between them. And we have a very strong competitive advantage due to two things. We are the first ones with this solution in the market, and second of all these users give us a very strong network effect. Why we do this differently? So, as I said before, we have a very strong sustainable focus. And what we want is that people consume when there is solar production. So their sustainable impact is better, and they lower their electricity bill. We earn money as a platform, as a marketplace. We earn 18 euros per megawatt hour consumed. And this platform works because there are users that own solar panels. So we said, let's put solar panels ourselves. We have done more than 500 projects, and we have fed our platform with all these users. So right now we have more than 1,500 users actively using monthly this platform. And on top of that, we have been escalating quite rapidly this last month. This is my favorite slide. We have had already 4 million of revenues up to date, and we have reduced emissions equivalent to removing 200 cars from the road. Oh, sorry. Sorry. And we have been recognized by media, such as Forbes or Business Insider, with all these results. And last but not least, this fantastic team and myself wanted to remind you to do not forget to share your good energy, not just in our platform, but mainly in life. Thank you very much.
Whoa. Good?
Good, good.
We did 4 million revenue, mic drop. Okay, judges, I believe I owe you a question. I don't know if you want to ask one.
Hi. Yeah. Thank you, Alexis, for your presentation.
Thank you.
What is your market size, and how do you expect to grow?
So the market size is huge. As you can imagine, the solar sector is booming. Right now, we calculate that the market just in Spain is 5 billion each year and growing. and we plan to have in the platform around 100,000 users by 2026 and doing more than 2,000 installations by year. Thank you.
Yeah, keep on.
It's
Thank you.
Fernando for Inclimo Climate Tech. To what degree you depend on the installations of solar that you make, and to what point could you apply the platform to other solar panels from others and grow?
Actually, we do that. So it was just like a go-to-market strategy, so we could go rapidly. But actually, we were like in La Feria Genera like 3 months ago, and we have done a lot of agreements with other installers. So this is quite interesting because it enhances installers to put more solar panels, as we are another tool for monetizing the energy surpluses for the customers. So we are already doing that. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're out of time. Please, big applause to Alexis. Thank you very much, Alexis. Just a quick reminder, because there's a lot of judges and we're pressed on time, but you can still use the app to send your questions. Those of you that still have pressing questions for them, you can ping them on the app. And now we're flying to Portugal, and it's kind of one of those funny cases where we've had the mentor and the mentoree actually on the same stage. So this is a mentoree of a previous startup, which I find it very, very cool. Startups helping each other. And dealing with, we covered this before, right? How do we help buildings to decarbonize? And in this case, maybe a little bit more to the point, how do we help building managers to take the right actions to manage their building? Well, precisely to talk about the whole integration from smart meters to climate and satellite information, and then an API to provide easy to implement actions for the building managers in terms of energy savings. Please welcome our next startup from Portugal, Shailander Tomar, CEO of Preflat.
Have you ever walked into an office building and felt too cold or too hot? Or perhaps seen the lights turn on during the day? These are just a few examples of energy waste that happen every day. Stop throwing money out of the window on inefficient building. I experienced this massive energy loss firsthand while working for more than 10 years at Fortune 500 companies. To solve this problem, I co-founded Preflat, a web platform that helps building managers save energy costs. As you can see, our platform monitors energy usage from smart meters in real time. We use building-related climate data. We use machine learning with different multidimensional data, putting it climate information and satellite imaging, and then we process this through our engine and give actions that you can easy to implement in your buildings. Once you implement these actions, you can see the impact in real time, how you have been able to help decarbonize your buildings. This way, you can act immediately to save money, reduce cost, and lower your consumption and carbon footprint. Compared to the existing solutions in the market, Preflat is 2 times more efficient, easy to use, and doesn't require any upfront investment or technical knowledge. We serve commercial buildings like offices, retail chain, where rising energy cost is a huge concern. Our customer-friendly pricing of 2,000 euros per building per year has return of investment in just 5 months. In Europe alone, there are more than 165 million inefficient buildings. And with our technology, we can save more than 100 billion euros for Europe. Since we joined Techstars acceleration program this beginning of this year, we already won 10 pilot buildings, and we are building strategic partnership in the energy efficiency sector. To execute this great vision, we have an amazing team. So I bring as a data strategist, then Francesca has 15 years of business development experience. George has 10 years in IT consulting, top-tier firms, and Maxon has built 10 scalable technology products. We are also surrounded by a great ecosystem, Climate Cake, European Space Agency, and as I mentioned, Techstars. So today we have 2 asks. One, if you own or manage a commercial building, talk to us. We are here. And second, if you believe in our vision, invest in us. Thank you.
Very good. Well done. Let's see, because this guy's always lean. No questions on this side? Okay, go for it, Max.
Are you only using owned IoT for the building sensors, or are you integrating with legacy sensors as well? Because I know a lot of the legacy sensors are very unfriendly APIs, really, really hard to integrate with. I'd love to hear how you're doing that.
We're actually trying to avoid the hardware at all costs. So as you know, there's a huge movement of smart meters. Today, we have 50% buildings already have it. And what we are trying to do, get information directly from the smart meters to, through the wireless way.
Any other quick question? No? Okay, then we'll say goodbye. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Calendar. Pleasure having you. And obviously, this being sustainability, we keep touching industries that are heavy and problematic when it comes to sustainable approaches. We touch construction, we touch building management, and now we're going to touch, obviously, fashion, where it has a lot of inefficiencies. Now, let me tell you a very brief tale. My family owns a metal or plastic company. And one of the surprising things when I learned about the business was how much material was wasted when they do like the shapes or the forms of whatever they're building, then the rest of the material just sits there abandoned. And I was like, yeah, but you can, recycle all that stuff that's there that you're not using it. Well, when it comes to fashion, it's a very, very similar situation where you have the patterns that you cut, the big industries cut all these patterns, and then the in-between textile that it's there is not used anymore. Now, what if we could connect that excess with people that actually need not that much material, but actually the right amount of material? That way, maximizing the use of the material we put into play in fashion. Well, to talk about that, I want to welcome one of our final stars of the morning. Please welcome Mónica Rodríguez, co-founder and CEO of Recobo.
So I can see that nobody has forgotten to get dressed this morning. We're all dressed. Clothing is produced constantly, and textile waste is produced constantly. In fact, 92 million tons. Less than 5% is recycled. My name is Mónica. I'm the co-founder of Recobo. I've been in the fashion industry for more than 10 years, and this industry has a huge issue with waste. What's happening, or why is it generated? Due to inefficiencies in the supply chain, leaving warehouses with tons of rolls of fabrics, yarns, buttons, zippers, raw material unused that can be used and repurposed with a solution like ours. Recobo is a textile SaaS platform that recovers and resells surplus materials, fabric rolls, yarns, zippers, and gives it a second life on the platform. We have buyers and sellers that are clothing brands and textile manufacturers. Clothing brands and textile manufacturers that want to resell these materials online and reach international customers. The positive impact is directly linked to our sales. So far, we have recovered 400,000 meters of fabric, saved 17 million liters of water, and avoided 80,000 kilograms of emissions. All this just with our connections. So what is our business model like? We charge an annual fee to our subscription to use our platform and 30% commission per transaction. One of our main advantages is that we sell materials, but we're selling the data in 3 KPIs, liters of water, emissions, and chemics, allowing brands to communicate sustainability efforts and be compliant with the new EU legislation. So this is an example of how we turn waste into profit. So far, we have more than 600 customers. 60% of our sales are international. We have over 1,000 orders, and we operate in 15 markets. We are connecting buyers and sellers of surplus fabrics, closing the loop of textile waste across Europe. Our team is a 14 team of professionals with experience in the fashion industry covering all areas, and the funding team is ex-Indextex. We're raising a 1 million investment round to grow our technology and to grow in international markets. So just to conclude, we are Recobo. We are on a mission to fight textile waste. We're empowering circularity in fashion, and we're doing this by connections, transforming textile waste into value with technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great job. Okay, questions from Monica, please. There we go.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. I'm curious to know if you are in charge of on the platform, or also you're in charge of the logistics of bringing the fabrics from one point to the other, and if you take into account the ecological footprint of these logistics.
Okay, so we are in charge of the logistics. We are creating the connection. We do not stock, we do not purchase. We connect the one that has the stock with the one that is purchasing it.
Okay, I have another question over there, very quick.
Monica, thank you for your presentation. My question is, can you tell me what is your competitive advantage?
So our competitive advantage is that every material that we sold on our platform has 3 KPIs of impact analyzed. This way, the selling company knows the circularity initiative, how much does it weigh in terms of their sustainability goal, like carbon footprint reduction, for example, and also the buying company can create a collection, knowing the avoided impact versus producing new raw materials.
Okay, so big applause for Monica. Thank you very much for joining, Monica. And we are up to the last startup of this block. Are we ready? Oh, let's try again. Are we ready? Yeah. Okay, we can do this. Last one. We're flying to Italy. And we're talking about something that I think a lot of people forget. When we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about changing things. We're all really deep down, we're talking about changing habits, changing behaviors. And that implies engaging with humans. And that implies getting them to collaborate and to understand certain things and start slowly changing the behaviors. And that's not an easy thing to do. Well, precisely to talk about how you engage or how can you engage employees through sustainability themed competition in the digital platform, we have our last startup. So please welcome the CEO and co-founder of Up to You, Andrea Swanetti.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Andrea Zonetti, CEO and co-founder of Up to You. Today, I'm going to talk to you about Planet, our platform to engage your workforce through sustainability. A little bit of context first. 1 in 3 employees are considering in the midterm to change their actual job. And you don't quite realize how hard this is until you figure it out on your own team. 1/3 of your team is at risk of leaving your firm. But another key insight is that people now are not only considering their career, not only considering their compensation, of course, but they're also considering, and this is new, is a new trend from the last few years, what your company is doing for sustainability. This is why we came up with Planet, a platform that lets you engage your workforce through sustainability. At the same time, you build consciousness about this topic, you train them, and you make team building. Let's see how does it work. First of all, you launch the challenge. Your colleagues sign up to the platform, and they find new habits they can adopt to have a more sustainable lifestyle. They learn about what your company is doing, and they can also make proposals for something else to do. Second step is they get engaged through the gamification, leaderboards, the challenge, the typical challenge between the sales team and the marketing team is finally finding a real winner through sustainability. Of course, when you do what the platform engages you to do, you get rewards, which can be either physical object or sustainable project to be sustained by your employees. And last but not least, we help them communicate outside the company, become ambassador of what your company is doing from a sustainability perspective. But you don't have to trust my word, you can trust our numbers. We have already more than 300 companies who have chosen us to engage their employees, and most of the participants have actually stated that they have an increased attention towards sustainability thanks to this platform. What is our competitive advantage? Is our team. We started as a group of 3 aerospace engineers, so very strong on the analytical aspect, but we do know that we are not strong on the relationship side, so we actually got on board several managers to cover all the aspects that we were lacking on. And nowadays we have a strong team that has several years of experience on the gamification and people engaging part, which is the real strength of this platform. What's next? We just raised 3.5 million. We're spending those money on product development. Next year, we're going to raise again, and we're going international with that money. Thank you for your attention, and please remember that the future, it's up to you.
Bravo, Andrea.
Grazie.
Okay, questions for Andrea, please. I owed you one. I didn't forget. I saw you.
Thank you so much for the pitch. I like the value proposition, and I believe there are a couple of other players in the space, and then you mentioned the competitive advantage is the technical part, but if you can tell me a little bit more about the differentiation factors compared to others. Thanks.
Sure. So we have 2 key differentiation. The first one I mentioned before, the advantage, is our expertise in the gamification part, which is very typical of our team. Well, the differentiation is that I just presented you one side of our product. We also have a suite of product that helps company to tackle climate change at 360 degrees, and this integrates perfectly with our platform. So all the reduction that comes to our platform is going to be tracked on our tracking carbon accounting platform, and this integration is very strong because you get real concrete numbers on what you are reducing through the platform, carbon emission you are reducing through the platform.
Okay, we're out of time, so please, big applause to Andrea. Grazie, Andrea. Bravo. And with this, we've finished the blog, but before everyone starts rushing out, a couple of announcements once more. We are announcing the vertical finalists here at 3:30 on this stage. The final competition is going to happen in the main arena at 5, and we will announce the winners on Friday at 1 p.m. You can still contact the teams and the startups through the app. And with this, I'm going to start getting ready for our next roundtable before everyone goes out and everyone comes in. I think I'm going to sit down here and wait. Okay, judges that are saying hi, hello, please try to move it out so we can get everyone in and out. We're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. So are we having fun? Yeah, enjoying? Do we need any coffee? No? Okay. So plenty of space here in the front row. So those of you that are on the sides and want to get closer, please, you can get to the front rows. We're now going to have a panel, and afterwards we're going to keep on going with the final pitch blocks. So plenty of free space here at the front, especially on this side to the left. So let me tell you an anecdote, those of you that are listening to this. So you know, like Formula 1, when the car goes into the pit stop, right? And the engineers are taking the wheels out and pushing the wheels. I don't know if you've ever noticed that sometimes some of the engineers actually push the car to get it out, right? Well, this is the kind of magic I normally always try to share with you, because you all see me here, but my job can only work if I have an incredible team on stage, an incredible team on backstage with the audio, with everything. So my colleague here that you see her running around there, she's a stage manager, and she acts like a Formula 1 engineer. Every time I'm like 10 seconds into the thing, she pushes me. She pushes like the car. She's like, come on, car, get out of the pit box. You know, so please, big applause to Antonella for helping me out here and making this work. She's my pit box engineer. Okay, so I think we can start. People on the hall, please push them out. Still massive amount of people. People chatting in the middle of the room, please take your conversation out. It's not to be rude, but we are about to start. Okay, those of you that are here, are we ready? Ready for the panel? Okay, panel is ready for rock and roll. Okay, so we're gonna be introducing our next panel, which is Greenhouse to Green Wallet. So essentially climate tech investment. This is a field that has been growing massively in the past few years. Probably, I would say not equally in all areas of climate tech, but definitely getting a lot of money from not just funds, government, sovereign funds, etc. So very, very looking forward to see what the panel has to say. So please welcome the moderator of the panel, Carlos Fish, partner at Seaya Ventures. Big applause to Carlos. Thank you very much for joining. Big applause to Carlos, please. Joining him, we have Ash Puri, partner at Lightrock. Big applause to Ash. Thank you for joining, Ash. Celia Groening, Senior Investment Associate at Energy Impact Partners. Celia, thank you. Big applause. Our dear friend, Emilio Martinez, Entrepreneurship and Open Innovation Director at Enegas. Big applause for Emilio. Good to see you, my friend. And last but not least, Rosario Canata, Executive Manager and Principal at EDP Ventures. Carlos, floor is yours. Enjoy.
Gracias. Thank you so much for everyone here. I'm Carlos Fish, partner at Seaya. Seaya, we're a venture capital fund based in Southern Europe. We have over 600 million under management, and we recently launched a fully dedicated climate fund, leveraging exits and successes such as Wallbox, Clarity, Rated Power, and many others. I'm very happy to be here. I'm actually based in Madrid, and it's such a pleasure to have such a strong panel. And I'll be moderating it. So there's many things to talk about, and we have a very short amount of time, but the first one is about why climate tech now. There's always been clean tech, it was called before, now it's called climate tech, and I would love to hear what are your thoughts around why climate now versus clean tech before, and what are your thoughts around the current environment? So we've been hearing the market is a bit difficult, on the general side, but the climate side is booming, and would love to hear more about that. Oh, sorry, I made a question before asking for introductions. Apologies. So please, if you can spend 1 minute, each of you to understand who you are and where you're coming from.
Oh, thank you, Carlos. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Ash. I'm a partner at a fund called Lightrock. We are a global technology impact fund based in London, but also have an office in Sao Paulo and in Bangalore and in Nairobi. So what do? We invest in technology, but we look for technology companies which are creating positive impact as a result of what they do. And we measure this by 3 verticals, which is people, planet, and productivity, trying to understand what net good does the company bring. Planet is a very big subject in this endeavor, which is why we also raised a 860 million euro fund. We manage roughly about $5 billion in assets, so we are a growth equity investor. And out of the London office, which is where I sit, we're doing a lot of investments across Europe and the US.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Celia Groening. I work in the investment team of Energy Impact Partners. Prior to that, I was with an infrastructure fund called IFM. We invested into Naturgy and Aqualia, so spent a lot of time in Madrid, so great to be back. Energy Impact Partners, we are a global investment platform solely focused on climate tech and energy transition. We have 3 billion assets under management. We have 7 funds today, whereabouts I invest out of the European fund, which is a 400 million euro Series A to C fund. We also have a deep decarbonization fund that invests here in Europe, which is focused on hard-to-abate sectors, really deep tech. One aspect of EIP that's worth mentioning is that we have a very unique setup where we're backed with a lot of energy companies and utilities in our LP base. And we work very closely with our LPs to create sort of an ecosystem where we connect our startups to the LPs and focus on selling their products and services to our investors. So yeah, that's us.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and happy to be here. My name is Emilio Martinez Gavira. I'm the Open Innovation and Entrepreneurship Director of Enagas. Enagas is a Spanish corporate. Basically what we do, we constrain operate and maintain the biggest infrastructures. We in Agas as a corporate are very well prepared to execute our business model. But for the exploration, we really believe that the open innovation and venture tools are the best one to reach early results. Regarding open innovation, we have several tools from the idea to the market. We do internal entrepreneurship, we do venture building, we do pilots, we also do direct investments in the startups, we also do what we call venture client. For the growth startups, we also invest in funds. We have invested in 2 funds, Clean Energy Transition and Hy24, the largest hydrogen venture infrastructure fund of Europe. Very happy to be here. I'm very happy to look for solutions, ideas, because we as a corporate want to be the partner to deploy new technologies and to help you through any of our tools to take them to the market. We are not new at this. We have 14 startups. And also we are very dynamic and trying to look for the best solution here.
Very good. I'm Rosario Canata. I'm principal of EDP Ventures. EDP Ventures is the corporate venture capital of EDP Group. For those who don't know, EDP is a big company, energy company from Portugal. We have presence in 30 countries now. We are in the production of energy, distribution, and transmission. EDP Ventures, we have around 40 companies in the portfolio as of today, spread all around the globe. We invest in Series A and Series B, mostly energy techs and climate tech. So we are a strategic investor. We invest in companies that can bring value to EDP Group. Very happy to be here and share some ideas with such great professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now, coming back to the question I was mentioning, is why climate tech now and how are you seeing the market? Ash, if you want.
I think this is a very good question. I think climate tech per se, right? It was called Clean Tech 1.0 back in about 10 years ago. It's not new. And people were investing in hydrogen, solar, and a lot of subjects which we hear about again today. But back then, I think a couple of things, right? First and foremost, I think we didn't really see climate change. I mean, it was not that apparent, and so the initiative from the government itself was not there. I mean, when you see the wildfires now happening in Canada today, and all of the US is covered with smoke, people can actually see that climate change is making their lives different. We see wildfires in Europe across now, which were not there before. So the fact that climate was changing was not in the face, which is why people didn't really see the impetus. Second thing was the cost of energy or cost of green energy was a lot higher. So the ownership cost was so much higher than traditional fossil fuels that the business case to be made was not really there. This is why, if you see, the adoption curve was a lot slower. And 3, I think the regulatory networks, right? I mean, the regulatory setups were still being figured out. People were not really understanding if really this is something which needs to be done. I think in the last 10 years, so I would say 2010 onwards, the growth has been predominantly, because governments have recognized this is a big problem, we need to solve it. There's been a conscious effort to start making frameworks to deploy green energy within the networks. We're talking a lot about green hydrogen now. Solar panels are being deployed wherever that can be done, and energy is being fed back into the grid, modernizing of the infrastructure of the grid, and investments around that. And at the same time, with the price shocks that have happened in fossil fuels, the price of fossil fuels versus price of green energy is pretty much coming to parity. And then there's the conscious, right? People, citizens themselves understand that if you want to adopt and make the planet a safer place for the future generations, you really need to start investing in green energy. So the drive from citizens themselves also has led investors to start deploying more capital. So I would say, whilst clean tech is not new, the initiatives to put clean tech into place has become a lot better. Secondly, obviously, technology has also advanced a lot now. So we have a lot more efficient technologies, be it from the solar spectrum to hydrogen, nuclear power plants, or grid infrastructure. And that has led to a strong, I would say, acceleration in the second wave.
Sylvia?
Yeah, I think you...
Okay, so thanks for the question, very interesting. I agree with us. Also, to add something, now I think that we as a society, we have decided that to tackle the energy transition and to foster all the governments, the corporates, the civil society have decided to be decarbonized, at least in Europe, in 2050. Mm-hmm. Some companies have decided to be decarbonized in 2040. That means that we need to foster this technology, because the current technology to reach those decarbonization objectives are still in the scientific parks, are still in universities, are still in the academia, and we need to be able to accelerate this technology from the science to the market. And who are the people capable of doing that? The innovators. The scientists, we want them to be specialists in R&D, in these technologies, membranes, hydrogen, whatever. But they don't want to be experts in innovation. We, the innovators and the people that fund the innovators, the venture capitalists, are the ones needed to do this transition. That's why I think that in a moment that maybe there are not so many liquidity in the capital market, the energy is booming because we need to tackle this energy challenge, and we need this technology. That's why many wealthy people, Bill Gates have launched a fund. All the corporate are still launching the funds, EDP, Enagas, and there are more and more like your fund looking for these investments. That's why I think that although the market maybe is not that booming, the climate tech is an exception, and the better is still to come.
Let's discuss what makes you excited right now. No, there's many verticals to spend time on. Celia, what are you looking at right now that makes you excited in EIP?
Yeah. So the way we work in order to decide a bit where to play, we have our own research team internally in Energy Impact Partners, and last year we did a big deep dive on heating and cooling. Obviously, 40% of emissions in the EU coming from building, majority of that being heating and cooling. We spent a lot of time deciding which technologies and where to play here. And I think kind of the one that everyone is aware of these days is obviously heat pumps. So my last 2 investments was actually in that space. One of them is a Dutch company called Heat Transformers, which is a digital platform facilitating the sales, installation, and monitoring of heat pumps, doing really well. Another one is also the upfront cost of decarbonizing heat for residential home is very high. So we also did an investment this winter in a UK company called HomeTree, which essentially is a platform facilitating the green financing for this. Asking consumer to pay 10,000 euros to install a heat pump is quite a lot. And so I think to have creative solutions in order to make this affordable for people in the home is very critical. So that was HomeTree. So heating and cooling is definitely one space. A lot of interesting new technologies there as well for installation, for example, that's coming up. The other one that we spent a lot of time on is circularity. We did an investment last year in a company called Grover, which is a subscription platform to keep electronics in going instead of creating new ones. I think EU, we don't have the luxury of having so much raw material, so you could say repurposing of batteries is a new upcoming area here. You see tons of startups. One of them Spanish, B Planet Factory, I think it's called. But that's an area where we see a lot of good companies coming up, and obviously in the waste space. Waste in general has been an area where venture capital haven't spent too much time, more the incumbents, but that's an area where we see a lot of interesting opportunities now, particularly in Europe.
Great. As our investment thesis is, are exactly the same as the innovation priorities of EDP as a group. So, which are renewable energy, green hydrogen, smart mobility, smart grid, and decarbonization, energy storage, and flexibility. So, all those innovation priorities are important for our group, in order to continue to keep leading the energy transition. And in my case, I've been looking a lot into EDP renewables, into renewable energy and green hydrogen. So recently we invested in Easy Labs, a French company. The company is developing a technology, is a liquid carrier for green hydrogen. So they are for the transportation, long distance transportation of green hydrogen. So their goal is that one day we're going to produce hydrogen in Latin America, where energy is going to be maybe much cheaper than Europe, and then charge this liquid with hydrogen, and then transport boat, and then sell the energy, discharge the hydrogen in Europe, and sell the hydrogen in Europe. So that's a company that we invested recently together with Equinor Ventures and other interesting French investors. Also, we are studying a lot of opportunities in the hydrogen space, in the electrolyzer. It's very difficult because there is so many companies doing a new electrolyzer every 2 weeks, which is 1% more efficient. And the round, they've been crazy valuation, a huge round. So what changed, compared to the past? Maybe in climate, things haven't changed a lot. We still see high valuation. We still see huge rounds. What I see is the difference is like we are taking more time, in order to evaluate the company, to sign a term sheet. After 3 years ago, it was like they sent us a term sheet that we needed to have a decision in 2 weeks. Now we can do it in 2 months, and bring on the business unit. That was the case, for example, with IC Labs. Also, we're looking in opportunities. We are pretty much, almost closed a company, and opportunities in the utility scale automation and construction. So we're going to deploy a lot of gigawatt of solar in the United States and in Europe in the next years. So we're going to need technology in order to do that. So we are investing in a company that is going to help with the robotization of the construction and rover to build faster utility scale solar.
If I may add on a perspective here, when we think about green energy and we think about climate change, we always think about the traditional, like hydrogen, solar, and which is right. But we actually don't realize, we are all using cell phones, we're using computers, and we're using more and more services like Netflix and Amazon Prime and stuff like this. The cost of digitization also is leading to a big footprint or a big carbon footprint on the planet, which we don't realize. If you remember back in 2011, Mark Andreessen said that software will eat the world, but it's actually eating the world because the rate at which we are digitizing and the rate at which we are consuming digital services right now means all our data is actually going through a data center. And data centers tend to become one of the biggest consumers of electricity on the planet. Just to give you some numbers here, back in 2010, roughly 2% of the electricity produced in the United States was used for data centers. 10 years on, that's 2x. That's twice the number of, so 4% of United States energy is used. The same thing is happening in Europe and the same thing is happening in Asia. There are large parts of the world which don't have access to electricity, but the carbon footprint or the amount of energy that a data center requires is so colossal that we are diverting a lot of the energy there. Now, because of which, and there is a second challenge which we don't realize, is data centers are basically a collection of computers. But these computers are running non-stop and are burning energy, producing heat. And at the same time, because of the fact that every 3 to 4 years, due to Moore's law, these computers become old, they're thrown away. So the e-waste we create out of them is also a huge problem. So now there is interesting technologies coming out, which will be for cooling the data centers. Like there's a company here in Spain called Submer, you must have heard of. Or there are companies which are used to orchestrate the servers to reduce the amount of energy they consume whilst improve the performance. Because we've all heard of ChatGPT, generative AI, and all these good things. This will further increase the amount of energy we require to run our computers. So there are some very interesting technological advances being made there. We at Lightrock are we've done a huge deep dive onto data centers, because another area for decarbonization is actually the data center, which we absolutely need to do as our consumption of digitalization is not going to reduce, it's only increasing.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Now moving to the impact side, no? I mean, there's many of us that we are trying to get the best returns to our investors or the best synergies to our corporates, no? But what about impact, no? So I would like to understand if you measure impact or not in your investments, and if so, how do you do that, no? And maybe Emilio, you can start.
Sure. The beauty of this moment, it's okay, yeah. The beauty of this moment is that all the energy startup companies have several tools to fund their priorities, funds also corporates, and we as a corporate, we need to act also in the end as a corporate venture capital, because we as a corporate, we are not only strategic investors, we can be also technical investors, also financial investors, not only financial investors like the fund. And so we need to also have our proper impact and KPIs of our basically activity regarding open innovation. So for instance, for us, the impact in sustainability is very important, but itself is not a KPI, because any investment we do or any initiative we do might be sustainable. Otherwise, we wouldn't do that. So any investment we do, it might decarbonize, it might have a positive impact in case of emissions. So for us, it's compulsory. If it doesn't have this impact, we wouldn't invest. Also, it needs to be economic impact. Okay, we know that in the short term, we are more strategic investors, we are more technical investors, we are more, let's say, industrial investors. And it's very important our role, because for many companies, when you are in the growth stage, the money of the funds or the money of the banks is good to be quicker. But if you need to check this electrolyzer, or if you need to test this liquid LOHC of HACCP, you need a company like us, because we have the assets. So we have some unfair advantages, our assets, that are crucial to beta test these technologies that in the long term will be invested by the funds. And obviously we need to check if these companies are going well. In the short term, the impact of this investment are very technical. Okay, this doesn't work, but in the long term, it might be financial. So we have our own P&L in the long term, knowing that we are going to do several investment and several, let's say, initiatives with the startups. As I said before, we do venture building, we do pilots, we do venture client, we do investments, knowing that some of them are going to fail, some of them are going to be okay, and in the long term, the average is going to be positive. I always say the Y of innovation in a corporate is the Y of incomes. So we need incomes, maybe not in the short term, but yes in the long term. And with our own, let's say, strategic financial plan, and we need to follow it, basically.
Well, thank you. And what about EIP? How do they measure impact?
Yeah. So we have an own internal team that we work with on the investments to really quantify the impact we're having on carbon. So I think the term everyone here will be fairly familiar with is the avoided emissions. And so as part of the investment process, we calculate, let's say for heat pump, for example, by installing this heat pump in X amount of home, you will have avoided this many tons of CO2. Similarly for other technologies as well, being it, we invested in a company called MetaFuels, which is developing a technology for sustainable aviation fuels through the green methanol route. And there you also, same way, you really quantify in terms of if X amount of liters is using this renewable fuel versus traditional jet fuel, then how many CO2 have you saved? So we're doing a very quantified approach, and that's just part of the investment process. After we've done the investment, this team worked with every portfolio company. We've done 100 investments, over 100 investments so far, to create their net zero trajectory in terms of how can also our portfolio companies reach net zero with their emissions. So yeah, very structured approach.
Very good. Yeah. In case of EDP, we are a strategic investor. So this means that, of course, financial return is important. So we want to have exit. We want to measure IRR, cash on cash. It's very, very important for us in order to be sustainable in the long terms financially. But strategic impact for us is much more important. So if we make 5 or 10 or 20 million for EDP, it's nothing. It's a very big company. So we need to show how we do real strategic impact within our organization. So in order to do that, we need to measure, and it's not easy. Sometimes it's not easy. So for us, what is important is in a portfolio of 40 companies, how many companies of our portfolio today works with EDP? How many of them? How many of them have new pilots every year, every 3 months, every 6 months? So we measure that. And if we have 10 pilots of $5,000, it's nothing. So we measure the total contract value. So is this big enough? So we are bringing value to the organization or not? Because if I sign a contract of $1 million, it's different of a pilot of $5,000. So that's what we measure as strategic impact. Now, in order, we want to evolve. So we are starting to study if we can measure CO2 reduction, which is something that everybody wants to do it, but it's very difficult because we need to understand which is the methodology of this CO2 reduction, measurement of each startups. There is a lot of greenwashing, so we don't want to be in that, So we are starting to study CO2 reduction. In order to do it, in the next months. And also we measure, of course, in terms of social impact. For example, in Brazil, we started measuring diversity and the female in women as founders, etc. So that's also very, very important for us as an organization.
Excellent. And how about you, Ash?
We are an impact fund, as I mentioned. This has been part of our DNA since the very beginning. Our fund's Article 9, so we are regulated by the framework. But beyond that, I think what you just said, Rosario, was very important, right? It's the financial return, but also what is the positive return to society, what you do as a result of the technologies that we are investing in. So for us, we've built proprietary frameworks here, which are, we bucket them into 3 silos, like I was saying. So it's people, it's planet, and it's productivity. And we try to understand what net good does this company do. Now, how do we do that? If it's the climate, every company we're looking at, we try to understand how does this technology directly reduce the GHG component. We don't look for proxies there, we look for direct impact. And so the technology should have a meaningful reduction in, it could be methane, it could be carbon dioxide, it could be the NOx or the SOx. On the other side, well-being of people is very important, or improving the productivity of an economy is also very important for us. So that is also impact. And so we look at technologies which are improving the well-being of those two segments equally. And there we tend to use a combination of proxy signals through the operations of the business. So for example, choosing what type of customers we sell to our technology and who we want. Trying to see how will the technology actually enrich the lives of the people who are using this product, depending on what we're investing in. And so we build a bunch of KPIs which are tailored to every company. And when we are doing our diligence, we tend to map this and check if the company is actually doing this. So we're trying to avoid greenwashing per se. And once we have invested, so we will do that as a part of our diligence. But once we have invested, we will, as part of our board pack, also encourage the company to report these. We want to see how is the company performing on the KPIs that we mutually agreed on over a period of time so that we can see how the company does. And then obviously we publish this as a part of our report also annually every year. We have a chief impact officer who's doing that. And so yeah, so we're doing a little bit in that regard, but it's a long way to go. But yeah, we're trying to get more transparency into impact.
Fantastic, fantastic. I think we have time for a couple more questions. One, that it's very interesting because we have here global investors, no? Our fund focuses purely on Europe, but BlackRock invests globally. EAP actually has a European fund, no, and a global fund. So we'd love to hear your perspective on why Europe, no, versus US, no? It's there might be some sectors that are more interesting here, some there, and we'd love to understand how you think around that. Sylvia, if you can.
Yeah, yes. So we're the flagship European fund. The other 6 funds are in the US. Obviously, it's kind of difficult to not notice this 1.3 trillion package, the IRA that came out of the US recently. And so we did a very thorough analysis on this within EIP. There's some sectors that Europe are clearly leading as of today, being it EV sales and adoption, and being it offshore wind, and also heat pumps. Even if the IRA has, lured, being it solar, batteries, etc., now to the US, we think heat pumps and offshore wind are kind of 2 key sectors where we think also, regardless of what's happening in the US, then investing here in Europe is very certain. Yeah.
Interesting. And for BlackRock?
Very well said, right? IRA has been a big push to drive growth of infrastructure in the US. And so climate businesses are seeing a massive push because of the government wanting to endure this. So we're seeing, we see on both sides of the pond, but on the US side, solar adoption has been at its peak in the US, so that's been amazing. But at the same time, battery technology in Europe is growing much faster because the need for EV, especially with the energy shocks that Europe has seen over the last 2-3 years, has driven the adoption for EV and EV-related infrastructure. At the same time, the US is doing an amazing job now in laying out green hydrogen, and Europe is also trying to follow suit. So you're seeing, I would say, net, both sides, Europe and US, we are seeing equally good quality technology companies being built, but at the same time, these companies are CapEx heavy. They need money. This is where we need more capital to go into these sectors. It is going, but we need more capital to go into these segments for the adoption to become faster. IRA has an unfair advantage for US companies, and thus they can scale faster there. We need something to be deployed in Europe soon, I would say. But net, we are seeing some phenomenal companies on both sides of the pond, and it's important we support the European ones.
Fantastic.
Just to add something, now for Europe is very important, the decarbonization. Everything changed last year, and there are several very big European initiatives that are leading actually our activity. First of all, the Green Deal. We want to be decarbonized in 2050. Second one, Fit for 55. We want to accelerate this decarbonization, and we want to reduce 55% of our emissions till 2030, and then Repower EU. So we need to be self-efficient. And that means that for Europe it's compulsory to boost energy transition and compulsory to bring the clean tech startup to fulfill these requirements. And that's why our scouting, we are all investors, might be global, but the impact might be in Europe, basically. So it's a huge opportunity for the startups to do business here, to make business here, to have impact here. Because this is compulsory, not for us as investors, as corporate, as a society. We want to do this. So I think that now it's in the first step of the agenda of the European government. That's why it's a big opportunity for all the clean tech entrepreneurs to help us to fulfill these decarbonization objectives.
Fantastic. We have literally 1 minute, so we want one word, no? Rapid fire is, what is your favorite company that is not in your portfolio? Rosario.
Okay, I don't know if it's my favorite, but one of the interesting company that we have not invested yet, I know. But this Pachama, for example, is a marketplace. I think you are an investor, right?
We are.
Yeah.
Thank you for the mention.
Okay. So Pachama is a marketplace. They work with they connect a project in the Amazon for carbon capture, carbon avoidance. So they protect forests, and then they sell the carbon credits to corporates. So they're doing a lot of good work in Latin America and with big corporations. So I hope, to invest one day maybe.
Fantastic. Emilio?
That's several. I mean, our job is to say no to companies. And then the portfolio, what you see, is a tricky question because you only regret the companies that go well. Some in some companies of hydrogen storage, company of waste to hydrogen. I don't want to say the name. Yes, I don't want to disturb them, but several.
Okay.
Yes, I'm a big fan of solar installation, heat pump installations. So we are invested in German Solar and Dutch heat transformers. There's a Czech company called Voltaire, which does both of them. And I like it because it's focused on execution. So we have a lot of good technologies developed, but what we really need is installing it in the homes or in the industry. And Voltaire, same as heat transformers and solar, are tackling that and making it happen.
Fantastic. Finally?
So I invest in both US and Europe. So for me, if in the US, it's an EIP company. We don't realize, but our homes need insulation because our homes are also a big source of energy loss and climate change. So there's a brilliant company in the EIP portfolio called Aeroseal, which is this insulation technology, which is used to make homes and buildings more energy efficient and heat proof. And it's a very simple technology, so it can be deployed at scale. It's a brilliant company scaling very fast, so I really like the one.
Fantastic. Well, thanks to all our panelists and the audience. We ran out of time, and let's catch up in the conference if you want to speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Carlos. Pleasure. Thank you all. Thank you for joining. Mr. Emilio, good to see you. Okay, so we're going to make a small little break, change gears. We're going back into startup competition mode, so we're going to assemble the judges. Our dear startups are already ready for rock and roll, but we're going to assemble our judges. So give us a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back in a jiffy. Woohoo! Welcome everyone back. We're back. Are we back? We're back. Judges, are we back? Yes? Ready to rumble? Startups, are we back? Yes? Coffee loaded, right? Okay, so we're starting our Vertical 9 Mobility and Smart Cities. And we have a mishmash of companies in this space. We're going to be talking about different modes of affordable transportation, including mass rapid transportation, on-demand mobility solutions, ride-sharing, carpooling, electrical vehicles, you know the drill. And more importantly, also potential for technologies to promote sustainable development. So it's not just all mobility, but also things around smart cities. And with that, let me remind for the newcomers. Do we have any newcomers over there at the back? Yes, some of them, right? Okay, so very quickly, the rules of our pitching competition, 3-minute pitch sharp. I'll push you out if you don't. Then we'll have our judges here. We have time for one question, minute and a half. Okay, so make it brief, also your answers. The briefer you make the answer, the more questions I can take. You'll be judged in innovation, scalability, team viability, and investability. And now I am gonna ask for the help of the audience as before, because we have probably one of the largest juries in the world in the history of pitching competitions. So you should be very proud of yourselves. You're setting some kind of world record. But I'm gonna need the help of the audience. So just for those that weren't here before, every time I say a name, we go, hey. Okay, we can do that? Let's do it with mine. Alex Barrera. Okay, well, I'm gonna need more energy, okay? So, it's a long list, so just pace yourself, as they say, pace yourself. So, are we ready? Okay, so please welcome our judges, Fabio Lancelotti from Aster, Diego Cordon from BBVA, Mónica Martín from Cepsa, Raúl García from Correos, Antonio Castellanos de Toro from Enel Innovation Hub Europe, Pierre Devillar from Eurosio, Juan Benítez from Ferrovial, Shanil Parekh from Hertz Ventures, hire José Antonio Barrio Nuevo from Iberia, Louis Fang from InMotion Ventures, Anne Post from Inverready. It's getting low, eh? Come on, we're still there. Paloma Muñoz from Kira Ventures, Nate Jarrett from Manif Mobility, May Burrows from Multiple, our dear friend Sean Seaton Rogers from ProFounders Capital, Philip Werner from Project A, the good Rodrigo Sepúlveda from Sepúlveda Capital, 3 more, Ladislao Ceituno, Telefónica, Ramon Lopez from Veolia, and our dear friend Unai Franco from White Pig Ventures. Good applause for all of them. We got through that. So pleasure having you. Thank you all for your time. And without further ado, we're going to do rock and roll. Very, very friendly face that has been coming to South Summit for many years, a very good friend. So please let me introduce our next startup on a mission to unlock the full potential of garages and see what you can build through that. Please welcome our friend startup all the way from Spain, Enzo Zamora, CEO and co-founder of Homey Hub.
In Europe and 9 million just in Spain. There are garages everywhere. Our mission is to unlock the full potential of garages to make them a valuable space in people's life. Let me tell you how a dream team made by a hacker, a hipster, and a hustler is making this a reality. First, we tackle garage remote issues like how to avoid garage theft by doors being left open or unauthorized copies of remotes, or even how do I share access of my garage when I'm away. All this is solved by our universal solution that turns the smartphone into smart garage remotes. Tackling an opportunity, sorry, one sec. Tackling an opportunity of, there we go. The live issue, one sec. This is how in delay, no worries.
Sorry, can you?
Yeah, no problem.
1 minute more.
Let me try with this one. Let's see. This one is that. Now it's going. What is the receiver? behind. Let me try this. No, because it's not moving. No problem. I'm going to repeat, so I will bother you again from scratch, and that's it. No problem.
Maybe we talk.
Yeah. Grab a beer. Yeah.
We can do beer.
Yeah.
Yes, we can do beer. So, anyway, are you less nervous now that your presentation failed?
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
I mean, I was born to embrace these type of failures. You get down 10 times, you wake up 11.
He's a natural. He was telling me, you know, I've done this many times, but yeah, 3 minutes is still too much.
Yeah.
You know, he's a Latin. He needs 5 to 7 minutes to actually do this. It's actually funny to see, for example, all the different teams when we're dealing with the answers working now.
And so start again, please.
Yeah, no problem.
I will reset everything, but before I do that, but it's funny to see, for example, the Americans, when they get a question, it's like, doo-doo. You go like, yeah, wow. And then the Latin, Spanish, Italian, you know, they go like, blah, 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 like I'm doing right now, okay? And so, all yours.
1 sec, 1 sec.
1 sec? Works? No?
Yeah.
Yes? No?
More or less. Yes. ¿Ves? Ahí cuando le das, dale ahora otra vez, dale para atrás.
There you go.
No, que no estás viendo.
We can fix humanity with the startups, but the clicker always
No problem,
fails.
no problem. If not, if you have a laptop, I can move and pitch from there. I don't care.
Just once.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So, let's give him a big applause and we reset everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So as remember, there are more than 125 million in Europe and 9 million just in Spain. For all of them, our mission is to unlock the full potential of garages to make them a valuable space in people's life. Let me tell you how a team made by a hacker, a hipster, and a hustler is making this a reality. First, we tackle garage remote issues, like how to avoid garage theft by door being left open or unauthorized copies of remote, or even how do I share access of my garage when I'm away. Things like this are solved by our universal solution that turns a smartphone into smart garage remote, tackling a business of more than 400 million in recurrent revenue. Then we tackle society issues like how to avoid failed deliveries and all their impact, how to boost electric vehicle adoption, or even how to enable autonomous vehicles to get in and out of what is locked them in their journey, which is a garage. All this is solved by us, thanks to the creation of our new generation services marketplace and the connection of all this industry in the smart mobility to the garage, extending our opportunity an extra 100 million in recurrent revenue. This is the reason why we have won more than 15 awards, and the press compares us like the Apple of garages. In the delivery category, we're turning the garage of single-family homes into a mailbox, avoiding the need of users to wait at home for the packages, and last-mile couriers to have unattended deliveries, completely forgetting about the issues of failed deliveries and all their impact. This is the reason why the innovation director of Seur DPD declared that we are enabling them to not only reduce costs, but also their CO2 footprint. All this business enables us to scale fast due to our B2C, but mostly B2B2C approach and all the ubiquity that the NGS partners generate. With our approach and our outstanding team, we have achieved many things validating our product market fit, from which we can highlight. We have gathered more than 10,000 users, 700 reviews, with an average of 4.7 out of 5 stars. We gathered the contracts with the biggest players in the sectors like Seur, DPD, Correos, Naturgy, Iberdrola, and even Ford Motors. But by addressing this ambitious mission, we not only tackle and create a business of more than 500 million in recurrent revenue, but most importantly, we make a significant impact in the Sustainable Development Goals towards smart and sustainable mobility, saving CO2 emissions equivalent to whole countries like Portugal. This is the reason why we are here today, to invite South Summit and investors to join us in our mission. Apple, Amazon, and the most disruptive companies in the last century that were born into a garage and then conquered the world. Homie Hop is ready to be the next one. Don't miss your chance and join us now. Thank you.
You had 2 extra seconds. You had 2 extra seconds. You stressed. Okay, my dear friend. Questions for our friend Enzo? Unai, please.
Hi, thank you. Ray Franco from White Peak. I'm interested in the electric car use cases. How do you integrate with chargers? If you do so, or do you have your own devices and offering for charging? And if you do collaborate, what is the value out of integrating with your platform?
Yes, so we don't integrate with chargers. If you think in chargers, there are public chargers and there are private chargers. We enable these Airbnb or platforms of EV chargers to expand their network by integrating their account with HomiHub account, users account, and therefore enabling 24/7 access to those chargers. Therefore, expanding the network not only in quantity of chargers, but also in pricing, because private chargers usually are slower, so therefore cheaper. Therefore, dynamizing the offer for that. So at the end, remember that our business has 2 levels: the access, the garage, smart lock for you as a user, and then enables you that if you have a charger and you see an Airbnb that is integrated with us, you can sync your accounts and you completely forget about taking care of that charger. No matter if you're a single-family home, multi-family home, or even a commercial business that has a lot of chargers that is empty doing businesses. So therefore benefiting both users, society, and companies.
You got it.
Yeah.
Well, we're out of time, and so thank you so much.
Yeah.
Pleasure having you again on stage. See you, my friend.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're moving on with our next company. Who here has bought a car recently? Raise your hand. Okay, a couple. Those of you that have it very fresh, you will remember that the experience of getting a car, no matter who you are, tends to be very analog compared to the usual digital process that we have, right? There's many stakeholders involved: the car manufacturer, the place where you get the car, how do you take the car there, then you have the insurance on one side, and all that stuff tends to be done still by hand. So very analog process. So our next startup basically said, hey, we can, and we did, build the unifying digitalizing app to digitalize the last mile of the car sales. So to talk about that, please welcome our next startup. Very big applause for Miguel Morenés, CEO of Acerca Partners and developer of iDogCar.
Hello. Trying to get through, but...
I'm so sorry.
I don't know, maybe I'm electrically charged or something and I broke it. Okay, yes.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. Hello. The automotive industry has been concentrating into greater groups for the past few decades. These started basically in the manufacturing side of the industry, but has been transferring also towards the distribution side of the industry. This is due to a very mature industry in which margins are getting smaller and smaller, and it's very difficult to increase profitability and benefit through price raising. So companies need to find out another way to increase those benefits. What we saw is that there was hardly no innovation in back office processes since the introduction of the ERP and DMS in the distribution industry. There was a lot of manual processes, heavily reliant on paper, that made it really cost inefficient and very difficult to standardize and to share the information in real time. We decided, or we saw an opportunity to launch iDogCar. iDogCar is the first digital process manager developed specifically for the automotive sector. It is made by industry people with the help of industry people for industry people. It contains the best practices of the industry. It uses the latest technology. It is a web-based, cloud-stored, API REST-enabled solution with a variable price associated directly to the operations done over the vehicle, and with an unlimited users policy that helps integrate all stakeholders of the process. We're already present in Spain, Mexico, Peru, and Italy through our partners and clients. One of our clients having been able to make savings of up to 1.5 million euros in the first year of operations. We use the latest technology. We have the top security certifications in the market, and we've been publicly funded. We believe our potential niche market within the automotive software market to be around 1 billion euros. And we are focusing right now on two specific markets, the European market and the Latin American market, that amount to almost 25% of that market, of that total market. Very quickly, because I only have 17 or 16 seconds left, we expect to have 1.8 million euros of revenues this year, and hopefully we'll be reaching 3.2 million by 2025. And this year we will hopefully end up our cash burnout. Thanks very much. Haven't had time to present the team.
Big applause for Miguel, please. Okay, we're pressed on time. One question, and we move on.
Hello, Leire from Kira here. This software can be used in many other under-digitalized sectors. Are you planning to expand across other industries or sticking to automotive industries?
It is a possibility, as you say. Well, there are many industries that lack digitalization in their processes. We're experts in the automotive industry because the two founders, we come from the automotive industry. It is something that our clients valued. They valued a lot that we knew about the processes, we knew about the industry, and we could bring along that experience that we had, those problems that we suffered. We could bring a solution to them. So maybe in the future, yes. Right now, we're very focused on what we understand.
Okay, big applause to Miguel. Thank you very much for joining. Sorry for the remote thing. I'm under the impression that the remote is just going to be fucking around for the rest of the time. So anyway, so our next company doubles on something we mentioned before, which is, well, as we digitalize more and more industries, we introduce more and more devices that need to be connected, and maybe worst of all, the information needs to be aggregated somehow. We need to connect all that stuff to get a better picture. If you only have one car and several devices, that's okay. If you have a fleet of cars, then this becomes a serious problem. So to talk about how we integrate all these different sources of data and we optimize this data, please welcome our next startup, Jose Garcia Pacheco, CEO of Astara Connect.
Hello everyone. So welcome to the first mobility low-code platform. Put this item, this low-code in the back of your mind. The ingredients for our success so far is we are committed people solving real problems with a global reach. When I mean real people and committed team, is diverse team. It's full of brilliant minds from academia, solid developers and product guys, and this spirit of building something which is not fully new, but is changing the industry. So the market is huge. It's not only the size of the market, it's the complexity. When you have a huge market and big complexity, wherever you are, gives money to all the players. So we are reducing the cost of integration, aggregating more speed, but finally interacting with both parts of the business. And what does mean both parts of the business? I fully agree that there are some developers and some managers over here. So this is the nightmare, your nightmare, right? You have to integrate with many things, many services, and you have not one, but thousands of points of interaction, right? So get ready, because there is another solution, there is another way, which is our way, which is that. No matter you are in the right side or in the left side, you will simplify the way you connect your vehicles, your trackers, your services, and how you put all together to generate a new level of insights and intelligence on your mobility. That's what we are. We are the magic giant tool for mobilities that combines data, that combines services, and which integrate all together to give you the final insights that you need to operate better or to give you a new solution for your customer, right? So no matter you want to see what is happening, or you want to build a perfect pixel detail app for your chargers or your mobility players, that doesn't matter. If you are in the right side, on the left side, you can bring all together. Yes, we are competing with others, but we like to say that you can compete with really good companies. Our idea is not to connect things. Our idea is to next to the next level, which is mobility automation. Think about it, because are we adding artificial intelligence? Yes. It's the part of your work that will define your final solution. It's amazing how we can build it. We are part of a startup, so we are a solid player in 19 countries with more than 2 million customer reach. And we are a trusted partner also for OEMs that want to work with us as a way to distribute their business around the world. We're not raising money today. That's the thing. But we have open hand to all the players today, the mobility guys, to give you solutions. OK, thank you so much.
There we go. No, stay. We can take one question. Judges, one question. Question for Jose? No. You got them then.
Thank you.
Big applause for Jose. Thank you very much. OK, now we're speaking drones. And I think energy grid is in everyone's mind, especially after the whole Ukraine special operation war, and how important infrastructure is for any nation, any region, right? However, we rarely think about how maintenance is done in critical infrastructure. And sometimes it's very expensive to do the maintenance. In other cases, it's so expensive that they don't even do it because it's so expensive. Well, what we're going to hear today is a company that has been coming several times to South Summit. I'm very, very happy to see them evolve and grow as they've done. That precisely replaces crewed helicopters for long-range drones in power line inspections. And he's bringing the big guns. So please welcome, big applause, to Carlos Matilla Condesal, CEO of Fubex. Thank you, Carlos.
Hi, everyone. I am Carlos Matilla. I am the CEO and co-founder of Fubex. I am a magician, and today I am going to show you the magic about how we are transforming power line inspections. So I would like to start with a question. Do you know how many kilometers of power lines are there in the world? Over 100 million kilometers. Today, they are being inspected with sorry, this is not the presentation, so anyway. With on-foot inspectors or crew helicopters, which are the main characteristic that is used, the main vehicle. This is extremely expensive, they have personal risk, and they have pollution. So what we are doing is we are changing the power line distribution with long-range drones that save up to 94% cost. Don't look at the presentation because it's not the right one. And we are changing the power line inspection with long-range drones with 94% fewer cost, no personal risk, and no emissions. To do so, we have developed a patented technology aircraft capable of performing fully autonomous operations over the power lines. Moreover, this is a highly regulated sector with a certification that costs over $1 million, an authorization that, just to give you an idea of the complexity, it took us 4 years to achieve the first European certification of its class. With this authorization, we are performing full inspection services to power line companies, And right now, we have achieved to inspect over 1,000 kilometers in long-range with long-range drones in power line inspection for Naturgy, our first client. And we are working right now, so Naturgy becomes the first European utility completely digitized with long-range drones. So this is our first market, power line infrastructure, that is over 200 million euros in Europe. We are already scaling up in public services and emergency support. That is over 2 billion euros, but this is a market that is exploding, with over 500 billion euros expected to reach in 2030. So there are plenty of competitors in this market, much more companies that we can speak about. But we are already performing services for less than a third than our competitors. Our client will speak later. And let me remind you something. This is not just about money. This is not just about saving a little bit of money. This is about a team that has grown from 6 to 30 team members in less than 10 years, in less than 1 year, sorry. And we are fully devoted to make infrastructure safe again. So with your help and with 1 million euros, so you have any spare pocket, please come to me later. Really, we will disrupt this sector. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Carlos. And now I'm going to call the person paying. So please welcome on stage. Big applause to Maite Hormigo, Innovation at UFT, Grupo Naturgy. Big applause to Maite.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
And judges, questions. I believe we had a question here.
Hi, this is Jose Antonio from Iberia Airlines. So we have a company that relates to yours. My question is about size and scalability and complexity of this operation, because you said the market is exploding, and to have a few drones in the air is easy to manage, but when you're looking for hundreds or dozens, you need to have a maintenance program, security, training, operations control center. How do you plan to deal with that?
Well, we are already scaling up in terms of operations. So last year we were 2 teams. Right now we are 5 teams. So we are not on that size, but we are scaling up. In that sense, as you may know, there are these technologies called US-Space, that is a unmanned traffic management system. We are already participating in the key projects to develop this technology and to be early adopters of that technology, and we are collaborating with different companies that develop this technology. Of course, we are focused on the service to our client and the development of the aircraft, a fully autonomous aircraft, but this is a market that we cannot disrupt alone. So we have to work with companies. Hopefully, if you have any ideas, we can speak later. And this is a market that is exploding. So, hey, come to talk to us.
Okay, well, we're out of time, sadly. So please, big applause to both. Thank you very much. Thank you. By the way, speaking of drone security, hold your thoughts because I have a startup for you in a second. By the way, there's a giant yellow M&M there. What is going on? Hello, M&M. Huge M&M there, seriously. Okay, so in this case, we're getting distracted by the giant M&M. So we're flying to Romania in this case, and we're going to be talking about, again, the fragmentation of all the systems that we have, especially in last mile logistics. That means, how do we integrate the warehouse software? How do we integrate the SAP? How do we integrate the e-commerce part? How do we integrate the tracking system? Well, right now, most of the companies are kind of gluing this together, but we have here on stage a solution that's a one and all operating system for last mile logistics from Romania. Please welcome Mircea Stan, CEO of Postis.
Thank you very much. Very nice introduction. I hope that the presentation will be as exciting as it was the introduction. First, do you know that 50% of the operation in the last mile logistics is still done with pen and paper or the Excel for that matter? Or that the utilization factor for the last mile vehicle is less than 50%? Maybe you don't know that, but I'm pretty sure that you experience what's happening during the Black Fridays or the end of the season, peak season, when you shop something from the e-shops. There is a better way to do it. Yes, there is, and the change will happen. instead of manual work, you will have the automation. Instead of guess, you'll have some data-driven decision using some machine learning and some other tools that you'll suggest what is the better way to do it. And more than that, having all glue to a single platform which offer you the plug-and-play integration of the application for the last mile. That will be the last mile OS. This is what Post-it is offering through a simple API, is giving you the full visibility, transparency, and access to an endless delivery option. The market is huge, it's very dynamic, and now it's very focused on the operation efficiency. We had a very good traction. This year we will finalize with more than 1 million in annual recurring revenue, and a lot of benefit for our customers. We are, let's say, chosen by big brands and big retailers from all over the world, and they are truly love us because they are able to be more efficient and be, let's say, very scalable when they want to develop the business. Where 15 people with very huge, let's say, experience in building product and creating startups. Thank you very much.
Okay, questions for Mircea? Judges? Anyone? Right, please. Thank you.
How would you describe the key 2-3 characteristics for which you are selected by all these partners? Congratulations, by the way, for the achievements.
Yes. By integrating all the applications that they have in the last mile logistics, they succeed to decrease the overall operational cost with somewhere between 10 to 25%, depending on the complexity and the volumes. They have more visibility of what's happening from the first click till the moment they deliver the goods to the door of the shoppers. And they increase loyalty in time, and they will be more efficient in selling the goods on the shopping part.
Okay, well, big applause for Mircea. Thank you very much. He's a quiet man, just like rocking the industry. Okay, so we're now centering the scope in cities, and we all know that cities are growing, they're becoming super cities. But there's one of the major issues with cities is that there's not enough information, or there's not enough digitalization of the information for the city to plan the growing up, and essentially turning the cities into resilient cities. This is something that the UN is pushing a lot. Now, our next company precisely provides that information. Makes me very happy, first of all, because it's a space tech company. We have a whole space tech track tomorrow at Catalysis that I'll be running. So it makes me very happy that we have that. But it's especially important to start integrating these data sources to planning the future resilience of a city. So to talk about how they do that, how they merge satellite data and AI algorithms, please welcome Andrea Montieri from Latitudo 40, all the way from Italy. Big applause.
Hope it works. Perfect. So we know very well that 93% of cities are at risk of climate change. And that's why cities around the world, but especially in Europe, are acting and reaching a risk to zero emission. So that's why they are acting, because they are at risk, and that's where Latitudo intervenes. Latitudo 40 intervenes. So we have a problem, and the problem is that there are two problems. The first, that these cities lack data, and so without data, they cannot act. The other problem is that also if they have data, they don't have often specialized people that can understand this data. And this is where we arrive. So we developed a solution where we take data from space, satellite images and satellite data, and through our software and artificial intelligence and machine learning, we analyze this data and we produce geospatial analysis that can be seen by our client. We are making we are simplifying a process that is complex. So we take the data automatically, we transform them, and then on our dashboard we can present them in a very easy manner. We are developing new software. In particular, our jewel is our AI-based super resolution, because obviously multispectral satellites have a limit of 10 per 10 meters, and we are developing a software. We developed a software where we can reach a 1 per 1 meter resolution. That's very helpful for cities. So our customers are digital cities and also digital integrators and companies that work in infrastructures. So these are the layers that we developed, and we have a lot of layers, and we are developing a lot more layers. In this case, we can analyze earthquake risk, urban cooling and parking island inside a city. We can analyze also the tree coverage of a city, the density of the city, and many more. For example, the albedo. And we are developing more and more layers. So the market is huge. There are a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot of cities that want to intervene in their resilience in order to improve themselves, and that's why we are decided to do a very aggressive plan of growth. We have a lot of clients. We are developing with our company with a lot of clients. We are growing a lot, and our business model is they pay for the use of the platform, but they also pay for our data set. So it's a very flexible model. Our team is growing and is very good, I can say, and we have a goal altogether that is helping to make cities more resilient. And so our plan of revenues is very aggressive, and so we are growing a lot. And so that's why I think our model is very good, because it can be very helpful for cities, and it's something that city really needs.
Sorry. Okay, judges, questions for Andrea? Questions? There we go. Here. Oh, well, they stole your thunder.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice to see a co-national on stage. So welcome to Madrid. Maybe I got it wrong, but at some point you say this will help cities to be redesigned to some extent, but we don't see a lot of like, let's say, huge projects. Maybe like now in Paris, they're redoing the city for the Olympics, but that's one-off, right? So I wonder, how do you achieve in a kind of in the next 2-3 years product market fit and a clear customer adoption, which is quite fast? Let's say, because
that's a very good.
From Italian to Italian, make it short, please.
It's a very good question, because with our software, cities can not only act at a great level, at a huge level, but also at a very small level. We are talking about parking, we are talking about small parks. So these are kind of interventions that cities do often. In that case, they ask for our services. They are not only doing big projects in order to reach immediately zero emission. We can start from the small things and we can provide them.
Okay, there we go. Well, Andrea, grazie mille. Big applause to Andrea. Thank you very much. I have to confess that the name of the startup, Latitudo, it's so Italian, it's so beautiful. Now, I told you, where is Iberia? Where are you guys? There you go, and team is over there. This is for you guys. We're talking about the security, right? The security of drones. And our next startup is precisely dealing with that. It's really, I have the chance to see the pitch. It's a really fascinating company, incredible industrial background. And what it basically produces is drone analytics, but with a very specific goal in mind. How can we solve collision avoidance, among many other things, automatically for the drones and pass all the certifications of the federal aviation agencies? Got your attention? So please welcome our next startup from Spain, Fernando Gago, CEO of Sense Aeronautics.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fernando Gago, CEO of Sense Aeronautics. We've all known for a while that drones have massive potential for many industries, but we still don't seem to see them flying above our heads every day, right? Why is that? It's safety, right? Aeronautics is an industry that is all about safety. And drone operations, to make economical sense and to scale, they need to be autonomous, they need to go beyond the visual line of sight of the pilot, and they need to happen on shared space. And safety agencies say, fine, but you need to be autonomous as well in avoiding obstacles. Right? That requirement is called a detect and avoid system. We have developed one of the world's most robust and efficient of such systems, and we've done it based on artificial vision. Who are we? We are a spin-off company from a research center where our team has been working on this technology for over a decade in military-grade settings and has decided that it's time to take it to the civil market. And it's already a fairly big market, but it's expected to double in 2 years thanks to this autonomous service. We don't build drones. We enable them for these services, and we plan on capture part of that value, of course. There is competition, some more direct, some are potential partners, and they've all raised substantial capital. And in general, they're pushing for a very monolithic approach in terms of product integration and business model. We instead are taking a top-performing technology, like the one I'm showing on screen, and we are focusing a lot on flexibility, because that we've come to understand that this is what this industry needs. And by flexibility, I mean two things. I mean how the product is consumed. We can be a box on board a drone, sorry. We can run on the drone's own computer, a local server, or even the cloud. But also business model-wise, we don't have the pressure to push for a specific model. We instead, of course, focus on software license, but can work also with the purchase of the hardware and services, like integrations and setups. 3 main pillars of growth for us. The operators. They run third-party drones and want our system installed as a plug-and-play. The drone manufacturers, we work with them, so the next version of the drones, the next models include our technology embedded. And the fleet management platforms. They want to offer our solution as a software add-on to the platform. Team is currently 6, soon to be 8. These are the 3 co-founders a couple of weeks ago in Denver, where we went to a trade show and managed to catch an NBA game. Jose is a computer vision PhD. He's been at Gradient for over a decade now, and as the head of video analytics, he's pretty much the mastermind behind our technology. Jago, also telco engineer, also 10 years in Gradient, and has been leading the international expansion of the center over the last few years. Myself, I am a civil engineer, an MBA from IESE. Before I joined the team, I led innovation at Kaleido, the logistics group. And let me say, I'm just happy and lucky that these two are willing to jump out of their comfort zone research center and join me for this. Finally, to conclude, we have seed funding of 600K and $1.5 million in R&D projects. We have our demo kits with the clients like the ones I showed before in test. So we reach early 2024, the first quarter, with the best market fit, and we start in commercial operations. Also next year, we're going to raise a round. So if you think this is an interesting industry and that artificial vision has a role to play in its future, we might be someone to talk to. Thank you.
That was amazing, Fernando. Wow. I have to say, really nice pitch. I was looking for the changes. Great job. Okay, judges, questions for Fernando. I'll let him. He has to talk.
Hi, congratulations for the presentation. Do you envisage using this technology with passenger drones down the road?
Yes, with companies like Wisk or, yeah.
And how long do you think it's going to take for you to get to that?
Well, I assume that that type of event is going to be a certified system. So the R&D project I mentioned of over $1.5 million is a 2-year project to make a detect and avoid certifiable version of our system. So more risk, more certification.
I can see the deal happening here, man. You need to talk later on. Innovation team is over there at the back, so they're listening also.
Okay.
Big applause to Fernando. Thank you very much. Great pitch. And now we're moving from drones, aircrafts, to trucks. Despite all the things we're trying to do, trucks are still an essential element of moving goods from one place to the other one. We've been trying to digitalize it, but it's still taking a lot of time. So our next company is making a blend of solutions that make a lot of sense. First one as an in-between, connecting merchandise and good in need of transport with the actual trucks that are going to make the transport. We've seen that, but they're pushing the limits towards also offering their own solutions to be integrated all the way in the trucking companies. So to talk about how they do that, please welcome our next startup from Spain, David Vives, Executive Director of Tenders.
So just before starting, have a look around you. Any item or product that you can see, in fact, 75% of goods all around the globe go by truck. This industry is one of the biggest industries in the world, and it's one of the key sectors globally. In fact, the market is huge. Market value only in Europe is 350 billion, and all around the globe is more than 3.5 trillion market value. In tenders, only in 1.5 years of operations, we have already passed 11 million in revenues, not GMV, important point. And we are solving several problems. First of all, this industry has a lot of issues. To summarize them, some of them, there's a driver shortage. There's also price volatility, and the market is extremely fragmented. There's huge problem in terms of cash flow for transport companies, that they don't get paid when they should. And at the same time, the most important one, the market is extremely, extremely traditional. Imagine that the communication between players is done by Excel, by WhatsApp, by phone. Some still exchange communication by fax. So there's huge challenges to overcome. That's why our main mission is to find a balance between technology and people. Market needs a change, needs to be much more automated, but this change cannot be overnight. And that's why this balance between the tech and people, it's key to help this sector to make a transition to the change. At the same time, our vision is to become the largest transport service aggregator in Europe. So our business model, we're focused 100% B2B in the niche of long distances all around Europe. We're focusing to the SMEs, small to medium companies. Big companies are welcome to the model, but our target are companies that are transporting goods or are willing to be transported all around Europe, long distances. We focus to shippers, carriers, and also intermediaries. Our model is based on 4 main pillars. First one, transactional one. Operationally, we have teams in Barcelona and also a branch in Poland that help you transport goods all around Europe. At the same time, as soon as we have the trust of the customer and the customer is willing to get digitized, early adopters can adopt our software so they can be much more automated in terms of processes. Also, transport companies have this issue of cash flow. So we give them the capabilities to advance payment in only 48 hours. So we solve their issue, and at the same time, we create a more efficient P&L in terms of margins. And last but not least, assuming that we are in the whole value chain, we can help reduce the carbon footprint of the industry. In terms of metrics, we are focusing actually in 2023, not only on growth, mainly on healthy growth, focusing on margins, multiplying per 5 compared to 2022. And in terms of the competitive analysis, what we can see is that there's a lot of solutions in this sector, and our main competitive advantage is aggregating some of these solutions into one-stop shop, into one only solution through an ecosystem of solutions, basically. The team is composed from brilliant minds. In fact, 3 of my co-founders are coming also from logistics, more than 10 years of experience there, and also experts on the technological side for the software as a service. Last but not least, we have a team of 50 people, so we are open. We are in a Series A currently, and feel free to reach out. Thank you very much.
Big applause, please, for David. Okay, questions. Judges, do we have any questions for David? Anyone? 1, 2, 3? No? That side, that's very silent? No questions? Okay, well, David, thank you very much. Big applause for David. Thank you very much, sir. And we are heading for the last one of the block, and we're flying all the way to Germany. And, you know, we're going back to the idea of maintenance, right? That a lot of the times we don't really understand or even ask the question how things are maintained, right? Especially infrastructure. I always, honestly, when I drive around Madrid, sometimes I ask myself, how do they know that they need to fix this road? Okay, I know I'm weird and I ask these weird questions. Like my wife always looks at me, it's like, why are you asking this question? It's like, I'm just curious, who actually goes with a pen and paper and goes like, we need to fix this, we need to fix that. Well, we're gonna see an example of how we can use technology and AI to enhance the ability to keep track of when and how to fix the roads and do road maintenance. And to do that, we're going to Germany, and please welcome our next speaker, and let's see if I manage to say it right. Okay, I'm gonna try. Danilo Jovic Albrecht, founder of Bialytics.
Hi, I'm Danilo, founder of Bialytics. And when you open the door of your house and you leave, you stand in front of a road. Roads are everywhere. They can be beautiful. They can be huge. They shape our public space. But roads are super expensive, and they're in bad shape. Why is that? We asked this question 6 years ago. It's very easy because cities don't have data on their road condition. That's crazy. We couldn't believe that. So what happens? If they don't have data, they miss this turning point, and the road starts to decrease, to be totally damaged. But when they have data, they can detect the right moment. For example, they start filling the cracks to save the top layer of the road. And then they can double the lifetime. And that's a huge impact for our environment. And of course, there's more money in the city to be spent on nice projects to increase the livability in the city. So we just replace basically pen and paper. How does it work? So we deliver an iPhone with our Vialytics app, and guys from the public works, they drive around from A to B, and while doing so, they collect image data. Super easy. They just press start, collect imagery, and then this is transferred into our cloud, and there the magic happens. So this AI, our AI, detects single damages on the road surface. We classify 15 different damage types. And this is transferred into a management system. Our web tool is very user-friendly. They open it. Green is good. Red is bad shape. There's also intelligence. So here we got a road safety alert. Let's open that picture, and we see there's a pothole. So this pothole has to be fixed. It's our right to have safe roads. So if you're a cyclist and you fall down and you break your leg, the city can be sued, and they have to pay. So now the city can plan. The tool helps for the budgeting process. And finally, they have data to improve the whole road quality. Also, it works for bike lanes, of course. And we work with more than 300 cities. Our core markets are Germany and France. We have some other international clients. And we just opened our US office after raising our Series A this year. Yeah, so if you want better roads in Spain, talk to your mayor, talk to your town hall, write me on LinkedIn, just add me on LinkedIn, Danilo Jovicic Albrecht. Thank you.
Thank you, Danilo. Very good pitch. Okay, judges, final startup of the block, final questions. Anyone? No? No? Yes? Yep. There we go.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Wait. Oh, we have one there. Do you mind lending it to the lady, if you don't mind? Thank you. Yeah, speak.
Who are your main partners? Who are your main partners to develop the business and expand?
Okay, we do direct sales, but also we have distribution partners, engineering offices, yeah.
Yeah. Italy, you still want to make the question? Very quickly? Very short, please.
I mean, B2G, like very nice idea, big problem, but who will pay you, and how long it takes before getting paid, how long is the sales cycle? So how do you tackle this?
So it's a surprise, it's very fast. Yes. Our ticket size is not huge. In average, it's 10K per year, so they can afford it. So it's just a couple of months, not that much.
Very good. Italians always thinking about the money, huh? You see?
That's right.
Big applause to Danilo. Thank you very much. This applause to all our startups that were here pitching their startups. Please, huge applause. We even had a case. I won't tell you who, but we had a startup that the other years has been on the other side looking for startups, and now they're switching sides. Big applause to our judges, please. Thank you for joining. And this applause to all of you for being here, including the giant yellow M&M there at the back. And see you in 2 minutes while we switch to the final block of the startup competition. See you in a moment. And welcome back, everyone. Those of you that are joining, welcome to the startup competition, final block of the day. Just a quick reminder, at 3:30, we're going to announce a finalist of each vertical here on the stage. Main competition is going to happen with the finalists at 5 p.m. on the arena stage, and we will announce the winners at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, so we're into very interesting vertical. I think it's one of the major growth industry, both fintech and insurtech, or like finsurtech, because now it's all blending together. So let's see, startups, are we ready? Yeah? Okay, judges, are we ready? Yes. Audience, are we ready over there? Yes. Giant M&M keeps shadowing me. He's ready. Definitely the M&M is ready. Well, just quick reminder, so we're going to be touching on the acceleration of the digitalization of the industry, including financial, banking, and insurtech sectors. To do that, the rules, as always, 3-minute pitch, sharp. I'll go on stage. Judges, you'll have 1 minute, minute and a half for a question. Normally it's one question, but if it's quick, we can fit 2. And you will be judged in innovation, scalability, team viability, and investability. And as always, I'll repeat for the new ones, we need to present this wonderful jury panel that we have, which is humongous. So I'm going to need your aid and your help to do it. We know the drill. I say the name, you say? Come on. Alex Barrera? There you go. Okay, so are we ready to present our judges? Are we ready? Yes? Okay, so let's start. Javier Carrascal from Bankinter. Pedro Muñoz from BBVA. Chris Ye from Blitzscaling Ventures. Mike Hennessy from Blue Bengen. Isaac de la Peña, Conexo Ventures. Martín Beitia, Iberia. Stefan Moraes, Indico Capital Partners. Maria Alonso, ING Bank. Wow, we have fans. Estefania Rodriguez, InsurTech Hub Munich. Come on, Ana Diaz, MasterCard. Ana Diaz, MasterCard. Okay, thank you. Ignacio González, Mouro. David Jiménez, Mutua Madrileña. Edward Keelan, Octopus Ventures. Giorgio Pastarini, P101 Ventures. Íñigo Laucirica, Semaipata. 4 more, Blanca Wang Wang, Seaya Ventures. Álvaro Alcalde, Telefónica. Álvaro Sanz, The Venture City. And last but not least, Eric Stetler, TopTal. Big applause to our judges. I love Antonello's like stage manager with a big sign, applause, applause, applause. And with further ado, we're going to start with our first startup all the way from Switzerland to be talking about something that I think is super fundamental, super critical nowadays that we're talking about AI regulation, which is how exactly do you assess the risk of using AI models? And to talk about that, please welcome our first startup, all the way from Switzerland, Chris Preus, Principal Data Scientist of Calbing Risk. Big applause.
So hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm presenting Calvin Risk today, and what we do is doesn't work again. So as you know, AI is everywhere nowadays, and it's here to solve the major challenges of today's world. But at the same time, it also comes with certain risks. And Calvin Risk has essentially developed a unique approach to deal with these risks, to manage them, and also to mitigate some of those. So our framework is composed by 3 key risk types: the technological risk, ethical risk, and also regulatory risk. For each of these types of risk, we have different indicators, which are all between values 0 and 1 to make them comparable. You can all see them here. We have performance, fairness, and then we have these sort of like accountability, compliance, and control, which are more on the regulatory side, which would be things that are covered by the EU AI Act, for example. Our platform is essentially composed by dashboards and analytics tool to interpret the results of our assessments. We have risk assessments as well, which is there to actually assess the models. And we manage the entire sort of life cycle of these models, of the AI models. Apart from that, we also track incidents to assess the quality and the magnitude of the algorithms and the impact that they would have actually on the business. Some of the other components that we're currently working on are root cause analysis and governance tools, and we also have an internal sort of chatbot, which is the Calvin Data Whisperer, which kind of helps you to interpret the different indicators and risk assessments. So our value proposition is to take a holistic approach to manage the model throughout the entire life cycle and to engage all the different stakeholders that are involved in the process. So on one side, you have model developers, data scientists, then you also have independent auditors and reviewers, but you also, most importantly, have the risk management team and the sort of executive board, which is there to make decisions when it comes to risk policies and which models to deploy and which ones to kind of maybe not deploy in a real-life scenario. Our market analysis is the following: the target market. We focus on financial services and insurance, technology, and the healthcare sector, because these are kind of the sectors that employ machine learning in a high-risk setting. Competition, you have AI inspections and certification companies. You have AI governance tools, essentially, and also different assessment tools. And we have the potential to partner with some of those. Our team is composed by highly technical people like Julian, Xiang. They both study at ETH, astrophysics, and a PhD in quantitative finance. And then that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hate to be the evil one. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Okay, questions for Chris? There we go.
Thank you very much, Pedro Muñoz from BBVA. Can you tell us a little bit about your success stories or clients or current business that you have in the market?
Yes, so far we've worked with 3 major clients. 2 of them are in the insurance space. One is in financial services. One of the clients is actually a large insurance company from Spain, which we can not disclose, and the other ones are from the UK. So we do have traction on that side, yeah.
Okay, we can take a very quick second question. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
Financial risk.
Yes.
Can you explain to us how do you translate those risks into actually, a value at risk? How do you do that conversion?
So first of all, we transform it into a probability, which is then a value between 0 and 1, which is standardized, and then we have our severity assessment, which is based on other incidents, which kind of add the magnitude and the value of it, of the risk, essentially. So if something happened in the past, what was the financial impact of that? And that's how our system learns from that.
I think you're coming out with a couple of clients here. Big applause to Chris. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going deeper now, not deeper, but moving into the financial aspect, and one of the critical aspects. And I know it's a paradox or it's an irony, but the more money you have, the more challenging it is to deal with it. So how do you manage? And that's why we have wealth management systems, wealth management teams. However, very few of them use highly advanced tools to allocate the cash, to allocate the money, to allocate the wealth of big fortunes. And to precisely fix that, and I love it because he says this is a platform for the financial advisor of the future, I would actually change that and say this is a platform for the financial advisor of the present. So to talk about that, leveraging AI, data, and analytics to personalize portfolios, please welcome Fernando Domecq, CEO and founder of TTech AI. Big applause.
Let me start with a question. Did you know that today 90% of the money is in the hands of baby boomers, but that in the next decade, 40% of that money will be transferred to a new generation that has totally different things, that are requesting different things from their financial advisors. It's a generation that is price sensitive, that is used to having customization, that they're hands-on investors. They've been investing for quite some time, and they want to co-create with their financial advisors. And finally, they're used to having real-time access to information and total transparency on where their money is invested. We have seen that in the US, independent advisors that have been embraced technology are growing at double rate the average of the industry. But this is not a trend only in the US. When we look at Latin America and Miami, we have seen that the number and the penetration of independent financial advisors is rapidly growing. But still, the level of adoption of technology and the level of digital experiences that they're offering, it's way below that of the US. So in this context, SciTech AI is building the all-in-one platform that will change the way advisors work today. With CTech, one advisor can manage hundreds of portfolios and hundreds of clients with no portfolio management team because they have AI to help them build their portfolios, with no additional expenditures in data or reporting tools like Morningstars, Bloomberg's, and other set of tools. And finally, they need no ops teams because all the processes are automated, from trade execution to rebalancing the portfolios. But we are not stopping there. We want to give them the tools to win and to help the investors of the future and provide the same level of service to affluent customers that they provide to ultra high net worth. Same level of personalization, maximizing after-tax returns by doing more direct investing, minimizing the structuring fees, and doing tax optimization. And lastly, providing total transparency on where the money is invested with look-throughs and total transparency and metrics. Whoa. Okay, so let me quickly talk a little bit about the type of technology that we do. We believe in direct investing. We think this is going to be growing. So we allow the advisors to define the universe totally customized to their customers and use the AI to ensure that they are highly diversified with technology like direct indexing, mice diversification, or mean volatility. We are combining ChatGPT with our analytical infrastructure to build best reporting in the market and reducing the amount of time advisors spend on this task. But not only that, we are automating most of the processes with batch trading execution, with harvesting, tax harvesting, and rebalancing automation.
Out of time.
I was going to talk a little bit about the business model, but yeah.
Well, big applause. Thank you, Fernando. Okay, judges, questions for Fernando? One over there.
The question on distribution. So you are targeting the independent advisors. What channel are you using to reach those advisors?
Mainly direct channels. So far, we are focusing on the Miami region and Brazil, where there's a huge growth on offshore opening accounts, and we're helping all financial advisors to do that. So direct channels, and we're starting to build some distribution partnerships that will develop throughout the year with some other technology providers. But initially, it's pure direct channel.
Okay. Well, we don't have time for more, so big applause for Fernando.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we're staying now in Spain to be talking about, I think in fintech it's very, very common to talk about lending, and with the current economical condition, it's even more interesting to see which lenders are going to survive the economic apocalypse that we're living. But especially important, the lending, especially the micro-lending situations for the unbanked. And this is something, I'll just draw a little bit of perspective here for all my fellow Spaniards here. We're not, in Spain we have a very advanced financial environment, and we're not used to seeing people that are unbanked. You get out of Spain, out of Europe in general, and the levels of unbanking in different regions of the world are massive. And especially true in regions where they are related, for example, with agriculture, with farmers, and stuff like that. Well, precisely to talk about how you develop, how you progress, how you improve this micro-lending, we have our next startup with micro-lending platform for unbanked smallholder farmers. Please welcome Joan de Ramon, Head of Growth at Ethic Hub.
Coffee. At EthiCap, this is the proof of work of social investment and impact investment. Now it works. Thank you. 25% of worldwide population have no access to traditional banking system, which means they cannot borrow money. They cannot borrow working capital. And when they can, the interest rate they have to pay is higher than 100%. EthiCap was born in 2017 with one mission: allow those smallholder farmers to get access to fair credit lines, generating social, financial, and environmental impact. We're talking about 1.2 billion people worldwide, an annual financial need of about almost $1,000 billion. If we focus on Mexico, the country where we started working with the smallholder farmers, coffee producers, we are talking about 500,000 people. During the past 5 years, EthiCap has developed 2 different ways to invest in social impact. The first one is by lending money. The second one is the real innovation, what we call the crowd collateral system, a kind of blended finance 2.0. Thanks to the use of blockchain technology, we can send money from Spain to, for example, Mexico with low operational cost, below 1%. At the same time, we have full traceability. Thanks to the use of smart contracts, in case of default from the borrower, that crowd collateral system is automatically liquidated into a market in order to repay the principal plus the yield, ensuring the lended money. Thanks to this, EthiCap has been awarded several times, and there's a real reason for this. We are at the intersection between impact investment and blockchain technology, having several competitive advantages compared to our competitors. During the past 2 years, we have lent more than $3 million to more than 600 families, minimizing the risk and diversifying over 5 different kinds of countries. Right now, we are starting with cocoa as well, and having a default ratio below 1%. Thanks to blockchain, again, we have on-life metrics, so we know how we are growing, and trust me, we are skyrocketing. Here, you can take a look at the crowd collateral system. And our business model is quite simple. The borrower has to pay 16% interest rate. 8% goes to the lender, 4% to the company, and 4% in order to increase the crowd collateral system. Right now, we are closing our seed round. So far, we have raised 1.7 million, and this is an invitation for all the investors in this room. We are facing quite challenges, but we have proved that blockchain is a game changer to change the world. Thanks to a multidisciplinary team, we are leading the disruption and innovation. Welcome to EthiCap.
Very good, John. Very good. Thank you, sir. Okay, judges, questions for John. Yeah, speak.
Can you explain which blockchain you're using and why?
Yeah, perfect. We started at Ethereum. We started in 2017. There were barely no ecosystem. Right now, we were developing on Ethereum, but we are using Celo blockchain. It's a refi, regenerative finance blockchain, and there are low operational costs. That's why. But we are chain agnostics, and we can move to another blockchain. It's not a problem.
Okay, another very quick question, please.
So you're working with coffee, but I'm wondering if it's scalable to different regions and work with different products too.
Absolutely. We started with coffee because of the team. Gabriel and Jori, our founders, were half Mexican, half Spanish, so they were from coffee families. And right now, we started a trial with cocoa, and we are ready to scale up to other different kinds of commodities.
Okay, then. Big applause to John. Thank you very much for joining. And before we continue, let me tell you that our next startup is responsible for the giant smiley. They're so thrifty that they're not spending any money, and inside you have the head of marketing, right? That's how good they are. Come on, a big applause for the smiley, giant smiley. Next year, I swear I'm going to get one of those. Anyway, so speaking of money and receiving and managing money, one of the biggest pain points with money is getting grants. And so a lot of companies basically outsource the getting of the grants, and so there are all these consultants and companies that deal with managing the requesting of grants. Now, this process is horrible. Who has requested a grant here? Raise your hand. Yeah, the other ones, 3 or 4, the rest are dead. That's how hard it is. So to talk about how to create the next generation environment, to make this as easier as possible for both the people dealing with big volumes of grant requests and the one-on-one applicants of these grants, please welcome Pedro Robles, CEO and co-founder of Funded.
Este es el mandito. ¿Para pasar cuál es? Este. Hello. Have you ever heard about the next generation funds? Where are they? No. Where are they? Did you try to apply to any of them? It's a horrible task. I'm sure that you, the one who has tried before, it's a horrible task. Why? Because only in Spain there are 20,000 different public calls every year, offering more than 50 billion euros. 50 billion euros. But the point is that they are managed by 2,000 different public administration in a different way, in a different way for the communication and to apply. So, if you want to apply to any grant, you have to fight with the public database, and maybe you have to read more than 40 pages of BOE. That's the reason because we have developed the best search engine for grants in Spain. Now it's much easier to find them, but it's not enough with that, because the key of this ecosystem is the grant manager. Most of you are supported by grant manager. And the grant manager, they don't have specific tools to manage the grant. Most of them are still working with Excel. That's the reason because we also have developed our specific tool for them, ERP. Whoa, I'm very slow. Okay, so this is in conclusion. We are making much easier grants for applicants and grant managers, and also for them who want to externalize the service. We are offering them tools for saving time, for increasing sales, and to improve profitability. We were born in 2019. We were testing different approaches to this problem, and finally we have two business models, SaaS and Marketplace. And we are very proud to be already in profit. We don't have only the will, we have also the best team to afford this project, and because we have all the fields completely covered. I'm Pedro Robles. We want to change the world of public grants. Do you join us?
You don't see if show your shoes. They're startup branded. My God.
Yeah.
The underwear also Funded? Don't show. Don't answer. Judges, questions, please.
Hi there. I noticed you were just focused on Spain at the moment. Have you looked internationally, or are you exploring international options at all?
Yes, that's the idea. But I think, since the first moment, we thought that it was very important for us to be in profit, to demonstrate that the business model worked, and afterwards going abroad. Because it's not very difficult to go abroad, but at least we need 1 month to organize all the system for download all the information and to organize the information.
Very quick question.
So you mentioned a search engine. Would you say that that is the key motor of your competitive advantage on an ongoing basis? Is that the engine of what you're doing, is the ability for your customers to find the right grant for them based on their needs? I'm trying to get a sense of what the fundamental technological engine of this is that will maintain competitive advantage.
No, I didn't understand completely.
What's the key difference? Is
the
the
key
search
difference
engine?
is not the search engine. We have the first search engine, but for us, the key is the ERP program, because most of the people, there are not the specific tools for managing the grants. We weren't the first search engine. We weren't. I think that we are the best, but we weren't the first. And we are not going to be the only one. But the point is to our tool for making much easier the connection between me, manager, and you, applicant, and also with anyone, maybe a bank, maybe anyone who want to externalize the service.
We got it. We got it. Big applause to Pedro. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Big applause to the marketing manager there. And now we're moving to space, and I'm going to give a couple of points here. We're moving to the crypto space. And despite everyone thinking, oh, crypto is dead, let me assure you, crypto is not dead, and it's not going to be dead, and it's going to keep growing, it's going to keep evolving. And there's one thing in the crypto space that happens a lot, which is, yeah, you take care of your own assets that you have there, but how do you take care of that? And taking care of even your own personal assets, how to do the custody that we call of those assets, it's already complicated. But it becomes even more complicated if you're a big and large institution. It's not just the sheer size of how do you deal with your assets, how do you secure those assets, but maybe more importantly, how do you deal with the regulations associated with those assets. So to talk about that, a very good old friend from the trenches, please welcome my good friend, Ángel Luis Quesada, CEO of Onyx. Big applause.
Well, first of all, thank you, South Summit, for letting us to stay here. I am Ángel. I am the CEO of Onyx. I don't have so much time, so let me avoid to bother you about the market and put just one thing in your mind. All the European banks are working, trying to give digital assets, cryptocurrencies, tokenization to the final user. All the hedge funds are doing the same, but they aren't the only. You have also, or we are taking conversation with a lot of companies from other sectors like insurance, real estate, gaming, and similar. And all of them have 3 pain points, at least have 3 pain points. One of them is the technology. All of you know that Solidity is not JavaScript or smart contracts are not website. Of course, the other point is the security, the risk of security. Imagine a bank losing a Bitcoin from one of their clients without the possibility to roll back and without the possibility to talk central banks to help them. And the third one is the compliance, so the regulation challenge. Just in Europe, we have MiCA, DORA, travel rule, pilot regime, anti-money laundering system version, and all of them are issues that they have to complete. For that, we create Onyx. Onyx is the leading crypto asset custodian in Spain. We are the necessary point of union between what is happening in the blockchain, DLT, Web3, and company and their final user. But better than trying to explain what we do, let me explain some business cases on this last year. The first one we launched with BNext, one of the major neobanks here in Spain. We launched with the crypto wallet. Now BNext is not a neobank, it's a crypto neobank thanks to us. In 2021, we launched a proof of concept with CaixaBank, trying to see how to integrate crypto wallets with their bank. We are the only custodian solution that comes to the first sandbox regulatory here in Spain. We go with Renta 4 and all funds to create a tokenized fund, the custody and emission of the tokenized fund. But also, we go with Imantia to the second court of the sandbox regulatory to create the first hedge fund on DeFi in Europe. But it's not only, as I told you, it's not only finance. It's thanks to our partnership with Palm, we are custodian brand NFTs from one of the higher brands, international brands like Xbox, DC Comics, Harry Potter, and similar.
And we're out of time, Ángel.
Perfect. Because it's late.
Thank you. Okay, so questions from my dear friend Ángel. Judges, we have one there.
Hi. One question. What differentiates you from your competitors?
Well, usually you are talking about Fireblocks, Ledger, and similar. There are more like a infrastructure, a security infrastructure, a custodian, but in the infrastructure side. We are more like a full fiduciary custodian solution. We offer a package with all the solutions to operate with us, to access to the blockchain, avoiding the problem with the regulator also.
Okay. Any other quick question over there?
Quick question. What fees do you charge for custody and what fees do you charge for transactions?
We can talk less in the hold of the stage. Okay, we take we have a license. We have an annual license based on the stage, on the use of the platform, because it's not easy. Imagine that we are working with people that offer crypto. We are people that offer Bitcoin, but we have people that offer tokens in a private DLT. So based on some stage, or based on some cases.
Okay, and with this, please, big applause for my good friend Angel. Thank you. Pleasure having you on stage, my friend. By the way, those of you that don't know, Angel was a fundamental part of the beginning of the Spanish ecosystem, startup ecosystem. So he has he's been working with startups for a very, very long time. Okay, now we're flying to the US to present you, to introduce the next evolution of sales online, of e-commerce online, of what we call live shopping 2.0. I must say that we really tried to make this live, but you guys have too many devices and are crashing the network, so it's your fault that we're not doing this live. But I hope you get the gist of how the platform works and how our next company is solving the problem. So please welcome a big applause to Mihai Manescu, live shopping evangelist at Streams Live. Big applause.
Hi there. So quite a few innovation out there in the recent years. Humanity has seen this, but there has been actually one industry that hasn't changed at all, and that is e-commerce. So what happens in e-commerce? Well, you see a product, you read a text, you put it in cart, and you buy it. And that's it. Simple, but boring. And the world is changing, and the young generations are sick and tired of boring, so they want more. They want experiences. But the question is, how can we bring experiences and changes to an industry that literally hasn't changed in 3 decades? Well, the solution is live shopping. And what is live shopping? It's a combination of video streaming with social media and e-commerce. And basically, it allows brands to get influencers or representatives to host shows, live shows on their website, to actually engage with the audience via the chat and sell products directly into the live streaming. And there's been a lot of industries who have been adopting live shopping lately, and that is because beyond the fact that it's experience, it brings authenticity to the brand. And not only authenticity, but it can recreate the whole live shopping in-store experience to the online in a live streaming session. And the actual conversion rate for a live shopping session is 9%. So, obviously, the market is growing. Pandemic helped, but it's still growing because of China and the US market. And there's obviously a lot of solutions out there that can offer live shopping. But what do we do apart from them is we bring the blockchain technology to enhance the shopping experiences. And this is why we are bringing NFT loyalty, where the NFT is not just a simple image, it becomes a membership card sold in a live shopping session. And an NFT can be packed with a lot of benefits, offline and online. You can go in stores using that membership card. You can even pack travel and shopping experiences. So the sky's the limit, whatever you can pack in it. We've partnered with a lot of cool blockchain partners to bring this idea to life. And when it comes to live shopping, we're pretty experienced as we work with a lot of cool brands all around the world. And Streams.live is a subscription-based software as a service. And since our release in 2021, we've kind of seen a lot of live shopping sessions and streamed pretty many live shopping minutes out there in the world. And this is the team, which is pushed forward by yours truly, who is a scriptwriter and film producer, who has some films theatrically released and available on Netflix. So join us to the future of live shopping. It's live. Yeah, I should have filmed myself. That was the idea. But you can still claim your reward if you scan that QR code and meet us at the booth. So we're looking for partners, we're looking for resellers, and obviously investors. Thank you very much.
Now I'm wondering, what are those movies on Netflix that I want to watch?
You can search me up on IMDb and you'll find me there.
Okay, there we go. Okay, judges, questions?
Hi there.
This is Isaac from Conexo Ventures. You had a very nice brand wall there, but which kind of agreements do you have with those brands like L'Oreal and the rest?
So we work with some brands, they have active subscriptions with us, and some have custom enterprise plans where we offer them punctual live shopping experiences like Black Friday and Christmas activations and all that. So big brands are more reluctant into going to subscriptions, but the smaller brands find it very efficient to go on a regular basis, doing live shopping on a regular basis. So we've worked with the brands from all over, from all industries, as you've seen there, and quite big brands.
Okay. Any other question? No? Okay, then big applause to Mihai. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we're getting to the final ones that we have, so we're flying back to Spain. And I think anyone that has been working on marketing or anyone that has been trying to, investing in things, understands that we're using such platforms that amplify the voice of everyone so much that sometimes what someone says, it really affects the value of a brand or of a company and things like that. Well, the next company is precisely capitalizing on that. How do we turn sentiment from global narratives into market performance insights that we can capitalize on? And I really love the tagline, which is cash in on the hype. So to talk about this, please welcome our next startup, Gonzalo de Cadenas, founding partner at Replica.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. My name is Gonzalo, and as they said, I'm the founding member of Replica, a small startup, has only 1 year and a half old. You probably noticed this thing I'm carrying. This kind of maybe is my token, trying to make me always remember the core line of our thinking process inside of Replica. It's a sentence of a Spanish writer that I love, named Calderón de la Barca from the 17th century. And he says, in life, everything is truth and everything is a lie. What do I mean with this? We understand that what is really shaping reality are narratives. Narratives are everywhere, and they turn into the new commodity of what we use now for trading, for conveying a message, for confronting different views, and can create disenfranchisement on the one hand, or partisan animosity, but also are a means of bringing forward expectations that are embedded in those narratives in the market. At Replica, what we do is we capitalize on a proprietary software we developed some time ago and got patent license. And this software can read 350 million pages a day, more or less, and turn all the information, extract the qualitative information, take the sentiment, take the centrality of the messages, and take the moment when it was created and turn it into signals that we then use as a predictor of market performance of certain assets, not only equity. It can be also NFTs, it can be cryptos, it can be commodities. So that's basically what we do. And how do we capitalize on this? We capitalize on this by offering a subscription-based service, what we call a RaaS, Replica as a Service. You can use our software, you can rent different narratives, and I'll give you some example in a minute. And by renting those narratives, you will find tone values, predictors, and forecasts of specific companies and asset prices that have been named in the narrative that you are subscribed to. Give me an example. COVID times, there was a lot of fuss and noise about the narrative and about the topics about whether there would be a vaccine coming out from Pfizer or Moderna or Johnson & Johnson's. there was a cross-conversation across this, and this is increasingly going upwards and upwards when the global conversation emerges and has the social media as the platform, where there was a narrative where opinions and assessments on each other, on the viability of the products and the economic viability of the business models was going to survive going forward, bringing expectations on the prices and share prices that were listed on the internet. We capitalize before that turns into a position. We capitalize it as a product that you can suck in through our platform. And I think I'm done.
Thank you. Big applause to Gonzalo. Hey, don't leave. They might want to ask you questions.
All right.
Judges, questions. One there. Very quick, please.
Thank you for that. So I love alternative data for predictive analysis, absolutely. But when it comes to media narratives and online data, you're getting very skewed data often in terms of what actually shows up on the internet and what makes it into media narratives. How are you balancing the risk of bringing your clients along a short-term hype cycle that may not be indicative of actual information and an actual change in the company's circumstances?
Well, the algorithm not only takes sentiment and tone and hype leading indicators, but also drinks on the centrality of who's providing the comments. It's not the same if that narrative and specific signal is given by the moment when, let's say, on the crypto times, Elon Musk was putting $1 billion into shopping, or a random opinion was creating a specific narrative on Twitter. So we balance by weighting way less that kind of opinion who has no credibility and no centrality, we call in terms of topological terms, to an informed one.
Okay, so we're out of time, sadly. We're out of time, guys. But I'll let you for the next one. I have your face. Big applause to Gonzalo. Thank you very much. Now, let me tell you, how many times you buy something in an e-commerce and it's not what you expected, or directly it's not what you asked for. And then you go like, you know what? I want a refund. And then it takes forever. You know, to charge you, this is like the tax agency. To charge you, oh man, they charge you immediately. To refund, that's a different story. And not just that, it's not just a refund, it's actually getting a change of product that takes forever to happen. Okay, this is a very common problem, except probably if you're called Amazon. But for everyone else, this is actually a big issue. So precisely to talk to you about how they're solving this at scale with efficiency, our next startup, all the way from Spain, Fernando Pedraz, CEO of Revenue.
Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce you to our two volunteers, Juk and Harek. These guys, they bought this amazing shirt for a party they have on Saturday. But they bought them from different stores. Juk bought it in a store that does not work with Revenue, while Harek bought it in a store that works with Revenue. Hey guys, how do you like your shirts?
Well, I think it's a little bit too large, but I like the product.
Yeah, same here. Like, I bought two. I really like this one with the unicorn and the slots, but still a little bit too large.
Amazing, guys. Guess you then want new sizes, smaller ones?
I would love to, but I'm afraid it won't arrive for the Saturday party.
Oh, and you're right, Juk. Juk bought in a store that does not work with Revenue, meaning, hey, Juk, the process is going to look like this. You need to first return the product to the brand. Once it's reviewed and it's in good conditions, they'll ship the new one, if there's stock left. Meaning that's a 10 to 15-day process. So yeah, it won't arrive in time for your party. That's a bummer, right? Harek, guess what? You bought in a store that has Revenue, so you don't need to think like that anymore. You'll have tomorrow the new size.
That's fantastic. And what do I do with the old one?
With the old one? Just return it whenever you can, man, and go enjoy your party.
Nice, but what happens if I forget to return it?
If you don't, I know you will return it. And even if you didn't, there would be zero risk for the brand because Revenue covers all the risk. And it's not that just we trust people, we're trusting Harek and Juk, it's that we have a machine learning model that allows us to understand how good is the people and who is likely to return their product and who isn't. Meaning that we can decide to whom we offer instant exchange without bearing too much risk. Juk, hey, your product won't arrive in time, as we said. What do you want to do with the product?
I don't want to keep it anymore, so I'm going to return it.
Yeah, I would return it too. So the process is going to be slow, as it was with Exchange, but yeah, you'll get your money in 30 days, more or less. Harek, here's the new size, the one you ordered. What do you want to do with the blue one?
Only need one for the party, so I'll return it too.
Okay, amazing, amazing. And you know what's even more amazing? That you work in a store that has Revenue, meaning that you can have an instant refund. So hey, man, here's your money back.
Great. So this means I can just go back to the store and buy other shirts I like?
Yeah. The immediate repurchase is the main benefit of having an instant refund. It's good for Harek and for the brands. And it's not, guys, it takes 5 seconds for the end customers to have the refund back. Imagine, think yourselves, in which store you'd buy again? In the one that doesn't care about the customer long processes, or in the second one that can offer you an instant refund? These are some KPIs that our merchants are achieving with us. Basically, in other words, they buy more, people buy again,
and
they buy
we
more
are
time,
out of time,
and they spend more. That's it.
Big applause.
Thank you, guys.
I don't know, I want that shirt. That shirt is amazing. Okay, so questions for Fernando, please.
Fernando, got a question here. You are the risk taker then, and wondering how is it that you make the profile of the person to realize or somehow come to the conclusion of whether or not this person is likely to return the item, even once this person has received the refund already?
You're asking about how we underwrite the risk, right?
No, how do you profile the person, the customer like myself, after you have returned me the money, to see how likely it is that I'm actually going to return the item once you have issued a risk management?
Yeah, we analyze the person before even being able to ask for a refund for exchange. So if you are not eligible to have an instant refund or instant exchange, you won't see the option of having an instant refund. So yeah, it takes like 2 seconds, 3 seconds more or less. Pretty fast. Yeah.
Super short.
Yeah, hello. How much funds have you raised up to date, and how are you allocating those in opening new e-commerces such as airlines, for example, that are not clothing brands?
Amazing question. So we've raised 4 million so far in 2022 when we were born. We are mainly focused now in e-commerce fashion just because they are the ones suffering the most, the problems we're solving. So yeah, we're focusing on e-commerce fashion. We know that we can work with airlines. There are lots of issues with refunds in airlines linked to other kind of different things. But yeah, mainly fashion, operating across Europe and with offices in Madrid and the UK.
Okay, big applause to Fernando. Thank you very much. I love how casual Martin is like, what about for airlines? That was casual. Okay, are we ready for the last startup of the startup competition? Nah, I'm not sure they're ready for you. What do you think? They're ready for you? Are we ready for the last startup? I think now we're getting. So, corporations, big companies, B2Bs, you're going to love this one, because every company has to deal with billing, and every company has to do with payment. And the more you become digital, the more the amount of platforms and gateways you have dealing with all that stuff. Now, for those companies that don't have a massive tech team, this is an issue because, yes, I have all these payments coming up, but I have zero automation. And every time I talk to the tech team, it's like, would you mind automating this for us? Yeah, we don't have the bandwidth. This is too hard. Well, listen closely. I have the solution for you. Well, not me, actually, but our last pitcher of the day. So please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Wealth from Spain, Maria Luque.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mary, co-founder of Wealth. We are a billing and payment automation system for recurrent revenue businesses. 10% of revenue in digital companies goes to implementation and maintenance of their payments systems. Here you have an example of a customer of ours, the typical SaaS company. When they start, they implement a Stripe because they think that it's cheaper and easier to use it. But as they grow, they need to add more payment methods, more billion scenarios, more currencies, and so on. So they built a dedicated technical team only to manage all these things. That's why we have created Wealth, a low-code payment and billing automation system for recurrent revenue businesses. Our product has 3 main pillars. 1, payments. We implement different payment methods to allow our customers grow globally. 2, automation. They can set any billing scenario that they need without any technical cost. And last one, reconciliation. All the data in one place. We launched our product 1 year ago. We are now processing 5 million, and we are expecting to end the year processing more than 88 million. I forgot to talk to you about some important things. No, shit. Sorry. Our business model is B2B SaaS. We are charging our customers based on their revenue. The higher their revenues, the higher is our rate. The digital payments industry is huge, and with Wealth, we are focused in recurring revenue businesses, targeting an opportunity of 300 million. Of course, we have competitors, since the opportunity is enormous, but the majority of them are building very technical products for the enterprise segment. Unlike them, we are focused on smaller companies because they have very big problems, and the risk of not solving it is dead. I mean, this wasn't my presentation. We are former founders with a high technical and fintech background team, and we are here to lead the European payments industry. We raised 1 million almost 2 years ago, and we are now making an extension of 800K to get our product market fit. We consider now the best moment to invest in a company like ours, and you know why? Because I guess that you couldn't allocate 10% of your money every single year in a totally unnecessary and very complex to implement and maintain payment system. Thank you very much.
They say shit happens, right?
Shit happens.
Okay, judges, final questions for a final startup, please.
Hi, yeah, what's the typical size of an SMB to be working with you? What level of complexity they need to have?
I don't
Which
hear you.
level of complexity they need to have as an SMB to work with you? What's the size, typical profile?
It is very, very easy to implement. It's like, the most difficult thing is that you have to build an endpoint to connect your system with ours, and that's it. I mean, it's very, very simple.
I think he's asking, like, how complex does the business needs to be to work with you guys?
Ah, the business. Okay. So we can initiate payments in difficult businesses, like pricing scenarios, like recurrent payments, variable recurrent payments, fractionated or installments. I mean, the most complex, the better, because we can add more value.
Where's the threshold?
SMB to work with you.
I'm not understanding.
Well,
how big needs an SMB to be to start working with you?
I mean, they can start from the beginning, because the sooner they start, the better, because they are not going to face any problem. But we can work with companies that are making 1 million until 50, 100, yeah.
Okay, we're out of time. I'm sorry. I want you all to have food. So with this, I want to thank Maria. Thank you very much. Big applause to Maria. So before we leave, very quick reminder, we are going to announce the winners of the verticals at 3:30 here. Then we're going to have the final competition at 5 on the main stage arena, and we will announce the winners at 1 p.m. tomorrow, Friday. And with this, big applause to the judges, please. Big applause to the judges, to our startups. Everyone is hungry. And I'll see you all after lunch. Have a great lunch. See you all.
Buenas tardes, amigos, amigas, ¿qué tal? Are we all good? Oh, okay, muy bien. We're going to try that again in a few minutes. Great to see you all here looking nice and refreshed after a nice bit of lunch and poquito cafelito maybe. My name's Oisin Lunny. My personal motto is ABC, always be connecting. Feel free to find me on LinkedIn or wherever you like to connect. My job is to help great people, great companies and great organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, through digital experiences and through awesome events like South Summit. Now, I've been to South Summit many times, and I can tell you, right here, right now, is the most exciting part of the day. This is where we get to meet some winners. Now, over the past 2 days, as many of you will know, we've had some of the most amazing startups in the world pitching here in front of our VIP panels of judges with the aim of winning the South Summit Startup Competition. Now, of course, we have 10 categories, so we're going to meet 10 winners today. My fingers are crossed for so many of the companies, so many impressive, brave individuals who are doing great work and gave great pitches in front of our amazing judges. Now, our 10 winners of the categories that you're going to meet today are going to be pitching again in the arena stage at 5 p.m. And 5 of them will receive one of these awards later today. For the best team, the best scalable startup, the best disruptive startup, the most sustainable startup, and the big one, the global winner of South Summit 2023. So this is such an exciting moment. We're going to meet those 10 startups. I'm going to go through to the final round today, and who's going to win the grand prize. I can feel the anticipation, the electricity in the air. I hope you're ready to meet some brilliant people. Right. I have a bit of a question for you, so I want a really loud affirmative answer in Spanish or English or whatever you like. Are you ready to meet some winners, my friends? Chef's kiss. Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias, amigos. Okay, our first category, we're going to kick things off with a fascinating session that I was delighted to see yesterday. The category is Biz Dev Technology, and I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage our two very special guests who are going to be giving out the prize and announcing the winner. So please give a huge round of applause. Management consulting expert from TopTal, please welcome Eric Stettler, and he is joined by McCann World Group General Director Future Brand, Carlota Castellanos. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome, Carlota. Great to see you. Welcome back, Eric. Thank you. And if any of you were here yesterday, you will know that Eric had some very probing questions for our lucky finalists. So tell us a little bit about who you chose. Who is the winner of this category?
Well, first and foremost, thank you. Muchas gracias a todos. And the Oscar goes to Plant on Demand.
Yes. Fantastic. Plant on Demand, a very worthy winner of our BizTech TEF category. Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Okay, fantastic. And this is a paparazzi moment, so please, folks, do make sure you're in the photograph. If you're a colleague, now is your chance. Absolutely wonderful. A very deserving winner for BizDev Tech. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Okay, great to see some magic networking happening there as well. And of course, it is not just about the winning, although the winning is awesome. It's about impressing the judges, connecting and building this incredible South Summit global ecosystem. And let's see where it goes. I can't wait. That was a great highlight to start on. We're now going to move on to the wonderful consumer trends category. And I'm delighted to welcome to the stage from MasterCard. We are joined by their key account director, Mariano Torrente, and from Google, their product marketing manager, Tamara Lucas. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, welcome. So this brand, Google, I've not heard of them before. They must be new. Yes. Okay, tell us, who have you chosen as the winner? What did the panel of VIP judges choose?
Okay, so here we have the winners for the consumer trends. Sepia.
Yes, Sepia! Congratulations! Do we have Sepia in the house? Uh-oh. Okay. Are Sepia here? Sepia. Okay, are
we keep it, yeah.
Okay.
We'll take it.
Okay, if you know where Sepia is, tell them to come backstage and our VIP judges will give them the award and we'll have a little private paparazzi moment. Okay, muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Congratulations, Sepia. Okay. Okay, you know that old saying, you snooze, you lose, but they actually won. So it's all fine. They get the award. It's good. Okay, we are now going to move on to the third category, connectivity and data. And I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage our two VIPs who are going to be announcing and giving out the wonderful prize from Telefonica, Open Innovation. We have the Head of Partners, Augustine Moro, and from Dell International Marketing Director, we have Celine Della Rocheforniere. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Great to see you, Celine. Encantado. Great to see you. Okay. Rock and roll. Right. We are hoping for the winner in the house now for this category. Let us know who has won this category of connectivity and data.
And the winner is Build 38.
Build 38! Build 38 in the house. Come on down.
Congrats.
That's it. Fight your way through. Good stuff. Are you rocking some branded? Oh, was perfect. Look, he's even got the branded merchandise. I love it. Build 38. Well done. Congratulations. Awesome. Fantastic. Felicidades. Right. Paparazzi time. Get your cameras in. This is where it all happens. And listen, my friends, if you are sharing this on social media, please remember to tag South Summit, tag our wonderful winners, and make sure to use the hashtag South Summit 23. Once more, a big round of applause. Build 38. Wonderful. How much fun is this? Oh my goodness, so much happiness on the stage. I absolutely love it. Okay, we're now going to move on to a very important category, health. It matters literally to all of us. And I'm thrilled to welcome two VIPs to present the prize and to announce the winner. So please give a warm welcome to Investment Manager from Sabadell, Laurent Arens, and from AstraZeneca, Healthcare Innovation Director, Jorge Pau. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Bienvenidos, amigos. ¿Qué tal? Okay.
So, thank you. Muchas gracias.
A ti. Okay, the health winner. Okay, who's going to help us live longer?
So, it is really relevant, the health vertical, and the winner is Legit Health.
Yes, Legit Health. Fantastic. Do we have the winners in the house? Do we have these lovely people running across? Are you the winners? I think so. Yes. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, we have the winners in the house. This is great. I love it. Okay, wonderful. Excellent. Leaping on stage. That's what we like to see. Big round of applause. Fantastic. Okay, and joining us as well. Congratulations. An all-killer, no-filler stage right here, my friends. Absolutely great. Remember to share the love on social media. Hashtag South Summit 2023. Okay, one more moment. Quick. For getting a photograph, you got it. Okay, good. Right, thank you so much. A big round of applause to health category right there. Yes, thank you. Okay. So, yeah, I'm afraid if you are in the team and you want to take a photograph, you have to be like real close to the stage. Make sure you get it quickly because we're keeping things moving. Right, the next category is enterprise. A hugely important topic, a hugely important category. But who is our hugely important winner? Joining us on stage to announce this, the Chief Digitization and Artificial Intelligence Officer from CEDIA, Salvador Esteban Martinez, who's joined by Responsable de Promoción de ENISA at Start Spain Up Nation. It says here, Spain Startup Nation, surely. It is Carolina Rodriguez. Welcome. Thank you. Bienvenidos. Great to see you. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Okay. I love it. Right. Who is the enterprise to end all enterprises? Okay.
And the winner is Satisfy.
Whoa, Satisfy. Do we have Satisfy now? Yes, wonderful. Crushing it in the enterprise category. We love it. Congratulations. Felicidades. There is your beautiful South Summit Award. Okay, yes, and we're doing the shaking hands for the cameras. If you're a colleague, get to the stage ASAP. Excellent. As we like to see, lots of paparazzi. Once more, big round of applause. Thank you to our amazing judges and to our winner. Okay. Now, a famous politician in the UK was asked many moons ago what his 3 priorities were, and he said education, education, education. It was a smart answer. Education is, of course, our future, building the world we want to be in. The theme of South Summit, what is the 2030 that we all want to live in? Education is a huge part of this. Our next category is going to be announced by Dubai Economy and Tourism DED Manager Marwan Almazouki and the chairman for the IE Centre for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Juan Jose Jose Güemes. Please welcome Marwan and Juan to the stage. Thank you. Great to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. And you can tell a lot by these awards, by the caliber of awesome people that we have joining us on stage to announce the winner. Okay, the winner of the education section is...
The winner is Because.
Because! Yes! Congratulations, Because! Because are running from the end. That's what you like to see. Great job, guys. Fantastic. Congratulations. What a prestigious category to win. And of course, all of the winners are going through to the grand final today at 5 o'clock on the main stage. Congratulations. Congratulations. Fantastic. Okay. That's it. Little paparazzi moment. If you're a colleague, make sure you're getting in now. Nice. Great job, everyone. Brilliant. Loving your work. Excellent. Got the motorized films out. Brilliant. Congratulations. Education, education, education. There it is. Okay, you've heard of Industry 4.0. What about Industry 5.0, a key ingredient of the future? I am thrilled to welcome to the stage to announce the prize, to give out the prize, two exceptional individuals. From Ferrovial, External Funding Innovation Program Lead, we're delighted to have Carlos Sanchez. And from PwC, the mighty PwC, we are delighted to have the partner in charge of the high potential companies area. This is a big deal. Alberto Tornero. Please welcome Carlos and Alberto to the stage. Thank you. Bienvenidos. Welcome. Great to see you both. Thank you so much for joining us. VVIPs here. Okay, so thank you very much. Do we have a winner? Has the judge and jury come to a conclusion?
Hard. It's hard. And the winner is Osilum.
Osilum, yes! Fantastic. Congratulations. Love it. They are running across the next big thing stage to join us on the stage here to pick up their beautiful award. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Industry 5.0. I hope you're all keeping up with these levels of industries. It's fascinating stuff. Okay, Industry 5.0 winner, welcome. Congratulations, felicidades, brilliant. Okay, and once again, my friends, it is time for that paparazzi moment. It's very important. Gotta be sharing it on social media with the hashtag SouthSummit23, very important. Spread the love, share the excitement we're all feeling here today. Okay, one more big round of applause, well done, excellent. Thank you to our VIPs. Absolutely. Okay, time for more VIPs to join us on the stage. Now this next category is very, very close to my heart. If you've seen me present, you'll know how much this means to me personally in every level. This is sustainability and ESG. If we want to design this 2030, we all want to live in, we want to be better ancestors, we want to have our children and grandchildren to have better lives on this planet. Sustainability and ESG, we are delighted to be joined by two legends of this category. Please welcome to the stage the head of Innovation Market Iberia at Endesa, a great friend of South Summit, Jose Minguez, and from Fundación Once, the Director of Accesibilidad e Innovación. Please welcome Jesus Hernandez. Thank you. Welcome. Muy bien, amigos. Great to see you. Thank you so much. Okay, have you found a winner?
I found a South Summit as a winner.
South Summit is a winner. Okay, wonderful. Okay, the winner is?
The winner is Lumio.
Lumio! Fantastic. Congratulations, you Lumio. Wonderful news. This is great. Now, of course, in all of the categories, we probably had we wanted all of the companies to win, but there can only be one category winner, and here it is, Lumio. Congratulations to you. Very well deserved. And we have the paparazzi moment. Hey, absolutely. Felicidades, my friends. Brilliant. Well done. What a deserving winner for the category. And we have a lot of paparazzi happening right here. Make sure you share it on social media. Use the hashtag SouthSummit23. Okay, thank you. Big round of applause. One more time for our VIPs and Lumio. Thank you. Yes. A very popular winner. Great to see some good friends in the audience. Okay, we are now going to move on to a very important topic. This is about the future of mobility, the future of smart cities. I'm thrilled to welcome two VIP guests. Now, excuse me if my Spanish is un poquito fatal. So, from Ayuntamiento Concejal de Innovación y Emprendimiento, please welcome Angel Niño, and his colleague from CAM, the Director General de Autónomos y Emprendimiento, Alberto González Diaz. Please join me in welcoming Angel and Alberto. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Hola, hola. Okay.
Thank you.
Right, tell us, what's in this magical envelope here?
Magical moment.
Magical moment. Drum roll.
And the winner is Vialytics.
Vialytics, yes! Vialytics, congratulations. Come on down, collect your prize from our VVVIPs. There we go. Ah, fantastic. Look at that. Straight out the box. Brilliant. Rocking the shirt as well. I love it. Okay, now, this is the paparazzi moment. This is social media gold. Share it with the hashtag SouthSummit23. And make sure to tag everyone. Okay. And more filters, if I may, please. All the filters. Okay. Muy bien. Mobility and Smart City winner. Wonderful stuff. Big round of applause. One more time. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. Just a little reminder, if you haven't installed the South Summit app, please do. It's brilliant. You get to connect with everybody, myself included. Let's do it. Just a little aside. Okay, now, last but not least, we have the grand finale. We have category number 10, FinTech and InsurTech, a massive category. This is moving, how we kind of move into... Oh, have I got the right one here? I'm so sorry. Carmen del Campo. No. Oops. Okay, excuse me 1 second. I have the wrong names here. Excuse me, a little last-minute change there. Okay, I was thinking, that doesn't look like Carmen del Campo. A little bit of a makeover there. Okay, so FinTech and InsurTech, a really important topic. We need it all in our lives. It moves with the tech. It keeps us up to date. And I'm delighted to welcome from Mutuo Madrilena. Yeah, and the name is Andres Sanchez, and he is joined on stage by the head of Open Innovation Spain at BBVA, Pedro Munoz. Please welcome our VIP guests. Thank you so much. Okay, great. And apologies, I took a little bit of... Okay. Yeah, I say hi to Carmen when you see her. Okay, so tell me, who is the winner?
The winner is Wealth.
Wealth! Yes! Team Wealth in the house, we love it. Fantastic. Come up to the front to get the photographs. Team Wealth, congratulations. Well done. What a cool name. Hey, Wealth, congratulations. Absolutely brilliant. Very well deserved. Okay, now the prize is given from our VIP judge to the winner. And this is your moment for some paparazzi gold. Share on social media. SouthSummit23 is the hashtag. Yes, we love it. Wealth, congratulations. Muy bien. Congratulations, Wealth. Thank you so much. Okay, now just a quick question to our team. Are we ready to move on with our next session? Oh yes, of course, right. And now I am going to ask a very special group of people to join me on the stage for a very special photograph. Please, my friends, if you're a winner, if you're one of our announcers, one of our VIPs who gave out the prize, join us on stage. All of our VIP guests, all of the winners on stage right now. We give them a big round of applause as they come on stage, please. Yes, we love it. Thank you. Wealth in the house, we like it. All the winners back on stage. This is a very important moment. This is where we celebrate all of our 10 category winners for the South Summit Startup Competition 2023. Now, all of these winners are going to have to pitch all over again on the main stage here in the arena at 5 o'clock. So don't miss it. Okay, more on stage, more, and we can kind of line up. If you're a very tall person, I see some tall people over there, you can stand at the back. I'm going to go behind here. I'm going to photobomb. That's it. So listen to these guys. We got the professionals down here. Move in, move forward. Forward. That's it. That's good. Okay. If you want to kneel down, you can kneel down. Okay. How are we all doing? Okay. Wonderful stuff. I am totally standing on my toes here. I'm behind some very tall men. Excellent. That's it. Feeling the love here on the stage. Happy people. All winners. Absolutely brilliant. One more time. Okay, do we want to get our partners, our VIPs on stage? Are we getting the VIPs on stage? The guests? No. We're all good. Okay, ladies and gents, a huge round of applause for our winners. Thank you so much. Yes. Bravissimo. Okay, if you love those winners as much as I do, you're going to want to connect with them. Install the South Summit app, reach out to them, and help them on the next stage of their professional journeys. My personal motto, ABC, always be connecting. Feel free to connect with the app on LinkedIn. My name's Oisin Lunny, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. We are going to now move on. We're going to take a little time out to change over the room. And yes, so, folks, thank you. Demanio, really good to see you, my brother. Okay, ciao, ciao. Folks, we're going to do a little changeover. We'll see you shortly. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. Great to see you all still here. Wonderful. Look all refreshed and caffeinated in the house. That's great. Now remember, my personal motto, ABC, always be connected. It also stands for ABC, always be caffeinated. So make sure you have some delicious coffee here. Make sure you're connecting with all of our wonderful peers here in the South Summit ecosystem. This is how we build the future we all need together. Right, we are now going to move on to a fantastic fireside chat, and this is all about the importance of leadership and navigating shifting landscapes. So our two wonderful guests are going to be interviewed by a stellar moderator. So Nahoko and Alistair. Nahoko Hoshino, Director of EMEA Investing at SoftBank Vision Fund, and Alistair Moreno, the founder and CEO at Clicalia, are going to be discussing the importance of company leadership in a rapidly shifting macroeconomic environment, underpinned by fluid regulatory parameters. So right now, we're going to be examining the optimal role of the founder during these times. And we're going to debate the balance between prioritizing a long-term vision and demonstrating flexibility during short-term fluctuations. I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage our wonderful moderator. She is the country manager at Startup Investor Accelerator. Please welcome Ashtik Zakarian. Welcome, welcome. Ashtik, big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And Ashtik is joined by Nahoko Hoshino, Director EMEA Investing at SoftBank Vision Fund. And they're going to be joined by the founder and CEO of Clicalia, Alistair Moreno. Thank you. Welcome to the stage, Alistair. What a power trio. Okay, remember, share the love, social media, hashtag South Summit 23. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for joining us today at this very important conversation at the importance of leadership, especially in this changing landscape in macroeconomic and also technological advancements. Today we have our really distinguished guests. We have Nahoko Hiroshi joining us from Vision Fund of SoftBank. She's the Good to be here. Thank you. She's the EMEA Director of Investments, and she comes from investment banking background from Goldman Sachs. And also we have Alistair Moreno joining us from Clicalia. He also actually shares investment banking background, starting from United States, moved to Spain to start Clicalia.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. So the recent years haven't been uneventful, from a fluidity in our macroeconomic situation to massive adaptation of AI have created a lot of changes. So let's understand how the world's biggest technology fund in its leadership, how has it been leading and navigating these times?
Should I talk a little bit about the Vision Fund?
Yes, please.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm Nahoko and I represent the SoftBank Vision Fund. So we are a fund that focuses on late stage and growth. And it's really our visionary founder, Maso-son, who's also founder of SoftBank, who identified AI as the next big thing before many people. And he decided to raise the world's largest fund to take a big part on this AI revolution, right? Fast forward, out of the Vision Fund 1, Vision Fund 2, and our sister fund, Latin Fund, we have a unique portfolio of 470 plus AI-enabled companies. They're all very different and unique in their ways. And I myself, I have been with the fund for a bit more than 4 years, and I'm with the European team. Our team consists of 14 people. We all sit in London, and we oversee anything to do with tech in Europe. We have 45 plus portfolio companies in Europe, of which Clicalia definitely is one of our flagship. And I would say it's very representative of how we invest, right? It was really the tech that was the moat. And we're very privileged to take part in the biggest round in Spain, which was a very big deal for us, and to be part of the cap table, which kind of represents the best investors from each of their fields. And I would also add that not only the tech, but it's really the credibility and experience that Alistair and Pablo, the two founders, brought to the table, not only being investors themselves, but also being a very savvy operator. So we're very happy. On to you, Alistair.
Thank you. We're very happy too. No, indeed, I'm following on what you mentioned. It's a fact that today we have transformational technologies which are changing many sectors. And it's how we use those technologies to change the customer experience. But it's not only about having the technology or how we build this technology. It always goes back to the culture and the team and how we are able to implement this technology with the right strategies.
I was quite impressed to learn how you actually navigated post-COVID situation without laying off anyone and even increasing your employees, and how you were bringing together, as you said, brains and right investors and all kinds of resources together. So tell us a little bit, how did you actually get there? That's quite exceptional, actually.
So it's a combination of many things. No? We all went through the COVID. We all know what that meant. And when you're building a company and you're using the technology to build that company, it's how are we able to simplify all the processes, how we are able to bring together all the stakeholders that are part of a transaction. And indeed, we had the team, we had these stakeholders aligned, and Clicalia was one of those companies that were able to continue operating during the COVID. We also have to say that it was a very tough time. So the team worked 20 hours a day. But the result was that the company even grew during the COVID period. We were able to continue transacting, buying and selling homes and providing this service for the customers. We even remained EBITDA positive during the COVID time. And that was something that was very rare. I mean, we brought it to the board. They were very supportive. We increased salaries. We kept everyone in the company. We didn't do any layoffs. And we're very proud of that, because it's not only providing services and changing the market, it's how you develop the people and you keep the people protected under the company.
Yeah, I think at this stage, being the biggest investment round ever in Spain, that's a big thing. You're not just as a CEO of the company, you're not just leading your company, you're actually leading an example to the whole ecosystem of how to get there. But I think there is a big role that Nahoko's team also played in this, in supporting in that process and staying very communicative and participating in the life of the startup. So I wonder, how do you actually maintain the relationships and build these relationships with the founders that you invest in?
Yeah, so good question. And I think the role of a late-stage investor could mean many things, right? It can mean something from business development, opening doors, to maybe helping hire the next C-suite management using a network. And I think for us, we are quite proud of the international presence that we have. So if a company is looking to expand internationally, we would like to help, given our global fund and also presence in Asia and the US. So that, I think, it's just the role of the investor. But at the same time, on a personal level, I think we want to be not only just an investor, but sometimes like a cheerleader, sometimes like a coach, and hopefully a friend as well. Because I think we want to have this very candid and open communication where we can tell the founders who are on their jobs, very focused, and to make sure that they're always, so I think number one, very focused on their moat. I think it's really hard to get to a stage where you're the sexy tech company, maybe in 2020, 2021, you raise at very high multiples, revenue multiples, right? And then I think we need to be very crystal clear that, what your competitive advantage is. And we would be nagging the founders each and every day. Do you know what your moat is, and is that crystal clear? So that's what we do all the time. But I think secondly, communication is very important. On the board level, we really appreciate you being very transparent of what's going on, and I think that leaves space for open discussion to discuss strategic alternatives. And I think so. Thirdly, what I would mention is that I think it's a patience that we really need, right? We tend to rush to exits. We want to ask, when's the next IPO coming? But then I think we're in it for the longer term, and we're kind of privileged because the Vision Fund, we only have SoftBank as a single LP, so we're not really pressured to return capital. But in that way, we can remind you that it's okay to be, take some time in downturns and be patient. So that's kind of how we see our role
Yeah. How about the ideal founder role, or as things change, the leader's role is also changing in its definition, and as a leader, you also engage differently potentially. So, what's some leadership qualities that you think that it's important for founders to adopt these days and practice?
So, leadership has to come from the top to the bottom. In our view, it also has to come from the investors that we have. So, we were seeing in the market that many startups wanted to have as many VCs as possible. We wanted to have as few VCs as possible, but we wanted to have the more supportive ones and the stronger ones. In this case, SoftBank was a no-brainer, very solid in many countries, many continents. They were able to help us to share the information that they were seeing in Asia, in Latam, in Europe. Then we had also Fibol, which is the #1 real estate VC in the world. So that leadership comes at the top. Then it goes to, obviously, the C-level. Very important. We do have an amazing C-level at Clicalia. 80% of them happen to be women. And that goes all the way down. No? So you have to build a culture, be a leader, lead by example. And that at the end goes to the bottom of the company.
Right. And do you see something that perhaps Clicalia's leadership team does or would like to encourage others to follow that is perhaps, I don't know, is there anything unconventional or untraditional that you have in the company that maybe is an inspiration?
We are very unconventional, no? Every time that we see that everyone is going in one direction, we try to go in the opposite direction. We try to pay close attention to data. No, it's like before making a decision, it's like why, and why are we doing this? You always have to have this why. Yeah. We do see the consumer trends and the social trends are changing, and if you pay close attention to that, you are listening to your customer, because this is something that sometimes we might forget. It's like we think it has to be in that direction, but you have to bring this information, and that's the way that we do it. No?
Yeah.
And it tends to be the opposite direction to where most of the people do it.
That's quite interesting to hear, and I wonder if SoftBank has similar story to share. Like when you see a lot of leadership teams, obviously as investors, the teams are one of the things that you pay attention to. So what do you give priority, or what do you highlight when you are working with or selecting teams to potentially work with?
Yeah, so I think it's definitely focus, and Alistair, you definitely have this because you told me, very early on that Clicalia from the very outset, from day one, you focus to be EBITDA positive, which is very rare, I think, in this community, right? Going through tough times like now, and navigating through market volatility, which I think is kind of like the topic here. Many of our portfolio companies have had to go through a lot of cost cutting, and which was quite painful. It really varies to what degree, but it was always difficult for the founders to keep the morale of the employees up, and to make sure that everyone was motivated and still in the game because they joined the company because they bought into the vision, just like the investors, right? So that was always a challenge, but I think, we're in a much better position compared to 12 months ago. But I have to say, Clicalia was definitely at the forefront of that.
Right. Clicalia is a real estate disruptor in the Spanish market, but also not only in Spain, it's expanding rapidly. It's already in Mexico, Portugal, and certain other countries. But your focus is not only real estate, right? So you are trying to access technological companies across Europe. And so is real estate in any way the top of the priorities, or do you want to share with us a little bit about the focus of Vision Fund at this point?
Yeah, so we are interested in anything that has to do with AI and data transformation. But yeah. I know everyone's talking about ChatGPT and LLM and the usage of that. So we do make sure that not only your portfolio companies, but all the companies that we're talking with are leveraging in the right way, not unnecessarily, but very prudently. That's something that we have in mind. But I think it really just comes to the management mindset, right? Having the agility to adapt to new technology and not resisting change. In that sense, I think it really brings out the true quality of the management teams.
All right. I want to move that back to Alistair then. How do you actually adapt the ChatGPT or all the AI tools that have become available? How does your team implement this, you as a leader and also your whole team?
No, I mean, artificial intelligence is one of the technologies that are here and are going to be part of the present and the future. And we are using it as we are using many other technologies. And there is a lot of hype about talking about artificial intelligence, but there are like many others. That's one of them. And we always take it of what are the technologies that we can use to improve the customer experience. Is it by using AI to have like someone giving an answer to our customers 24/7? Mm-hmm. If it happens, I mean, we're going to use it. And we're very happy to adapt and to develop other technologies.
Right, and I want to come back to real estate space, perhaps in Spain or Europe. So tell us a little bit more how you are actually disrupting, because one might know or might not know about Clicalia and the disruption, but you're up to. But tell us a little bit about that.
So, I mean, if you think about real estate, it's the biggest asset class that exists in the world. And when you think about it, you're thinking about an old industry. Then you have to think, one of the things that we have conveyed to the team is like, let's not go to a new industry, let's make a bigger industry with all the technologies that are available. The initial step of Clicalia was being able to have the technology and the data to forecast what was going to be the price of a home so that we can buy it instantly and the customer was able to get the cash right away. The second step was how we return these homes to the market. Obviously, one of the things that we learned from the customers is that the customers wanted the home to be ready to move in, and at the same time, we were making them more efficient and environmentally friendly, which was obviously helping every city where Clicalia was going into. And then, like, using all the resources and technologies to standardize all the processes and bringing every single need under one roof of Clicalia, so creating this one-stop shop where you have like legal advice, you have like people that are like getting you the mortgage. So simplifying all the processes so that like people could just sign, get the money, and buy a home, sign the contract, and move directly in. And this involves like many different teams, many different processes, which if you break down Clicalia, you would get like 10 different companies that provide like different services, but they are all combined together.
Right. Is this more what you see in your portfolio companies, similar leadership approaches we are seeing in Alistair and Clicalia? Is this diverse approach or having so many solutions in one and leading in bringing everything together? Is this what the other companies' leaders are doing in your portfolios?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of our portfolio company founders are definitely thinking about diversifying their product offering and not only just products, but also horizontally, right? So definitely we're seeing that. I would totally agree with that.
Right. I guess this is up until where we come today. So thank you so much for joining us today. It was really great to hear the great example of Clicalia as the obvious leader in that space and Vision Fund being the leader in technological funds. So that was quite great to hear from your experiences and your leadership style in that. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Fantastic. Muchísimas gracias. I'm sharing my thoughts all day today on social media, and I just said an honor to introduce his trio of excellence, because that's exactly what it was. Thank you so much for joining us. That was brilliant. Okay, now, my dear friends, we are going to move swiftly on, but not before I have the chance to remind all of you to install the South Summit app. Please install the app. You can connect with all of our legendary speakers, all of the finalists and winners for the South Summit Startup Competition, and you can connect with me if you should so desire. I like to connect very much on LinkedIn. You'll find me OISINLUNNY. If we connect, I will send you a mixtape of wonderful music every 2 weeks. I have a little radio show in Brighton, UK, and I'm obsessed with finding and sharing new music. Okay, we are now going to move on to a wonderful keynote from a dear friend of South Summit and a real dynamo on the scene right here. He's going to be talking about streamlining the workforce. Such an important topic, a hot topic in every company. My dear friends, please join me in welcoming to the stage the founder and CEO at Factorial, Jordi Romero. Thank you. Welcome, Jordi. Good to see you as always, my friend. Rocking the branded t-shirt as well. Bonus points.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jordi, and I'm going to talk about more or less what he said. I summarize it as the 36 steps into my entrepreneurial journey. So I'm going to fly through, I think, like 80 slides, so get ready. So briefly about me, I'm founder and CEO at Factorial, HR software company based in Barcelona. We have around 8,000 customers. We raised a little bit more than 200 million euros, valued at 1 billion, based in Barcelona, serving all of Europe and America. On top of that, I also co-host one of the most listened to podcasts in the startup ecosystem in Spain, next to my co-founder Bernat, the ITNIC podcast, where we also invest in early stage companies between 1 and 200,000 euros per company. So what am I going to talk about? I'm going to talk about some of the things that we did, some of the things that I got right, and some of the things that I got wrong, and hopefully you can take something from that. I just want to disclose that many of these things are sheer luck. Some are just my circumstance, and a few of them are actually good decisions that helped us get to where we are. Before I give you the full download, I wanted to share a 50-second video that is going to tell you the gist of my talk. So if you have to run, just stay for this, and then I'll give you my version to that.
All right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there. So first we have to decide how much do we want to find out. So let's say in this case, I want to find out at a level of 7. Okay, so I find that level on my graph, and I come horizontally to my gradient line. Where it intersects with my gradient line, I'm going to come straight down to where it intersects with my fuck around line. That there is going to tell me how much I have to fuck around to find out what I need to find out. See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out. So I hope this lesson is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. So that's basically the summary of what I want to talk about. You have to fuck around to find out. So you have to try many things. So let's find out. I'm going to start talking about myself. Then I'll talk about some of the things that we got right at Factorial, some of the things that we got wrong at Factorial, and then my favorite topic, things that investors say. It's always fun to talk about things that investors say. So first of all, very briefly, I'll fly. So I was born to a psychologist and an architect, entrepreneurial. So I learned a little bit to understand people, and I learned what it means to earn your customers' trust and money, which helped me a lot in my career. I am annoyingly curious, so I ask a lot of questions, and that's something that's very important. It's not natural for many people to ask questions. It is annoying, it's awkward, but it helps so much. You get so much information, you learn so much, and you can help people if you ask them questions. I also enjoy building and disassembling things. That's a picture of me knitting. I was sick in Rio de Janeiro, actually. So I was sick, and I started knitting a scarf. And on the other picture, I'm doing some woodworking. I have a terrace in Barcelona, and I always build stuff. That was during the confinement where I couldn't go outside, so I was in front of the computer 24/7. So I wanted to build something that wasn't a startup, that wasn't through a computer. So I was building furniture for a while. So anyway, building stuff is amazing. The thing that I built the most in my life is software. Software is incredible because it's limitless. it's virtual. So as long as you have a keyboard and a computer, and if you have internet, then it's just insane, you can build nonstop. And I started building software when I was 12, 13 years old, and that took me to where I am today. I love selling, which is kind of weird for a programmer. Usually you're either a programmer or a salesperson. I happen to love selling. And the thing about selling is not making money. It's not pushing shit to others. Sorry, I don't know if I can curse. It's not pushing stuff to other people. It's actually finding out. Like selling is asking questions. What can I do for you? How can I help you? And then you learn, and then you sell something else, and you go on and on and on. I love chaos. That's one of the things that I realized about myself. I'm actually very comfortable when everything is broken and when there is uncertainty, there are no plans. Fun fact, my wife is Swiss, and you know the Swiss are famous for being very organized, so it's quite fun at home when we have to plan something, and I don't want to plan anything, and she wants to plan 6 months in advance. We try to meet somewhere in the middle, which means we do what she says. I love solving problems. Again, ask questions. You learn about problems, you go out and you solve them. These problems can be money problems, it can be productivity problems, it can be societal problems, it can be any type of problems, but it's just fascinating to solve problems. And I actually enjoy fundraising. And that's one thing that I learned after talking to many founders, especially in Spain, I think. Founders here don't like fundraising, they don't like investors, they're intimidated by them. And I think it's fun because investors are just great partners for your business. They're going to give you money, they're going to allow you, enable you to build your dream, to solve problems, to go and do something that matters. This is, by the way, one of my secret weapons. This is a paella place in Barcelona. Apologies if there's some Valencian people over here, but it's the best paella in Barcelona, one of the best paellas in Barcelona. And these two folks here, on the right side, this is Creandum, general partner and partner who led our seed round when we had almost no revenue and basically no traction. They believed in us, and I think it was the paella that did it. After that, we had some numbers to show, but that one was the paella. I love teaching because the thing about teaching is one of the fastest ways to learn. So by teaching something, you force yourself to reflect, to ask questions, to structure your thoughts, and actually that's what I'm doing here. I'm trying to teach you something that I learned, and I'm actually learning about myself. I became a father, which is quite interesting because it gave me a lot of perspective about all the things I was wasting my time on, and you just become a ruthless prioritizer. When you have something so precious in your life, such as in my case, time with my daughter Ainhoa, then I don't waste any time in something that doesn't matter. And first I thought that's going to be a huge challenge. Leading a startup and then being a father, it's almost impossible. My co-founder, Pau, he had his first child on the second year of Factorial. I had Ainhoa on our third, fourth year of Factorial. And it actually became my superpower because I learned to say no. And I started saying no to almost everything that wouldn't move the needle, either for my own happiness and my family environment, or for my business or some of my passions, such as teaching, the podcast, and the investing that we do. I trust people. It's just fun. Life is not fun if you are mistrusting people around you. So I learned it's also a superpower if you assume the best in people. One funny anecdote here is sometimes I go to a store with a friend or with one of my colleagues, and somebody's rude to us. And the first instinct is like, what an asshole. Like, this person is not nice. And I always think, like, maybe something happened to that person, so I'm going to trust that this person is actually a good person. They just had a bad day, so we're going to try to empathize with them. Just life is so much more fun if you trust people. About to move on to the next stage. The last thing I want to say about this is I love to think about what can go right versus what can go wrong. And this is amazing if you're an entrepreneur, because everything can go wrong. Everything usually goes wrong. But as long as you can hold on to something that can go right, this motivates you so much, and it makes you fight very, very hard until you make it. As an investor, it's also quite an interesting skill, because you start thinking not about all the things that will go wrong, but the one thing, what happens if this goes right? What will this company become if something goes right? So speaking of such, what did we get right at Factorial? So first of all, the founding team. So Pau, Bernat, and myself started Factorial exactly 7 years ago right now. It was late spring, early summer 2016. I had studied computer engineering with Bernat, so I knew him at that point for, 15 years. Now it's like 20. And Pau was my colleague at Red, was my previous company, where he replaced me as a CTO, and he also became my best friend and my daughter's, godfather. So it's two people I trusted blindly, and two people I know were super, super skilled. And also, very, very important, two people that I knew would stick around and would have my back. So we all were kind of old enough where we knew this is a long-term play, but we were young enough where we still had a lot of energy to go against the world and do the impossible. So nailing the founding team is like a make it or break it kind of thing. You have to nail your founding team. It's hard to fix that if you don't get it right. We got that right. Second thing we got right was the product vision. we had enough experience with our previous startups to learn about some problems in managing, in leading an organization, in building software. So we had this vision of this very horizontal, very complete platform that can help millions of organizations around the world automate all of the HR, human resources, administration, and bureaucracy. It would allow them to stop wasting time and start learning from the data that is generated after this automation from the software, and then make better informed decisions. So that vision was clear from day one. We nailed it. It took a while to implement. We're still working on implementing it, but that is very important. We pivoted in almost everything else, but the product vision and the founding team are still here. Next, the market. We nailed the market. And that's one thing that I think we were lucky, because we knew it was kind of big, but we had no idea how big it was. We keep being shocked, mostly when we go out and fundraise, and we talk to these VCs and these private equity analysts and these investment bankers, these very smart people that spend many, many, many hours in front of computers doing research, and they tell us the size of the market. We're like, wait. I thought at best they can be like 100 million in revenue. Maybe now it's like $1 billion. Maybe it's like 10 billion. Now we're thinking it's hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue that can be collected if you help this market. There is 10 million small and mid-sized organizations in Europe and America, which are the geographies where we operate. We have 8,000 customers today, so that tells you the amount of growth that we still have ahead of us. That's a luxury. Not all the startups can serve a market so big. It's the single largest market in B2B software, so we're very lucky to be there. We knew it was a good market, but we didn't know it was so good. Fundraising, we got that right. We were lucky. We were almost dead. We had to work very hard in some fundraisers. We almost had to work nothing at all in some other fundraisers when the market was at its peak. But fundraising helped us a lot. We have great investors who think long term, and we have a lot of capital to implement our vision. Now, go-to-market DNA. We love SEO. We love content. That's why we do the podcast. That's why we have so many blog posts. That's why we produce and share all of their learnings with the world, because we help people learn, and we help people know us. So it's a win-win. And we knew that Spain wasn't enough for us. So we were born in Barcelona, but right away we knew we wanted to conquer the world, and we were working on that. Aggressiveness, we think big, we move fast, we break things, and our targets are very, very ambitious. And at the same time, we try to make our money last, so we're cost conscious. We try to use money where we're going to generate impact, and we try to not waste money where it's not going to generate impact. We didn't give up. That's very simple. Just the fact that we keep going when things were tough brought us here. If we had given up, which is very, very easy to give up, by the way, we wouldn't be here right now. Now, what did we get wrong at Factoria? So the list is infinite. I probably made 10 mistakes today alone, but kind of summarizing and trying to level it up and think about some of the big mistakes that we did. First big mistake, business model. We started as a free software. We thought we would figure out. And we didn't figure out, but we had to fuck around to find out. We didn't find out. We tried again. And the third time, we found a business model that worked for us. We're a pure B2B software. We charge a few euros per employee per month. More features, more euros, more employees, more euros. So it's aligned with the amount of value we deliver to our customers, the amount of value we collect as a business to be able to reinvest and keep growing. Business model, I think it's totally fine to screw it up as long as you can pivot and you pivot fast. Pivot is basically changing the business model. It's very painful to undo things when you spend 1 year building something and you have to throw it to the trash. That sucks. You have to do it. We did it fast. Second thing, key hires, early hires. That is very, very dangerous. It can mess up your culture. The company culture is something that is probably impossible, like trust, to recover. So we did some early hires where it just wasn't the right fit. I confused ambition as thinking first that it meant people who wanted to go very far, versus what it actually means, which is people willing to do what it takes to go very far. So we messed up some hires. We promoted some people too fast. We fired a little bit too slow. We scaled headcount a little bit too fast. And we hired too early in the organization. So many mistakes around hiring. We also hired too late. So just to wrap up, running out of time, my favorite topic, investors. We deal with a lot of investors. We raised more than 200 million euros. I spoke to maybe, 100, 200, I lost count, of VCs, growth stage VCs, private equities, and they love to say things. So some things they told us. You can't build a global company from Barcelona. Many of you might have heard that. Change Barcelona with Madrid or somewhere else in Spain. We heard that. You're not going to build a global company from Barcelona, so you should limit your ambition, to which we said, hold my beer, because we're definitely here to build a global company, and we're definitely in Barcelona. So more things they told us. HR is very local. You can't internationalize. It's actually true that HR is very local, but don't tell a founder what they can do, because they'll go and do it. So we said, here it is. We're active in 9 markets right now, most of Europe, Latin America, and we're now growing in the US. They also told us, SaaS is an amazing business model, but for the enterprise, not for SMEs. The unit economics don't add up, which we said, we have some ideas. We'll bring a calculator, do some numbers, and we'll make it work. They also said you cannot have salespeople in the SME. It has to be purely self-service. We have 500 salespeople, to which we said, I know your rule of thumb if you're a San Francisco-based company and you have this ridiculous lifestyle and costs, but if you think about it, if you do the numbers, if you understand the market and your basic numbers, you can make it work. We made it work so far, and we want to keep making it work. They also told us you need to be in Silicon Valley to raise money. Now, that was definitely true the first time I went to San Francisco in 2011. You had to go to San Francisco to raise money. Back then, I moved to San Francisco because investors said, I'm here, money's here. If you owe my money, you have to be here. The company has to be here. And we said, yes, sir. Now, fast forward 2020, we went back to San Francisco. So I went to San Francisco right before the pandemic in February 2020. And this time we managed to find great San Francisco-based investors who gave us money, and we took the money back to Barcelona. And we're a Spanish-based company with American money in Barcelona. We spend it here and all over the world. So that changed. You might need to go to San Francisco or somewhere else, but you can raise a lot of money based in Barcelona. You heard some other great stories earlier today. You also said internationalization. That's where all companies go to die. You have to go one after the other, take it easy, solve one until you do the next one. Whatever, you know what we did already. So the last thing they told us is you cannot hire seasoned executives in Barcelona. Now, that is actually true. There is not that many B2B SaaS companies of our stage in Barcelona where somebody already kind of moved on from their stage and we can go and poach them and bring them to Factorial. There's just not many. There's like a handful of companies at that stage in Barcelona with executives we can hire, which means we either need to hire from abroad and relocate them, which is difficult, or we can promote them, which is extremely difficult. And we're doing a combination of both. Now, the very last thing that they told us is you cannot keep scaling the headcount as you do. And actually, they were totally right. I don't want to talk about it. We're 1,000 people now, and we just don't want to be 10,000 people in the next few years. So we're trying to figure out how to become more efficient. So anyway, investors tell things. I think it's great to listen, to learn, to be polite, to maybe answer, what do you think about that? Why would you say that? How did you learn that? But overall, just, think. Use your brain, use a calculator, make up your own decisions. Summary, investors love to say things. I love to ask questions. I think it's the best way to learn. Learning is the best thing in the planet. Bring a calculator, do your own numbers. Don't be afraid of ridicule. So think of what can go right. If you're afraid of ridicule, you will not be ambitious enough. It's fine to fail strenuously, as long as sometimes maybe you win big. Solve real problems. That's one of the things we got lucky with. That's why the market is so big, because the problem we're solving is actually very real. And being a humongous market is going to make your sales so much faster. It's going to make your fundraising so much easier. To wrap up, just don't quit. Just keep going. The summary, thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Use Factorial. Go to itnic.net. Listen to the podcast. I'm here to answer any questions after this. Don't quit.
Amazing.
15 minutes.
Whoa, you smashed it, my man. Absolutely brilliant. One of the key takeaways there, if you don't F around, you won't find out. So words to live by. That was really a masterclass in the entrepreneurial journey from somebody who's been on it. They know the route, and they just shared the map with you. So words to live by there. Thank you so much, Jordi Romero. Okay, now, I used to work in the corporate world before I started doing events. I remember fractions of a percent were celebrated at the quarterly reviews. 1%, 2%, woohoo, time to ring a bell. How about 30%? How about growing 30 times in 3 years? Pretty unheard of, but we're now going to learn about what it takes and some of the learnings from being on the fast track to success. We're going to explore the remarkable journey of a company that achieved exactly this level of growth 30 times in just 3 years. You're going to hear about some of the hurdles of rapid expansion and innovative solutions that propelled them forward. It is a great honor to introduce to the stage two gentlemen from two of my favorite countries in the world for food. From beautiful Greece, I'm delighted to welcome the co-founder and partner at Venture Friends VC, George Demopoulos. Welcome, George. Thank you. Big round of applause for George. Thank you so much. And from beautiful Lebanon, home of amazing food and so much more, please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO at Husby, Jad Antoon. Thank you. Welcome, Jad. Fantastic, my friends. This stage is yours.
So, great being here. Jad, thank you for doing this with me. a little bit of intro for myself and then for Judd. So I'm George. I'm a co-founder of Venture Friends. We're a seed stage fund with presence coming from Greece, with presence in London, Barcelona, and Warsaw. We are investing at seed stage, and we are focusing on PropTech, FinTech, B2C, B2B, marketplaces, SaaS companies, which is all for, it's like sectors that Haspi has been involved. And here we have Judd from Haspi, if you want to give a quick intro.
Yeah. Cool, thanks guys for being here. My name is Judd, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Haspi. So Haspi is a super app for the real estate market, focusing on Europe and the Middle East. So we started out of Dubai. Now we have presence in Spain, which is the entry market for us in Europe. We're 2.5 years old, so a bit less than 3 years. And we raised around $75 million in capital from top funds, including Sequoia, Founders Fund, Fifth Wall, Briar, and Venture Friends was the first check in Haspi.
Okay, awesome. So first of all, congrats. I mean, what a fantastic journey so far. Can you walk us through how was the whole experience of growing from a 3-4 team company to a 300 strong company right now?
Yeah, so just to tell you a bit how Haspi is set up, so we're roughly around 300 people now. We have around 120 people in technology. So for us, tech means engineering, product management, product design, and data. So we're very heavy on software. And we have 2 local operations teams, one that is in Dubai and one that's in Spain. Spain is 50, 60 people in total. So yeah, as George was describing, so we're 3-4 people. It took us 4 or 5 months to find product market fit, which in my opinion is the hardest thing to find in companies, and then things absolutely blew up. We couldn't keep up with the demand, so hiring literally, cold calling people, anyone that you know, refer people, etc., people sitting on the ground, and etc. But then after a point in time when we had capital and coming in and so forth, then we sat down and put a strategy on fundraising, so on recruiting. And for us, strategy is we decentralize what we call offense. So for us, in every market that we feel that there's a hub of talent and we have a value proposition that we can recruit from. So for example, Latin America with Brazil. Brazil has a lot of unicorns coming out of there, so 30, 40 unicorns. People have seen growth before. Geopolitically, the country is not very stable, so the real is not doing well, and etc. So we felt that this is a hub of talent that we can recruit for. So we hire people focusing on these markets locally. Colombia is another hub for us, since Spain now is a very important market for us. And then we centralized what we call defense. Defense for us meaning the interview process, either starting from technical and etc., but also culture, which is a huge thing.
We're going to talk about the culture, because culture is one of the strong points of Haspi.
Sure.
Before we go there, though, growing the company at such a rate, 30x over 3 years, growing the team also that fast, did you have to make any compromises? And what were these compromises?
Yeah, so first of all, when you find product market fit super early stage, and in my opinion, regardless of what any company tells you, it's you don't have a perfect product. So your product caters for a good part of the solution, but then there's another part that's been done offline. So for the first 1.5 years in Haspi, we're very operationally heavy, which is something we went to as a trade-off. At some point in time, we're like growing 60-70% month on month, so it was just impossible to slow down the demand to actually build product and so forth. So we made the trade-off that, hey, it's okay for us to hire a lot of operation people and so forth while we build product, because the last thing that we want to do is to slow down growth, which for us is culture. In Haspi, we're a very growth-driven company in general. So this is one thing. 2, we opened up hiring in a lot of markets. We ended up with like 40 nationalities, give or take. And I always say that diversity is a beautiful thing if you can make it work, but it's also could backfire on you, because the way people work is very different. So I'll give you an example. There's some countries by nature, they're high context culturally. So let's say, for example, you have to go and explain to an engineer why you're building this feature and what the impact that has on the business and all of that, which is great because they become much more well-rounded. The trade-off is that you need to explain for 2-3 days. There's other markets where, for example, it's much more task-driven, so it's low context, go start coding fast and so forth. So if you put two people working together and they have different styles, they can clash very easily. So these are some of the trade-offs that we had to manage. So we saw this on the ground, then we put an onboarding process, we cleaned it, and then...
Makes sense. No. I mean, this is what happens to companies that grow fast. So you mentioned before culture. Haspi has a fantastic culture. So I was lucky enough to be attending a couple of town hall of Haspi, and it resembled almost like a rock concert. So Jad was on the stage, people were going crazy, shouting, etc. So let's talk about culture. How have you managed to have such a fantastic culture in the company, and how this plays during the recruiting process?
Yeah. So Joy, this changed so much during the course of Haspi. So initially, when we were like a team of up to 50 people, I would say culture, communication, and so forth don't have as much of an importance as when you're a large team, because you're just too close as a team. Like, you're all sitting in the same room, you know everyone by name. If you want someone, you just go and ping them, etc. And even though that you might not have a strong culture, quote unquote, you have a strong bond as a team, so you love each other, everyone's very friendly, and so forth. At some point in time, when you become a much bigger team, having a culture that's centralized becomes much more important. Communication issues start coming up. Sending the right message has tremendous impact. Doing a town hall is tremendous impact, and so forth. Today, our values on Haspi are 3. Building with excellence and heart. So these are the 3 things that we relate to so much as a company. And the way we think about this whole exercise is to excel about building the perfect product, and the perfect product should be measured by data in general, but there's always an art element of building, which is the heart, how you storytell, how you communicate it to the end user, and so forth, that you cannot quantify it. This is just a feeling that you have. And I'll give you a small example. Spotify, which is one of the, in my opinion, best products ever been built, you don't even need to quantify it to know that the product is beautiful. You just can open it up, and the Airbnb is the same, and so forth. So we feel that a mixture of excellence and data and so forth, and heart and emotions is the right balance. And we make sure that every person who comes to Haspi is obsessed about quant, but also has a big heart and puts themselves out there just to come with empathy, either on their colleagues or with people.
Fantastic. So we briefly mentioned that you started from Dubai, and now you started operations in Spain, in Madrid, here. You don't call exactly Madrid like a neighboring country to Dubai. So I would like to discuss briefly about the challenges of keeping both teams in sync, in like how you align them in terms of targets, operating targets, and most importantly, again, about culture. I have been to the Madrid office. Again, fantastic vibe, fantastic energy. So how did you do it?
Yeah, first of all, we just opened in Madrid roughly a few months ago. So Madrid is our first city out of an expansion to Europe. Europe is still untapped in what we do, so the real estate market is completely undisrupted. So we see a massive opportunity to go and build a very large business in general. How we keep up the culture and the comms in general.
Between the two
offices, yes. Yeah. So first of all, the challenges are huge. So the Dubai office is English dominated, here it's Spanish dominated. So you have a language barrier in general. The UAE is already a much bigger business. So roughly we have $3 billion that are floating throughout our platforms in the past 2 years and a half. Spain is a much smaller business in general, so you need much more scrappiness, speed, innovation, and so forth. Where in the UAE we focus a bit more on margins and sustainability and etc. So just different stages of building the business. But in general, we have a setup that we changed before we launched to Madrid that helped us so much in centralizing the direction of Huspi. So in Huspi, we're set up around the tribe structure that mainly we have one tribe to each our personas. So the customer or the end users are one tribe. We have the banks as another tribe, the real estate agents are another tribe. And at the top of each tribe, we have one person from Dubai and one person for Spain that build international products, so products for both markets. And then underneath each tribe, you have chapters who localize features inside these markets. So we make sure that we're creating a universal product that's adaptable globally, meaning Dubai, Spain, but also further than Spain when we go and expand, but also make sure that we have local elements that cater for local solutions and etc. So this is one thing on the way you run the business day to day. The second thing on the culture, so for our culture is the same. Even if you go into the meeting rooms that we have, they're the same meeting room. We have an open big room, open space in every office that we have, which we call it the Garden by Huspi, which is a massive room where we do our town halls, where people can spend time collaborating and etc. The layout in Dubai is the same exact thing as the layout in Spain. And also make sure that the onboarding process more or less the same thing. The challenge that we still have is the communication, which is the language barrier, unfortunately, and this I think will be a long-lasting challenge that we have to.
I'm sure you're going to figure it out. It's okay. So, you know, another question that I'm sure a lot of people, especially attending this conference, they're going to have in mind. Like, let's discuss a little bit about how were the discussions talking with pre-seed, seed investors, and then all the way to the Series A led by Sequoia, like how these discussions changed, what the requirements, and what, you know, how did you experience it as a founder?
Yeah, so just for you guys to know about the history of fundraising in Huspi, so we raised a seed round 2 years ago, roughly, and we topped it up. So we ended up with, can't remember the exact amount, but roughly around $10 million in total, where you guys put the majority of the capital in. And then we raised after Series A, and we topped it up also around 55 million in total, where Sequoia led the Series A and also the top up. So this was the history of fundraising. And initially, when you fundraise at seed, you have nothing. Long story short, you have a dream, a story. Even the story is not perfect. You're doing it for the first time, so you're still going back and forth, pivoting, iterating, etc. I used to be a venture capitalist before, so I understand a bit what a VC likes, so a big market, lean structure, a very good team that's complementary, and so forth. We had all of this from the beginning. The challenge that we had is our space, which was real estate and mortgage, was a difficult space to understand for a lot of people. So it took a lot of back and forth for us to get there. But then when we were in the fundraising process, our metrics were really flying. So the story started shaping up more and more. When we went into Series A, and it was a large Series A in general, the story still mattered so much. But the Excel sheet mattered as much. So you can tell whatever you want as story, but if you don't have the metrics, then it gets a bit more difficult for you to go and sustain that. And basically our Series A, the challenges that we had is we had unbelievable growth. So our numbers were really good. We had incredible unit economics also. Spain was just starting, so still a question mark if you can crack it in Spain or not. But also we were dealing with like a caliber of investors. I was so intimidated, George, when I spoke with Sequoia initially. I don't know if I told this story or not, that have seen everything in life, right? So there's nothing that you can say to impress, right? So you can tell them 30% month on month, and for them, it's like, whatever you say, it's a great story to shape up, but you feel that the other party is very seasoned, very calm, very composed, understand or looks at a business in a different way. At the end of the day, the way I think about software companies, technology company, your product is a software, but at the end of the day, it's a business. It's similar to like a burger shop down the street. they sell burgers, you sell software. The only advantage that you have against them is you have reach. If you want to cater for millions of people, you don't have to go and open 10,000 stores. You can just do it out of an application layer, website, and so forth. But the fundamentals are the same. Like you have the quality of the product should be high, the quality of the burger should be high. You have to have enough margins for you to go and build a sustainable business long term. If you want to go and build a large business, you need enough people using your product or eating your food and so forth. So I don't see a lot of the similarities between an offline business and an online business. It's just the only advantage that it can scale much further than an offline business.
Fair, fair. So talking about you now, so let's discuss a little bit about how you changed you personally from the seed all the way to the Series A. And looking back to Judd 3 years ago, what have you done differently? How you have improved yourself?
Oh man, I was a mess, man, 2 years ago.
You were not.
Listen, you learn so much, and I remember there's a few people who came into Huspi that pushed us a lot. So I'm very young by nature, so I'm 29 now. When we started Huspi, we were like 26, 27 years old. Super excited, energetic. We need to open 17 business and 40 markets tomorrow. Cool. So it's a lot of energy that's coming up, which is great. I think initially passion takes you a long way, but there's certain point in time where I have to put systems in place. I think if you put systems too early, it slows you down, so you should not put systems. And even if you put systems, you don't know what you're automating, so because things are moving still and probably you don't have solid product market fit, so it should come after a certain period of time. But even my style of operating became different. So initially, even if you're a CEO of a company, in reality you're not. You're involved in every decision making in product, in marketing, and sales, and so forth. If I want to be involved now in every decision making, we can never scale. So we have a very decentralized decision making process in general. I'm highly involved in product and growth and people. These are three things that I do, but I don't call the shots. Someone else call the shots, or else you can never open 10 markets in 3-4 years. So you have to build high trust, high accountability system, where initially it was a very centralized system in general. But also we have an executive team, George, that is very seasoned, so you know all of them. So all of them have massive roles, so we're super lucky with that.
This is a very, very valid point, because unfortunately we have seen it through investing all these years that a lot of super capable and super smart people, they just fail to give up some responsibilities to other team members, so the company pretty much doesn't grow as much as they should. So last question, being mindful of the time. So what excites you more about Huspi in the coming, let's say, months, years? And what worries you also the most?
And what?
Worries you the most?
What worries me the most? What excites me the most? I'm so excited about winning Europe. I think this is the big milestone that we have to crack in Huspi. Just for you guys to understand a bit what we do is, we're decentralizing the real estate space. So I'll give you guys a small example just for you to understand a bit more. And I'll start with an application that we all know, which is Uber. Uber has one of the best product market fits ever created, in my opinion. Great for the customer, it's seamless end-to-end, cheaper in some cities. For the driver, it's even better because they make more money and there's zero barriers to entry. And even for the regulator, it's amazing because they get transparency to the whole market. But if you think about it just in general, what Uber made as a bet, they made a bet that taxi owners and medallion companies do not add value in the supply chain, and these guys should get disrupted, and they pass the economics to the person who really matters, which is the driver. And that's as simple as it is. We're making a similar bet in our industry, so we're putting the power in terms of the agent rather than the agency. Anyone can become an agent in Huspi. A tier 1 agent can become an agent with Huspi. A part-time student can become an agent with Huspi, and so forth, where we teach them the fundamentals of building. So you get an app, and under the app you get everything that you need to become an agent. So education elements, WordCast CRM, photography, legal, and so forth. And then in parallel, we're building a consumer super app where the eventual goal is to build the real estate, the mortgage, and elevation, and deeper, and then both of them will be interconnected between both. So super excited to see this application all over
Fantastic.
Europe and in general. What scares me most, and
Nothing.
No, there's a lot of things that scare me. I don't know if we have time, but scaling culture at this speed is exceptionally difficult. I can't emphasize that enough. And culture is something that you feel just immediately, right? If you go into an office and one of the values of a company is, I don't know, respect each other, and then someone shouted at someone else and the company doesn't do anything, meaning it's very clear that there's no respect in this company, right? Meaning scaling these across 10 markets and different languages is something that scares me so much. And this is why I'm super close to people, but let's say this is the biggest challenge that we have today.
Fantastic. I think we ran out of time. Jad, it was an honor sharing the stage with you.
Thanks.
Looking forward to the next steps of Haspi.
Amazing. Thanks.
Okay. Bye, buddy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jad and George. That was wonderful. 30x growth in 3 years. You heard how it happened there. An amazing story. And, as George said, it was an honor to have Jad join us right here. Okay, wonderful stuff. More people coming in. Make yourselves comfortable. Find a space. Make new friends. ABC, always be connecting. If we haven't met before, my name is Oisín Lunny. I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm delighted to introduce our next session. Now, this is where we delve into the innovative strategies for connecting with Generation Z, the Zoomers, through brand collaborations and content consumption. In what ways do social media and user-generated content influence Gen Z's decision-making process? We are about to find out with our next panel. It's called the Double Tap Trap. Gen Z in e-commerce and marketplaces. And we're delighted to welcome to the stage our wonderful moderator, the co-founder at Letgo. Please welcome Enrique Linares. Thank you. Welcome, Enrique. Bienvenidos. Good to see you again, my friend. Hey. A great friend of Sales Summit. And he's going to be joined by 3 legends. We've got the CFO of Hopper, Daniel Calderon. Welcome, Daniel. Excellent. And joining us next, we've got the co-founder and CEO at Goin, David Ruidor. Welcome, David. Thank you, thank you. And rounding off our quartet, we've got the co-founder at Team Heretics, Jorge Orejudo. Welcome, Jorge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oisín. Thank you. You can hear me, yes. So thank you very much for being here this afternoon. We have an amazing topic to discuss: how the internet companies, marketplace, e-commerce needs to adapt to Gen Z. And for that, we have 3 panelists. I will introduce them now. Daniel Calderon, he's the CFO of Hopper. Hopper is the world's largest growing, fastest growing travel app. It helps on customers to get to save money while they travel better. It has more than 100 million downloads. And Daniel, before being CFO of Hopper, he has been on Deliveroo as corporate finance and in the marketing team of Google. David Ruidor, he's the co-founder of Goin and CEO of Goin. Goin is a fintech app that works on top of any European bank and helps them users save and buy cheaper. It has more than 700,000 users. And David, on top of being the CEO and co-founder of Goin, he's a magician since he was 13 years old. Used to be. Well, is. And Jorge Orejudo, Gorgo, he's the CEO and co-founder of Team Heretics. Team Heretics is the largest Spanish-speaking e-sport platform worldwide, with more than 6 million followers on the social networks. And and he's a great personality in the Spanish internet ecosystem. And with that, let me ask the audience, how many of you belong to Gen Z? That's people that was born between 1990 and 2005. Okay, cool, super. It's great to have 2 panelists that are part of the generation. Excellent. So probably, guys, you're going to understand everything we explained, and I hope that you agree. The first question here is about, the world really changed very fast, no? And the 3 of you work for companies that from day one were structured and created to apply to Gen Z, right? To satisfy the needs of Gen Z. If you can tell us how you did it, what's the difference between your business model, what you do today, and what previous companies on the internet did before your company arrived, that will be super, super helpful. And we're going to start with you, Daniel. And
yeah, awesome. So, yeah, first, I'm an elder millennial at best. Yeah, I'm glad that there's actual 2 Gen Zs here. So, we joined the travel ecosystem in 2010. Travel was the first industry to go online 30 years ago, and two huge companies like Expedia and Booking had been there for a while. We ended up in the Gen Z generation not because necessarily we decided to, but more because we were app first, and it was the only way we could go through it. Like, older people were used to buying Expedia and Booking. They were used to open 20 tabs in their laptop, and we were devising a completely new product that you could use in your app and book travel seamlessly. So it happened to be Generation Z and Gen Z, and we become really good at it. And we go where they spend their time. We were in 2022 the biggest advertiser in TikTok in the US, because that's where our customers are. And we spend all of our resources kind of with influencers, with these types of channels that are very different to what Expedia and Google do. Expedia and Booking, I get confused with Google because they're kind of one of their biggest clients. I remember when I was at Google, there was a country called Booking in EMEA. That's how big it is. So yeah, it's a completely different model.
super, excellent. David?
Yes, like, I always say, like, for example, will you wear a T-shirt that says, like, the name of a bank? Caja Rural or whatever, like I'm not doing, like no, like why? No, it's like because like also, and this is more important for Gen Z, like brands and like what these brands means for us are very, very important. No, things have changed a lot. Like it happens a lot with us. A lot of people use us because we are not a traditional bank. This is the only thing. Like it's like no, you represent my values. This is a company created by Gen Z for Gen Z. No, like and these kind of things of moving yourself for values, like thinking about changing the world, like it's this kind of generation. And if you want to approach this kind of generation, of course, like you need to understand their language, no? And that's why we are here talking now. And I believe that everything has changed. I believe that all of us, we are tackling this kind of user, and let's see what the others say.
Yeah, I have to say that it is not only that you will not wear a T-shirt that says the name of a bank, is that in the case of David, Going is one of the few brands I saw in my life that someone tattoos on his body, right? He's a real believer of his company. He's going to tattoo it. And Jorge?
For me, I also have it tattooed here a little bit. I can show.
Heretics, really?
Yes, here,
wow,
Heretics.
That's cool.
It's sort of something similar to David. You asked, how did we reach, or how our companies belong to the Gen Z? Well, actually, I'm Gen Z, and I did a company of something I love. So for us, it's really simple. It's like just build a company you would like to be a fan of. And yeah, actually, something like we're doing, it just didn't exist in previous years. It's something really new. We just created something different. And yeah, 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, esports wasn't even a thing. So yeah, it's just like we created something from a hobby, something we like to see, into something we are proud of working in.
Yeah, in your case, Jorge, I mean, I know that many people started at the same time. You started very, very young,
yeah,
a few years ago, no? but many people started at the same time that you started, right? And guys, you have been extremely successful. You are the number one. What do you think that was that thing that you changed, or that behavior or authenticity that you transmit? Because that's, I mean, you managed to engage so much with the public that you became number one, and that's super hard.
I think the key thing there is, and maybe you can even do something, you can even extrapolate it to another company. We just understood everything from the beginning, from the scratch. We were part of that community, and we started and we built the brand from the community. We're very, very much in touch with the community, with what trends do people like, what people doesn't like anymore. So yeah, for us, it's just something even natural, you know? We think we had a clear vision of what the public would want in some years, and we just stick to the vision, and just like start early, stick to the vision, and work hard.
That's cool. That's a good recipe.
Yeah. Like adding something to this and explaining a story that I have never explained. Like mainly, for example, it's very important to understand like your audience, no? As he says. Because, for example, in one case, like we had a call with Evo Banco, with the leadership of Evo Banco, and they were telling, like they were trying to get a lot of information about us, like how you do it, what's the price of acquisition, what's that, like they wanted to learn a lot about us. And there was a moment that I was pissed off. I said, like, let's say stupid things. And I started saying, and they asked me, for what is people saving in your product? What millennials want? What Gen Z wants? No, because
potato toast.
Like, no, and I said, no, they want to save for pets, for pets. And they said, oh, come on, makes a lot of sense. Like, it's a stupid thing that I said, no? And we were like mute, like laughing a lot, saying like, what the fuck, like, you know? And they don't know what.
Recorded, right?
Like, I was imagining the new campaign of Evo Banco saying, save for your new pet, like whatever. No, but they don't know their audience. They don't know it, no? And that's why, like, if you know it and you understand it and you are part of you are the use case or you will be a user of this product, things change. And related to this, like your slogan, that it's like passion can be...
you can't teach passion.
You can't teach passion.
That's true.
I believe that it's very focused with this conversation. No, it's like normally in a corporate, like the passion, it's lost. No, and the thing that you have to keep in order to have like Gen Z engaged, it's this passion.
Excellent. Which brings me to the next question, and it's about branding, right? I'm the founder of LetGo. LetGo was the first unicorn based in Spain. We started in 2014, became unicorn in 2017. At that time, that was 9 years ago. It's quite a lot, but it's not so much. I remember that everybody was telling us, don't invest on brand when you start, right? Don't invest money on branding because it's super hard to measure the return. Versus if you invest on Google, you invest on Facebook, I mean, you know how much a customer costs and how much you can get from it, right? And that was the theory in the past. But now, more and more, with Gen Z, we see startups that invest very much on branding from day one, right? That they care about the perception of the brand, of the values they transmit, probably that passion that you mentioned, how they transmit it, right? What is your thought on this? How do you see it? Do you believe that that's the case in your companies?
I would like to think that if you have a trusted brand, if you're able to build a trusted brand, especially along Gen Z, you can then turn that brand into practically anything you want. You have to win that trust, you have to win that connection with Gen Z, and for me, that starts, like I've said like a couple of times, understanding and not trying to force anything, just being natural with everything. That's why I think there's more differences between maybe millennials and Gen Z, or like the generation of my dad and me, than from my dad and my grandfather. There's more difference because there's difference in channels. There's like new channels that people don't understand from 10 years ago and new ones like from 2-3 years ago. And when you have a new channel, everything that happens in that channel is like, you don't understand it. So for me, that's like the key difference between people trying to connect with Gen Zs and Gen Zs that understand like what you're doing is fake. And there's like nothing more repellent for Gen Z than fake things, you know?
I would say in our case, we're half the way there. Like, we're very analytical and we get really uncomfortable with TV, for example. It works very well for some people. For us, we're not there yet. And we're still a little bit on the camp that brand for us is our customers knowing that they can get the best price at Hopper always, good customer service, and all the selection. Therefore, they can trust the app and they don't need 20 apps for travel. They just need one. And also that we're focused on a demographic and we're not trying to serve everyone with the same product. Hopper, the app, is for Gen Z, that's it. Like for serving all of the other customers, we have partnerships with banks, we distribute our products to airlines, we do a lot of other stuff, but we don't contaminate our brand trying to achieve everything for everyone, because that's what happens with, I'm not gonna, it's too many people here for me to throw dirt to other people, but there's other brands out there that try to satisfy everyone with the same message and the same channel, and it doesn't work out.
No, and I have to say it's true. I didn't know Hopper before meeting him. I met him, I downloaded the app, I used the app. It's clearer for Gen Z. It's a completely different experience than in any other travel app. So if for the Gen Z, try it, you will love it, for sure. And this probably brings to the next question, right? About you mentioned authenticity. I read yesterday 68% of Gen Z considers influencers authentic and honest. So can you sell to Gen Z without investing on influencers? And by the way, probably you know influencers. I mean, I know you know influencers. So.
I'm not sure if that stat is a fact. It's maybe a little bit less, but yeah, I mean, there's like everything. There's people that think that they're honest. There's honest influencers. There's not honest influencers. So for me, it really depends on the person. I think an influencer in a startup or in a company has to be very in touch with the soul of the company, because if you're just promoting an ad and maybe like in an ad campaign or whatever, you know it's not natural. You know I paid you and you just uploaded it. No, you have to be in touch with the spirit of the company and understand and be in touch with the values and just have that alignment with the voice that's going to represent your brand. For me, that's key, and not everyone is capable of doing this, and not every influencer is good for your brand. So for me, that's like where the magic happens. Like maybe you get this one here, this one, it can function well, but maybe like all the other ones over there, they're even bigger. But if there's no like alignment between the two parts, I think it's not gonna work.
But related,
and I think you have like a lot of experience with that.
Yeah, but related to that, like I believe that the stat, it's true. The thing is like they are honest or not. Well, this is one question, but people believe that they are honest. 68% of people believe it. Because it's true that the influencer marketing, it's what it used to be the TV before. No? Like it's, okay, I have seen this on TV. It's now, Jorge has said this on Instagram. It's like, Jorge has said it, I believe Jorge. And that's why like a lot of fintechs, for example, Klarna, had a lot of media backlash in UK because influencers were saying, hey, buy the new iPhone with Klarna, you can get it tomorrow. Yes, but then you have to pay it. Like you have debt then, and people, they were not saying, no, the problem is of Klarna. People were saying, no, the problem is of the influencer because he is recommending me the product or service. Then like, it's a really interesting topic, but of course, influencer marketing is the revolution of our moment, and it's the new TV, I believe. Yeah.
For us, we're in such a positive category overall, and travel is so Instagram, TikTok friendly, that it's very natural and it works really well for us. We have a big challenge on scaling it up. Like, we have some successful campaigns, some of them are really productive for us and for the influencer. Like you can imagine Pepe traveling around the world for free thanks to Hopper by giving referral codes to his friends and getting a lot of people engaged. And it works pretty well, but like scaling it up to a level where we can invest millions of dollars is tougher. Like we're not there yet.
Yeah. It's super interesting the fact that, I mean, if influencers are like TV, I mean, you go to TV, you choose the channel, you choose the time, you invest on a commercial, right? Here is not that case, right? You need to know the influencer needs to know your brand. There needs to be a close relationship for it to be efficient, which is super hard, no? But at the end, it pays back.
There are platforms, there are people trying to figure it out, but like, at least for us, I don't know for you guys, but like, and your category is really tough to do it right.
Yeah, like finance stuff and everything, it's like super tough. But like the cool thing is that's why like you need to win the trust, earn the trust of the user, as Jorge was saying before. And through influencer marketing, you achieve it a lot, no? Mainly if the influencer is a prescriptor and use the product, no? For example, that's why, like, for example, in our case, it's very difficult to say, yes, this card of this bank, it's better than this other card. This is very difficult. But if you merge with commerce, that is what we do, it's like, for example, Jorge streams on Twitch, for example. And he's buying on Uber Eats, and he has a pop-up that say, okay, thanks to Goin, you will save 3% of your new purchase. This is super organic, because he already normally use Uber Eats, and he's streaming, and like then, of course, like the cool is influencer marketing, it's like a super fragmented TV channel. Yeah, I know that the people that will see Jorge will be people that likes esports. But maybe from this other influencer will be people that loves makeup. And this is super important because on TV, like everybody, it's super broad, no? Like, and that's huge. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the difference between traditional online travel websites, traditional banks, right? In your case, I don't know if it's
traditional sports.
Traditional sports,
like
probably.
NBA.
Well, Kings League.
No, but all those companies, they have a lot of money, they are very successful, and they dedicate a lot of resources to try to be connected with Gen Z, right? And sometimes they make mistakes because it's not so easy. Probably it's easier to start from scratch, being focused on new generations, than to change the culture, the perception, how something is perceived, right? Yep. What mistakes have you seen on people trying to make it so artificial that it doesn't work? What kind of mistakes are the most common, in your opinion?
I think the being artificial itself is the biggest mistake. You said influencers are the new TV. Maybe that's right, but the key difference is TV wasn't natural. It's everything but natural. And influencers that achieve big numbers, big influencers, are the most natural ones. That's the way you create that bond. So if you're trying to promote your brand, being in the middle of the influencer and the public in an artificial way, it's just not going to work. You have to be a part of what he already does and try to scope it in like in the most easy and natural way for the influencer.
I think there's also a natural cycle here. Like Airbnb was to Gen Z, to millennials, what we are to Gen Z. And Airbnb was inflated mattress on your house like 20 years ago. Today they give you big villas in Tuscany with Labradors going around. There is no freaking Gen Z that is gonna rent a Tuscany villa with his Labrador, right? And that's when brands start getting a little bit older and a little bit higher end and serving older generations, right? It's a little bit of the cycle there.
That's very interesting because that means your example on Airbnb, that means that probably very big successful companies that are super difficult to disrupt, right, the category, that if you bring values, I mean, probably you do something very similar, but if your values are different, maybe you have an opportunity to disrupt, right? It's a different way of disrupting a business, right?
Yeah, I think that can be like that. You have to be in touch with the values and understand what public you're addressing to. So I think so.
Yeah, and another question for you, what comes next, right? One day your companies will be perceived as old. I mean, hopefully not, but it could be the case, right? Or your competitors. What do you see coming? I mean, what do you see as a trend or something that you're working on that you think that in the next 2-3 years are going to be hot and today is not so much?
I think my company is an example of it, but I haven't seen it a lot here in Spain. I think creator economy, like building brands from the influencer to that public, just like another way of monetizing that creator, is something that has to arrive yet. Maybe you have a beauty creator that's focused on beauty and you build a brand around it. You don't have to spend $1 on marketing. The marketing is already in the company itself, and you already have like the trust and the belief of maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 million people. So for me, bringing that creator economy to Spain is something that we're trying to work on.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, that's a super good idea, and it's very common in the US. I mean,
it's very common among celebrities in the US with alcohol, with beauty treatments and products, and I think here it's a new way to disrupt some.
Yeah, which probably is a trend, right? I assume that those things that work in other countries, I mean, a few years ago it took years to come to Europe in general, no? But now with the internet and everything is so fast, right? Yeah. That is months if it's and maximum 1 year, no? So that for sure is going to happen. Yeah.
For us at Hopper we want to take over the world. Like we're selling around 6 billion in travel this year. To give you a sense of magnitude, Airbnb sells 60 billion, Booking and Expedia around 100 billion. So we're small, but we're really big already. We're like probably the 4th, 5th biggest player in the category, and we're growing really, really fast. I hope we have this first-class problem you're describing, that we're so successful and so big that we're very worried about the next generation, how we're going to really kind of stay relevant. But our app that is directed to Gen Z is our innovation hub. We try a lot of crazy stuff there, and we gain credibility with partners, and now we have a B2B side that is working pretty well, because who do all the airlines and hotels want to attract? Gen Z. Who understand that? Expedia or Hopper?
Yeah.
You go to Hopper. So we're starting to partner with all of these companies out there, and this is also a really good kind of self-fulfilling circle. Where do you want to work? If you're a talented engineer in the US or in Spain, do you want to work in Expedia, in Booking, or in Hopper? You want to work with the person that is winning. So we want to keep that, and maybe in 5-10 years we have that first-class problem. So.
Excellent, yeah. Well, or not. And I have a question about micro-influencers. That seems to be a trend also, right? More and more people, for Gen Z, authenticity and the values are so important. It's easier to be connected to people that live closer to you and that has the same problems that you have, than to big influencers that are followed by millions and millions of people, right? What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that is going to change, or?
I think that's even going to grow because it's normal. I mean, all the big celebrities are already, maybe they have already maybe like lost that trust, or are already with a lot of brands. So if you want to go like to a little segment of population, maybe like they like, I don't know, cars, you're going to be better off with someone that's maybe just talking about that topic in particular than someone that's really, really big and really doesn't have that public or that authority, that voice with that subject itself. So I think it's something normal. I think in big profiles are not going to be able to drive that much traffic as maybe like people with less followers, but that are more determined with that area, you know?
Yeah. Like the problem, as he was saying before, is that it's less scalable. No? Yeah. You have to automate processes and things, and it's super difficult because, of course, you have limited reach, but of course the conversions and everything are way higher because, like, each time you are closer to the user, no? And that's good. We have done it a lot. It has worked very well, but it's very, very time-consuming. Mainly, I believe that maybe there is big opportunities of startups that they automate these processes of like creating this kind of economy of scale, but with micro-influencers, like in order to automate all the process of contacting the end user by this new channel. Yeah.
I have the problem that we have like probably 100 versions of the Hopper app going on, so if you download it, I don't know if you're going to get this, but we already have content creation in the app where you can create videos in your hotel, your destination, recommend it to your friends, and get credits for it, depending on the quality of the content. So we're definitely going the long tail because there's a lot of that in travel, but also everyone wants to go to Paris and they want to go to the Eiffel Tower. Everyone wants to go to Barcelona, right? Like there are things that are mass marketing tourism that will still be important, where those mass channels are really helpful.
Yeah. Another characteristic of Gen Z is that you guys are the first ones that try everything, right? If there is something new and you want to understand how it's going to work, companies focus on how Gen Z interact with that, right? And the big thing, I have been in a few panels here in the South Summit, and everybody's talking about AI. And this is a new topic that we didn't discuss today, but I would love to understand if you think that there is an influence there and how your companies are thinking on using AI on a marketing perspective or interaction perspective to scale, and if that somehow, do you think, affect the fact that probably your public is the first one that is going to demand that, right? Everybody should have some AI in their companies, but you guys need to do it fast because if your competitor does it, you're in a worse situation, right?
We have to start understanding how we can use it. Obviously, it's going to disrupt practically every industry. But yeah, I would say we're not in that point yet, and we haven't understood yet how it can make a difference for us.
Mm. Yeah, like in our case, just yesterday we launched a major update in our app, like adding like GPT 3.5 connected to your personal finances. And we are very excited, not only because of our company, but like as Jorge was saying, about disrupting the market, because everything is changing drastically. Now you can ask to a chat, like, can I go to Paris? Like, he will tell you the prices. He will know because it's connected to your finances. If you have money to go to this place, and he can even book the flight. No? Everything has changed completely. And in our case, we are super excited about connecting finances with artificial intelligence, that now it was more kind of, I don't know if you have used Akinator in the past, but more for fun, no? Like, okay, to play a little bit, but now, like, you can start merging, like, with real use cases in a big scale, thanks to OpenAI mainly, but a lot of companies are innovating a lot on this. And probably in your case, you are using it a lot also, but it's fascinating, and we are super onboarded into this direction.
But yes, a comment here, and is that I really admire that, David, because you are the first fintech company, fintech app that implements GPT 3.5, no? And now all the interaction with Going, for you as a user, is like talking with a human being. No? It's like you really ask whatever question you want, and they're connected to your finance, your bank account, what you consume, your capacity to save money, and then they do the calculations and predictions for you of how to use that money in the smartest way to achieve what you want to buy, right? And that's amazing.
Yeah, but because related to that, before you were asking what has changed with Gen Z, no? And I believe that the thing is like velocity of things had changed. No? In the past, something happened in America, and to arrive to Europe, it was years or whatever. No? Now something happens to America, and the next day, it's in Europe. No, it's crazy. Then innovation also had to speed up. No? And the thing, like, to keep engaging with the Gen Z, like, you need, like, to keep this level of velocity. Because it's very easy to lose the users, as you said, because everybody at Gen Z tries everything. And if your bank doesn't use AI, and I use it before, I have the chance to win. That's also for investors, there is a big opportunity on investing into that.
And for entrepreneurs, no? Because startups are always faster than traditional companies, right? And it's good that your users demand that speed, because it gives you an advantage as a founder, right? And I mean, we know that entrepreneurs, they change the world, and hopefully for a better world, no? So that's super positive. Sorry.
No. We've been using statistical inference for a decade, so yeah, we've been in this game for a while.
Excellent. So thank you. I mean, thank you very, very much for your insights, for sharing your experience, your story, talking about the future. It was a fantastic panel, and I had a lot of fun. Hope that you enjoyed also, and please, let's clap the panelists, and thank you for your help, guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wonderful stuff there. A deep dive into the world of Gen Z, the Zoomers that we all know and love, and we have many in the audience. Thank you for joining us. Okay, we are now going to move swiftly on from the double tap trap, and we are going to explore our beautiful home of Spain. So right here, a comprehensive digital strategy has been developed to foster the digital entrepreneurship ecosystem. And today, an all-star lineup of international experts are going to assess how Spain is doing, and they're also going to analyze the policies in this area. Very, very important stuff. So the talk is called Towards a Solid and Comprehensive EU Tech Entrepreneurship Policy. And we're thrilled to welcome on stage. We're going to start with our wonderful moderator. Please give a big round of applause. She is the reporter at TechCrunch. Please welcome Anna Haim. Thank you. Welcome, Anna. Bienvenidos. Always great to see Anna at a conference. She's a superb moderator and a brilliant journalist. Anna is going to be joined on stage by Executive Director at Europe Startup Nations Alliance. Please welcome Arthur Jordao. Welcome, Arthur. Thank you so much. Nice round of applause for all of our speakers, if you don't mind. Yes, good. Much better. Great. I love it. They are going to be joined by the co-founder and head of growth at Trucksters, Gabor Baloch. Welcome, Gabor. Thank you. Great stuff. They're going to be joined next by the principal of the Madrid office at the European Investment Fund. Please welcome Christian Lopez Bayo. Welcome, Christian. Thank you so much. And rounding off our all-star lineup, we're very honored to invite to the stage Cabinet Advisor and Secretary of State of Digitization and Artificial Intelligence at the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation. Please give a huge welcome to Alejandro Artero. Thank you. Oh, microphone?
everyone who stayed with us for this presentation.
And thank you, Anna.
Yeah.
Okay, are you good?
Thank
You're good
you.
now. Great.
So when we're talking about policy, it's always hard to strike a balance between what's missing and what's been achieved, but I hope that we'll manage to do this in this panel, and we'll talk about how far along Europe has come, but also what's still left to be done. And of course, we have institutions here, so they're going to present what's been happening in terms of improving what our European startups can achieve. But I also want to hear directly from the entrepreneur on the panel, who's Gabor from Trackstars. So first, can you tell us a bit about what your company does, and then about the funding you raised and how Europe played a role in that, please?
For sure. So hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation to the panel. Basically, Trackstars, we are a transportation scale-up. So we offer what we call the ultra express transportation. Basically, there's a problem in the industry, which is one truck driver can only drive 9 hours a day, and then he needs to rest 11. So what we actually do is we exchange drivers in certain points so that the trucks never stop in international lanes, right? So customers get twice as fast transportation. They get safety because the trailers are not parked in a place where they can steal it. Actually, in Europe, there is 9 billion euros being stolen every year in parkings. So the customers get that. And on the other hand, these drivers usually spend weeks out of home. So by splitting a longer route into these segments, you're able to make the drivers come back home much more often. And just some numbers for you as well. We are now 103 people. Last year we closed with 20 million revenues, and actually about funding, this Monday we are announcing that we just closed 30 million round. In total, that's around 50 million that we've gathered so far, so we're quite excited about what's to come.
So just a quick follow-on, because we know it's really hard to raise in this context, and I just wanted to know how public institution or European institution we know may play a role in that at the moment for scale-ups.
So we've been here for like 5 years in the market, and back at the time it was a bit more difficult to get funding, but we've been seeing that all this ecosystem of investors was growing a lot. The money in the market was growing also a lot. What I think can really make you get money is actually the investment thesis of these investors actually changed over the years. So before, if you had a good idea and you had some growth numbers, it was like, okay, here's the money. And now that changed a bit with all this macroeconomic change and you know, the burst of some tech bubbles. Now what we are seeing is that investors look for 3 things, basically. One, that you are solving an actual problem, like a real big problem. Just to give some examples, in our case, we are solving driver shortage. So there's 200,000 drivers that are missing in Europe. For instance, the theft problem, like 9 billion euros. So investors first look at the scale of the problem you're solving. Second, they look for track records. Before it was only growth. Now they look at growth and they look at profitability. Even if you don't have it, they look at like the trends that you're getting to that profitability. And third, I'd say that they also look for transformative visions. It's not only that you solve this big problem now, but also the problems in the future. If you have these 3 pillars, you're probably getting funding even today.
Well, thank you. The fact that you called yourself a scale-up, that really reminded me, Christian, of the mission of the EIF. So can you tell us a bit about that? First, maybe for people who don't know what the EIF does, and then maybe also the Tech Champions initiative.
Indeed. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. So the EIF is it's an institution. It's a subsidiary of the European Investment Bank, and we are primarily focused on facilitating access to finance to SMEs. So we do it through two venues. One is providing guarantees to banks, so those banks can lend at better conditions and can also lend to riskier companies. And on the other side, we provide equity. We are an equity investor, an LP in the market. We've been investing in private equity and venture capital funds for more than 25 years. We support the full cycle from the seed capital to growth, and we do it through an intermediated model. So we don't invest directly in the company, so we do it through partners, which are in the guarantees areas, it's banks and alternative lenders. For the venture capital and private equity, we do it through private equity and venture capital funds. So this is our business model. Now, going to the scale-up segment. So what we realized there was a very significant gap with US, which is the most developed market for the scale-ups, i.e. those later rounds of financing. And we saw that the biggest gap was in the scale-up. So what we realized is that the gap in the earlier stages of financing is being closing up compared to the US, but when we compare the larger rounds, we are very far from the US. Just to give you a few indicators, the number of funds in the US which have sizes from 500 to 1 billion plus, so those are the funds which finance the scale-up phases of the companies. In the US, there's 7 to 14 times more funds than there are in Europe. So there's a huge market gap. So in this context, what we developed together with key member states in the EU and the European Investment Bank, we launched the European Tech Champions Initiative. This is an initiative which tries to address this market gap. So it tries to build bigger venture capital funds in Europe who can provide financing at the scale-up phases. This initiative was launched this year in February. Spain had a very important role through the Secretary of State of Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence in the design of this initiative. Also, Spain contributed 1 billion out of the total 3.75 billion. And what we're trying to do with this is to invest in around 10 to 15 big venture capital funds so that they can leverage around 10 billion of financing for scale-ups stages in the EU. The policy objective which we try to address here is that we try to support innovation in Europe in the transition from startup to market leaders, and that technology, those innovations stays in Europe, and that helps us make a more sustainable and competitive Europe. So this is the objective of this initiative, which was launched. It was presented in Madrid by the end of March with our Chief Executive and the Secretary of State of Carmen Artigas, and we are very excited about this initiative. We're having other member states joining, and we hope we can support the larger VC funds in Spain and in Europe. So.
So Alejandra, you do work with Carmen Artigas, and I think it was really interesting to see the change in our representation year over year, so maybe you can talk a bit about that.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Anna. So yes, as you said, and we spoke before, our Secretary of State was here yesterday, and I think the most important message she wanted to launch is that Spain will never be the same, because we have learned and we did what we said we were going to say, and investment, technologies, innovation, entrepreneurship were key in our strategies. And I think the main point is that we believed we could do it. We believe we could provide for startups from their seed stages up to their growth stages and exit stages. And we actually did. As you all probably know, and you know because we have spoke about it, last November our startups law was approved. This is a major change in the ecosystem because for the first time, we defined what a startup was. For us, for the people who's here in South Summit, that could be like a very basic thing. We all know what a startup is, but it's really important that legally that's defined, and the law does that for the first time. The law is also really focused on talent, attracting and retaining talent, not only Spanish talent. We want them to, if they had a good idea and they have the will to do it, they can do it here as long as they want, through all the stages they want, but we also want all the Spanish talent that had to go in the past because we didn't have the structure to provide for them. Now it can come back if they want, but also for talent that it's abroad. If they're looking for a place to go, Spain is a really good place to come. We all know that. Now they can do it because this digital nomads visa allows them to. But we also wanted to reduce bureaucracy, tax income, and everything. But we don't think we just need to make legal reforms. We need that the ecosystem has to be accompanied through all the processes. South Summit is a very, very good example of it. We were talking about how many people are this year here because the ecosystem is not the same as it was 5 years ago. But investment is a key in that. As Christian already mentioned, Spain is leading as well that debate. In 2021, we launched the Next Tech Fund, which we doubled its size just in March when we announced the Tech Champions Initiative. It's now 8 billion. We had already signed 3 big operations and 3 indirect ones. We think, and it's obvious that the change is already here. The ecosystem will never be the same, but we also think we need to keep walking towards that in a European way, because we have seen other countries such as Italy, Portugal. They are now starting to write their texts, their laws, and they are actually quite similar to the Spanish one because as we were talking with Arthur, and he will explain, of course, the ESNA, the 8 principles that are in the ESNA are reflected in our text, and we hope for all European texts to be based on that. But we need to keep working towards this European ecosystem because if we in Spain do it, in Portugal does it, if Italy does it, okay, we'll have a perfect ecosystem in Spain, we'll have a perfect ecosystem in Italy, but we will not have a European infrastructure that actually calls for talent, that actually calls for investors. We need that European startups stay in Europe, grow as much as they can, and if they want, they go again and bring up another startup, so yeah.
So Arthur, I'm sure that resonates with you, and I also wanted to ask you about the role that Spain played in the creation of ESNA, but first, what is ESNA?
Well, first of all, thank you for the colleagues for the invitation to be here at South Summit once more. And ESNA is the result of a political will from 26 member states that commonly agreed on 8 best practices that reflects 8 concrete dimensions to help the landscape and the business conditions for these companies. And well, some of them were already mentioned here: the access to finance, the attraction of talent, but we can also look into how fast we can create a company if it's below 100 euros. Aspects like innovation in regulation, which I know of that, for instance, Spain is working on regulatory sandboxes, I believe for artificial intelligence. Other issues like digital first, in the way that these companies, the startups, need to relate with public entities in a digital format. It doesn't make any sense on 2023 to do it bureaucratically through other channels rather than the digital ones. So these were the 8 dimensions that these countries established and committed to implement to become startup-friendly countries. Now, this declaration has one nuance from many others that exist, which is going from an aspiration to operation, and thus the creation of ESNA, a unique platform to support member states achieve higher levels of maturity, to support them technically on the development of such policies, and to work for the future. So today we're talking about the 8, but tomorrow we live in a fast-paced environment. We need to change, adapt, and come up with others. And that's why ESNA is this platform of sharing, to learn from one another, and to keep growing, ultimately with the goal to lead Europe to be more competitive and to converge with other leading regions that were lagging behind in terms of what is a startup. Now, just answering for the part of Spain, Spain is a founding member. Since day one, Spain has been very supportive. They were there since...
It wasn't really long ago, right?
It wasn't... No, it was really that long ago. We're talking about December 2021. And as founding members alongside with Portugal and Austria,
They've been supportive. They're part of our presidency board. They have a member there. And in terms of concrete results, you can see it, everyone can see it right in front of us, the startup law. It goes towards every policy that is identified on the standards declaration.
Mm-hmm. And Gabor, as an entrepreneur, we talked a bit about investment, but what else do you need from the government? Visas, nomad visa, does it help? What are you expecting to see?
Absolutely, it does. It sounds cliche, but really whatever makes a startup work or not is talent. It's the only way to have new ideas, fresh ideas, execute it properly. You need people for that. Spain is a great place to attract people. The weather is fine. The city is beautiful. So, of course, why limit ourselves to Spanish talent? Of course, there is a lot of good Spanish tech people and so on, but there is also, for instance, a lot of people wanting to come outside of Europe who has also a lot of talent who cannot do it at home, who are also eager to do things here. And these things, like the nomad visa, for instance, could be perfect.
And Arthur, I think there's something in the works, also a support desk, service desk.
Yes, yes, the tech talent service desk. So it's quite fascinating the way that ESNA has evolved throughout the presidencies of the EU Council. So once the declaration was signed with those 8 dimensions, which, by the way, has attract and retaining talents, tech talent into Europe, then during the French presidency, they wanted to take one step further. And that step further was exactly to compose a working group that studied deeply the problematic of the scarcity of tech talent in Europe. And they came up with a recommendation. The recommendation was exactly for an entity like ESNA to develop a communication platform where harmonizes all the relevant information that will attract this talent into Europe. So we're on the verge of working on this. So we're having multiple visions, which is a common European vision, where we display the enablers that Europe provides to this. Well, that could go even through the finance that is accessible, and the Commission is putting forward also to this ecosystem. Then to country lenses, but in a harmonized manner, because, well, most of this information exists regarding visas, working conditions, and so on, but it's scattered. It's not really, easy to consume and to find. So that's where we come in. We're going to harmonize it, to make it clear. And the last stage would be to do a kind of a way to help these third countries to come to Europe, which is to say, throughout the multiple personas that the tech talent exists, which is, I'm a founder, I'm an investor, I'm a researcher, I want to go to this country or that, and then we just generate the opportunities and the relevant information for them. So that's what we're working on. Yes, yes.
Right. And Alejandra, I think something interesting about Spain is that the strategy is quite cohesive. Maybe you can talk a bit about that in the sense that at other institution levels, it's quite scattered, but not in the case of Spain. There is really a vision behind what's going on.
Yes, so as we were talking before, and as I already said, we feel like at the European level, we think there's in the theoretical work, there's a lot that has been done. We already know we have to bet for innovation, for technology. I think we're there, but you see, the competencies are spread through different DGs in the European Commission, for example. We think in Spain we are making an effort, and the law contemplates that. There is just one open window for everyone, and an entrepreneur, someone who is looking for funding, or that has any doubt regarding whatever stage of its process, that can go through one window only. And we think that's the way Europe has to start thinking about this development. We already push for that. ESNA is a great example of that. The Tech Champions Initiative is a great example of that. We are already working together, but we need the competencies to be gathered in one place, so we know where we have to go. So, as you know, Spain is taking the lead of this presidency, the Commission presidency, and it's going to be one of our key bets. No, entrepreneurship is in our strategy. It's key. We have done a lot of efforts on that way. We're not going to leave that out of our presidency. It's going to be in our line of works. We hope to have the ESNA in Spain during the presidency if we can. But we also want to put that into the debate, right? We need to find the way so that we know who in Europe has the competence for this matter, and we have only one direction, and we can all go, so we can have this European ecosystem we hope for.
So, Kristen, I wanted to acknowledge two things you said. First is that Europe is closing the gap on early stage, because I think that's a big achievement. But then what else is missing for the later stage to catch up with the US, and especially at the policy level, what would you like to see more of?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I could not
Later
hear well.
stage, what more can we do for more later stage investment in Europe?
Well, I think, ECTIS is already a big initiative. I think this is the rollout of this will generate a larger ecosystem and that bigger funds, which we are missing currently. And I think in Spain, we have a good, let's say, source of fund managers who are already managing sizable VC funds. So eventually, we will have a spread across Europe of larger VC funds, which will support these later stages. No? So I think it's a combination of many factors, no? The landscape, the knowledge sharing, the access to finance. So I think we're in the right way. The policies objectives are very clear, and I think innovation is key in not only as a driver for many aspects in the business, but also for the green transition. We think about the green transition is a key policy objective, but to achieve the objectives of the green transition, we need innovation, because a lot of the innovation still needs to be created to be able to achieve those green transition objectives, which Europe has set very important targets. No? So I think we're in the right phase. We are working all together, and I think we need the leadership of member state countries to support, like Spain has been doing, to push these initiatives. Hopefully more member states can join in the ECTI initiative. Currently we have 5, where others are considering joining also the initiative, so we'll have more resources and we can target more funds. So.
Great. And Gabor, as an entrepreneur, did it play, how important were these initiatives in you deciding to have a presence in Spain and in Europe more generally? Is it something you take into account, that there is Stop the Road, there is Fondico and things like that?
Actually, in the beginning, we benefited from a couple of these initiatives. Like setting up the company was quite easy, I'd say. We also have some tax breaks in the beginning. We got soft loans from ENISA. So in the beginning, it helped us to get some easy money to play around with. And later on, with the seed stage and so on, then the other institutional investors started coming in, both public and private. So this thing that there is more startups in the ecosystem, it means that it brings more investors to the ecosystem. And probably the gap with the growth stage that you're saying, probably if there is more growth stage startups, it will also bring more growth stage investors. Right. So I think it's like a positive spiral that at least we are seeing in our own skin the trend upwards.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. And sorry, but I'm going to mention the elephant in the room, which is we have elections coming up, but still, what do you expect from the Spanish presidency of the Council that's coming up? What does that mean for us? Now, do you expect more momentum or?
Well, that's in fact an elephant in the room, but the truth is we expect the same level of commitment. And the reason is ESNA was created by member states for member states. So this unique platform is for the countries to serve out of it and take advantage of it and collaborate and engage. So we're here for Spain like for any other country. And the reason is throughout our governance, let's say, out of the 27 members that we're supposed to have, then we have a presidency board, which is in between this membership and the executive team. And the presidency board, the countries are selected to follow the same rotation logic of the actual presidency EU Council. And the reason for that is for the countries who are in this non-executive body to lift and give higher chances to the entrepreneurship agenda, go hand in hand with the agenda that is the presidency of the EU Council is following. So we expect full commitment from Spain regardless of what's happening.
Yeah, great. Christian, what's your perspective on European countries not necessarily competing against each other, but being more united in being startup nations, plural?
Sorry,
you can hear me. No, I was asking how Europe can be more united instead of having our countries compete against each other.
Well, I think, ACT is an example, where we're trying to unite knowledge, capital, and shared objectives. No, I think this is what we do at EIF. We manage EU resources, and we try to spread across Europe all of our products equally, so we can have a balanced access to finance, to all of the different EU member states. So I think we have also in periods of crisis like COVID, we had all the member states. It was another example how Europe was united and developed the Pan-European Guarantee Fund, which was managed by EIB Group, EIB and EIF. Again, it was another example where all the countries were aligned on how to apply financial resources in a very specific emergency period. So I think this kind of efforts where we're all aligned and we all contribute with our key. So we think that this is the key to achieve greater things in Europe. Right?
Mm-hmm. Alejandra, what do you expect from emulation between countries as well? Can Spain learn from other European countries as well?
Yeah. So I'm sorry, I'll just have to address the elephant in the room. I think it is my duty to say regarding the election coming up, which is there, and it's obviously there, our priorities for the presidency stay the same. Europe is Europe, it's a thing about everyone. ESNA is not a Spanish idea, it's a European idea for Europeans. So we hope to make it work just as we were going to do it in the first time, but just we expect as well the next one to come to take care of ESNA as the other member states have done, and a really, really long line for ESNA, as well as all the other priorities that we have that will remain the same regarding, it doesn't matter what happens, because Europe is there and is of course our priority. But yes, regarding what you just said, I think, and I'm going to quote the Secretary of State here, she always says, talent attracts talent. We need to make Europe, as I said, that place that attracts talent. Cool people like to work with cool people. Good ideas call other good ideas. And we need to think of Europe as that platform that works together, doesn't compete between them. We compete with other zones in the world, because that's what we have to do. We need to make Europe this talent, ideas, and innovation hub that is designed and meant to be.
Well, I think that's a great note to end on. I just wanted everyone to take away that yes, there is still work to be done, but we've come a long way. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, Alejandra, Christian, Gabor, Arthur, and our amazing moderator, Anna. Thank you as always. When you see Anna on the lineup of any conference, it's a mark of high quality. She really is one of the best. Okay, now my dear friends, I believe I am justified in saying we have reached the grand finale of day 2 here at the Next Big Thing stage at South Summit 23. Do get ready to engage on social media to share the love. Use the hashtag South Summit 23 and I will see you there, especially on LinkedIn. Our next session is called Empowering Women Entrepreneurs, Success Stories. So
we're going to highlight the remarkable achievements of female startup founders. We are going to explore the challenges they conquered, the innovative ideas they brought to life, and the impact they made in their industries. Get ready to learn from their experiences, get ready to gain practical advice, and get ready to be inspired to embrace your own entrepreneurial journey. It is a real honor to welcome to the stage our wonderful moderator. I want you to give everybody a huge round of applause. It's the end of the day, so really, let's turn it up a bit, okay? So, our moderator is innovation journalist at the wonderful Forbes and co-founder at Wildcom and female startup leaders. Please give it up for Esther Molina. Thank you. Welcome, Esther. That's it. Pump up the volume. Next up, I'm delighted to welcome the country manager for Spain at HerSnap. Please give it up for Azahara Espejo. Thank you. Wonderful. And next up, we have the co-founder and CEO at Froget. Please welcome to the stage, Emily González Cebrián Lombán. Bienvenidos. Great to see you as always, Emily. Next up, we are delighted to have the co-founder at Ayúdame 3D, Laura Martin Torrueda. Welcome, Laura. And lining up our 5 stars, we have the CEO at Sharpay, Maria Azofra. Please welcome Maria. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, get ready to be inspired. The stage is yours.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say thank you to and congratulations to the South Summit organization. I love this event year by year. And actually, I love the theme we are talking about. We are going to talk about female entrepreneurship, female founders, and of course, female startup leaders. And maybe we can do a little surprise. I guess we can talk in Spanish because it's 6 p.m. So yo voy a hacer ya un poco lo que me dé la gana. Vamos a hablar en español y vamos a hablar, como decía, de emprendimiento femenino. Voy a contar de forma muy breve qué es Female Startup Leaders. De hecho, estoy viendo a muchas por aquí. Hola, chicas, ¿qué tal? Female Startup Leaders es una asociación, es una comunidad. Es una asociación sin ánimo de lucro donde estamos intentando unirnos, y lo estamos consiguiendo, las fundadoras de startups más innovadoras de habla hispana. La verdad es que está creciendo muchísimo. Todas las que estamos aquí formamos parte de la comunidad de alguna manera. Y a nadie se le escapa que la incorporación de más mujeres al ecosistema emprendedor sigue siendo, lógicamente, una de los mayores retos, digamos, una de las asignaturas pendientes todavía en 2023 a nivel nacional, pero también a escala global. Solo en nuestro país, un 6% de las startups existentes ha sido fundada exclusivamente por emprendedoras, mientras que un 35% de ellas cuenta con equipos mixtos. Me parecía interesante, primero, poner en contexto este tema, este panel que tenemos por delante, y me encantaría, primero, chicas, que os presentarais sobre todo lo que hay detrás de cada uno de vuestros proyectos. María, ¿qué es Sharpay? Bueno, pues hola a todos. Mi nombre es María Azofra, soy la CEO y cofundadora de Sharpay. Sharpay es un nuevo método de pago que permite a las empresas ofrecer sus productos en alquiler o suscripción. Estamos basados en San Francisco y nada, bueno, nuestro equipo fundador lo formamos 2 mujeres y un hombre, así que somos mayoría chicas y súper orgullosas de ello.
¿Emily? Pues buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre, para los que no me conocéis, es Emily González Cebrián. Y bueno, yo también soy cofundadora y CEO de Froget. Froget es una plataforma de Product Success. ¿Y qué es Product Success? Es la evolución del Customer Success y del soporte muy vinculado a producto, a plataformas. Y en nuestro caso somos también 3 cofundadores, 2 chicos y yo, pero sí que tenemos un equipo muy equilibrado, no porque lo hayamos buscado, ha ido surgiendo de manera natural. Y súper felices de estar formando parte y haciendo crecer esta comunidad de mujeres en el mundo del emprendimiento.
Súper felices de contar con vosotras. Azahara, cuéntanos qué es HerSnap, para si hay alguien que no lo conozca, que lo dudo a día de hoy.
Bueno, yo tengo que decir que las verdaderas protagonistas son las fundadoras aquí en el panel de hoy, pero nosotros precisamente lo que buscamos es que haya más como ellas. somos el brazo inversor del grupo Hearst, que aquí en España a veces por el nombre no se le conoce, pero si os digo nombres como él, Cosmopolitan, Harper's Bazaar, pues seguramente os recuerde ya un poco más a lo que soléis ver en el día a día. Y precisamente lo que hacemos nosotros desde este brazo inversor que se llama Hearst Lab es invertir exclusivamente en empresas fundadas y lideradas por mujeres. En Estados Unidos llevamos operando desde hace ya unos 7 años, tenemos unas 60 empresas invertidas y desde el año pasado hemos empezado a operar también en Europa, en Holanda, Reino Unido y desde este año también aquí en España.
Maravilloso. Y por último, Laura, que además Laura tengo que decir que es de la casa, de la nave. Cuéntanos qué es Ayúdame 3D.
Pues bueno, yo soy Laura, soy cofundadora de Ayúdame 3D. Ayúdame 3D es una startup social en la que lo que hacemos es poner la tecnología al servicio de las personas. ¿Cómo? Usamos la tecnología de impresión 3D para realizar prótesis de mano y brazo y otros dispositivos de ayuda para personas con discapacidad y los entregamos de manera completamente gratuita. ¿Cómo es posible que se entreguen estos dispositivos de manera gratuita? ¿No? Es la pregunta que siempre nos hacen. Pues al final tenemos programas de concienciación y programas tecnológicos y sociales que son servicios que vendemos a empresas y a centros educativos, también productos solidarios hechos en las mismas impresoras con las que cambiamos vidas, ¿no? Haciendo esos brazos, y con esos fondos es lo que utilizamos para, bueno, pues para generar este impacto social positivo y para ayudar, ¿no? Dice Esther que somos residentes de la nave en el local 1, en el contenedor 1, aquí al lado de la zona de Music and Chill podéis encontrar nuestra oficina y estaremos encantadas de acogeros.
Y además tengo que decir que está por ahí Guille, el cofundador de Ayúdame 3D, un bote enorme con un montón de helpies. Yo soy la mejor embajadora de Ayúdame 3D, esto es así, no me llevo nada, pero es que me encanta la startup. Una empresa social 100% que está haciendo un trabajo increíble y la mascota, Helpis, creo que merece la pena por lo menos que vayan a vuestro contenedor y que echen un vistazo. Pero vamos a meternos en faena, si os parece, chicas. Voy con una pregunta súper directa, porque a las mujeres, desde luego, no nos faltan ideas, no nos falta ambición. De hecho, este es un tema que si estuviera aquí presente Laura González Estefani, la fundadora de Venture City, me diría, no hagas esa pregunta, pero todavía es necesario hacerlo. Ni nos faltan ideas, ni nos falta ambición. ¿Nos faltan recursos, María?
Pues, bueno, a ver, yo creo que también, o sea, sí, la respuesta es un sí rotundo. O sea, faltan no pocos recursos, sino muchos. Es más, yo te diría que las mayores empresas del mundo están lideradas por mujeres y yo creo que el sistema inversor en nuestro país todavía no se ha dado cuenta de esto. De hecho, nosotros, los fundadores de SharePay, nos hemos ido a vivir ahora a Estados Unidos precisamente para irnos a buscar esa inversión de grupos de inversoras mujeres que quizá aquí en España no podemos encontrar. Pero Emily también tiene, yo creo que la misma opinión, porque me está mirando
con una mirada.
Con una mirada.
Emily.
Pues yo también, la respuesta corta es sí. Es verdad que cada vez hay más movimientos, o sea, y agradecemos mucho que haya fondos como el de Zahara, Hearst Lab, que se enfocan en proyectos liderados. Justo antes en el backstage estaba hablando con María y le decía, mira, si es que en el mundo hay muchísimos lobbies en general y en general hay como mucha predisposición a que lo que se mueva sea más entre hombres, pues quizás haga falta. No voy a decir que sea un lobby, pero sí que se refuerce mucho ese apoyo a la mujer y que al final cuantos más proyectos haya y más apoyo haya, más referencias habrá viendo, o sea, irán surgiendo, o sea que al final esto es un ciclo, ¿no? Estamos en el inicio de un ciclo que yo creo que promete.
Vamos a hablar dentro de un poquito de referentes, pero me gustaría también conocer la opinión de Zahara. ¿Nos faltan recursos? ¿Qué está fallando?
Bueno, el número está muy claro. El 1% de la financiación privada va a mujeres emprendedoras. A mí me parece que ese número lo dice absolutamente todo y creo que hay una correlación entre el número de inversores que hay, que yo creo que está en torno al 90-95% prácticamente todas las áreas, Venture Capital, redes de Business Angels, y qué cantidad de ese dinero va a parar al final a manos de mujeres emprendedoras. Entonces yo sí que creo que tiene que haber un cambio de paradigma. Obviamente creo que la mujer no está recibiendo suficientes fondos para desarrollarse como profesional y además poder desarrollar sus ideas, y creo que las estadísticas que están ahí fuera lo dejan muy claro.
Laura.
Estoy totalmente de acuerdo en el tema que comenta Zahara del cambio de paradigma, ¿no? Porque creo que al final pues todo lo que estamos hablando tiene mucho que ver con esos roles, con esos estereotipos que siguen todavía implantados, ¿no? En la sociedad y que a lo mejor hacen que a la hora de recibir esos recursos, ¿no? Lo tengamos mucho más complicado en un equipo compuesto por mujeres, ¿no? Es como trabajar el doble para conseguir la mitad muchas veces, ¿no? Yo creo que tiene que haber ese cambio de mentalidad. Se nota ya que hay muchas iniciativas, ¿no? Lo que está, por ejemplo, Azahara, ¿no? que su iniciativa es invertir en empresas solo de mujeres, ¿no? Y se nota que ella está viendo ese interés, ¿no? Y que está iniciándose ese cambio, pero yo creo que todavía queda...
Que además somos tristemente necesarias, porque yo creo que
Total.
el día que podremos hablar de verdadera igualdad sea el día que no sea necesario tener un fondo con nosotros que estemos invirtiendo justamente en eso. Lo que sí que siempre me gusta decir es que nuestra labor aquí no es de justicia social. Nosotros aquí estamos apostando por caballos ganadores.
Exactamente.
Exacto. Mira, perdonad, pero es una pregunta interesante, porque ¿qué consideras que es un caballo ganador a la hora de invertir? ¿Qué hace a una startup invertible, con independencia de género, obviamente?
Pues esta es una pregunta muy curiosa, porque muy probablemente lo que hace un caballo ganador para una inversora sea diferente a lo que hace un caballo ganador para un inversor, que yo creo que aquí es donde está el kit de la cuestión. Y a mí me ha pasado mucho que he estado con compañeros míos, incluso te diría con mi marido, porque hemos llegado a trabajar juntos, y que cuando le vendía un emprendedor, algo que a mí me parecía pues muy vendehumo, ¿sabes? A él le parecía la oportunidad del siglo. Cuando le vendía a una emprendedora, a él le parecía demasiado cauto, y a mí me parecía, ostras, a esta le meto el dinero que le haga falta, ¿no? Entonces, la manera que tenemos de conectar con la manera de vender es muy importante, y no va a ser igual la manera en la que un inversor aprecie la manera que tiene de vender una mujer que la manera que tiene de hacerlo una inversora como tal. Para nosotros, por ejemplo, valoramos positivamente la parte de la cautela. O sea, al final la mujer sí que busca construir negocios pues que sean estables en el tiempo, buscan menos ese pelotazo quizá, pero no le falta ambición para querer llegar a ello. Entonces nosotros sí que buscamos este balance, ¿no? Este componente mucho más femenino, le damos mucha importancia a los números, y si te digo que voy a llegar a tanto es porque sé que voy a llegar a tanto, pero sí nos gusta también ese componente de ambición.
Qué bueno, interesante. Me gustaría, no sé si querías preguntar algo.
Sí, mi comentario iba muy en la línea de lo que comenta Zahara, y yo añadiría que además, o por lo menos esto es lo que yo observo, tanto internamente como en otros proyectos liderados por mujeres, hay determinados elementos quizás más intangibles a los que nosotros les damos especial valor, y que su fruto se ve más en el medio y largo plazo. Y creo que es una apuesta que obviamente nosotras que estamos en el barro hacemos, y que los inversores, en el momento que lo visualizan, al final es verdad que son como dos dibujos diferentes de un negocio, ¿no? Pero sí que al final el resultado, como decía Zahara, pues es el esperado, es un caballo ganador, ¿no? Solo que a lo mejor corre más despacito al principio, o parece correr más despacito al principio, pero llega más lejos y llega antes, ¿no? O sea que...
Bueno. Me gustaría preguntaros por errores. Es una pregunta que siempre cuelo en las mesas redondas cuando hablo con mujeres emprendedoras, porque más allá de los consejos, que están fenomenal, yo creo que se aprenden sobre todo de los errores. María, no sé si puedes compartir algún error que hayas cometido y del que hayas aprendido, porque seguramente hay gente aquí y las personas que nos están viendo seguramente en streaming, que se puedan sentir identificados, incluso que se puedan adelantar.
Vale, fenomenal. Pues bueno, nosotros no paramos de cagarla, literal, todos los días, pero yo creo que el mayor aprendizaje que hemos tenido, porque además nosotros venimos de montar Jack y haber vendido Jack ahora y estamos montando SharePay, entonces yo diría que lo más importante es validar que hay un modelo de negocio. O sea, no sabéis cuánta pasta nos hemos dejado nosotros en desarrollar un producto mega chulo, con un montón de funcionalidad, que luego los clientes no lo usan. O sea, y de hecho, yo creo que eso nos pasa a muchos emprendedores, que tenemos este tópico en la cabeza de no, me imagino así mi producto va a ser el mejor, el más bonito, y lo van a usar todos los días, y luego te das cuenta de que no. Entonces, yo os diría prototipar la idea, pintarlo en un Figma, llevároslo a hablar con clientes, sacar feedback positivo, y de verdad vale más lanzar un producto feíto que funcione y le solucione la vida al cliente que gastarte una pasta, sobre todo al inicio, que luego no van a usar. Ese sería mi mayor error, del que más me arrepiento, y lo mejor, lo estamos cambiando todo para implementar cuanto antes
Muy bueno.
el pivotar rápido.
Vamos a preguntar por aquí. Laura, un error.
Vale, un error. Yo voy a ir a algo un poco más personal, porque es una cosa que me di cuenta el otro día cuando esta semana South Summit tenía charlas, no sé qué, y me dijo una amiga, tía, qué orgullosa estoy de ti, qué guay, ¿cómo te sientes? Y me quedé como, me di cuenta que nunca había estado orgullosa de todo lo que había conseguido. O sea, como que me cuesta mucho, ¿no?, reconocer ese valor del trabajo que hago, ¿no? Yo creo que eso tiene mucho que ver también con todo. El síndrome de la impostora es un tema que está siempre presente en la mesa, ¿no?, en cualquier charla de mujeres fundadoras o mujeres que tienen empresas o que trabajan en esto. Y yo creo que eso para mí ha sido un error porque digo, jolín, no he disfrutado a lo mejor todo lo que podía, todo este camino, ¿no? Todo lo que he conseguido a veces es como, sí, muy guay, pero es que tengo que seguir o tengo que llegar a más, esa autoexigencia también. Y para mí ha sido un error porque digo, jolín, cuántas cosas hubiera disfrutado más, ¿no?, si no me hubiera autoexigido tanto o no hubiera pensado en plan, mira, no vales para esto o esto no lo has hecho del todo bien. Es un error que no he corregido, también os lo voy a comentar, pero me estoy juzgando ahora mismo mientras estoy hablando. Pero es un error, yo creo, que debemos comentar, ¿no?, y que tenemos que tener presente, como, Jolín, mira todo lo que has conseguido.
Nos quedamos con tu error también. Emily.
Pues mira, varios. Estoy de acuerdo con lo que comentaba María, o sea, al final en el mundo de la startup vamos a fallar un montón de veces, lo importante es que falles rápido y aprendas lo antes posible. Es verdad que aprender de los errores de otro es una manera de correr más rápido o de saltarte un trozo del camino, porque, oye, gracias a que otro ya ha pasado por ahí, no tienes que pasar tú. Yo también diría que, y esto parece más bien un consejo, y me voy casi al otro lado, ¿no?, y es que la persistencia al final también supone el 90% del éxito, con lo cual yo creo que los equipos ganadores a veces no son ni siquiera los mejores sino los que ponen la visión, ponen el rumbo y van a por ello, ¿no? O sea que es verdad que por el camino muchos han caído porque han desistido a lo mejor antes de llegado el momento. Así que...
Yo es que no tengo la suerte y la experiencia de haber montado una empresa como estas grandes de aquí, pero sí que es verdad que la perfección y el síndrome del impostor yo creo que va ligado a muchos de los errores que todos cometemos, y más una mujer a lo largo de toda su vida profesional. Y en mi caso, que casi siempre he ido trabajando por proyectos pequeñitos, startups, etcétera, sí que me he dado cuenta de que en muchas ocasiones no he arriesgado lo suficiente precisamente por eso, ¿no?, por tener miedo a fallar, que yo creo que dentro del mundo del emprendedor y de la inversión es por defecto un mundo de riesgo, entonces tienes que estar preparado para fallar sí o sí. Y yo creo que de hecho si no tenemos suficientes mujeres emprendedoras precisamente por ese miedo a fallar, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que sí que me he perdido mucho también por eso. A lo mejor también he ganado mucho por eso también, ¿no? Entonces hay un medio fallo, digamos.
Seguro. Yo me voy a animar, que estoy aquí moderando, pero de vez en cuando me gusta ponerme la gorra de ponente. Y yo, siempre que me preguntan a mí qué error has cometido con Wildcom o incluso con FSL, obviamente, hay uno que creo con el que todos nos vamos a sentir identificados, que es no decir que no a tiempo. Es súper importante esto. O sea, casi todo en la vida es mucho más importante saber lo que no quieres hacer, a quién no te quieres parecer, hacia dónde no quieres ir, que lo que sí quieres. Porque es lo que más difícil y lo que más borroso está muchísimas veces. Y luego no delegar a tiempo también. Porque a mí me ha pasado, no sé si os ha pasado, pero esto no lo tenía contemplado, hablar del burnout en el mundo del emprendimiento, pero yo lo he tenido, he petado, como se dice aquí, por no delegar, y no quiero que me vuelva a pasar. No sé, María, si te ha pasado.
Sí, obviamente al final la vida del emprendedor es 24/7. Bueno, yo además vengo de haber jugado al fútbol profesional muchos años, entonces he dedicado una parte muy importante de mi vida, muy larga, a hacer mucho deporte. Entonces, cuando empecé a emprender, dejé por completo de jugar al fútbol, dejé de hacer deporte y, aparte de estar de mala leche todo el día, me di cuenta que no podía seguir así, ¿no? Pero bueno, yo a partir de hace 2 años nos tomamos unas vacaciones conjuntas, todo el equipo de fundadores. De hecho, yo creo que es una cosa que se puede implementar en todas las empresas porque mola mucho. Nos fuimos el año pasado al Sáhara, pero bueno, os voy a invitar a que lo implementéis en vuestras empresas y al siguiente viaje que os unáis todas. Seguro que montamos una buena fiesta.
Por aquí, no sé si os ha pasado. ¿Alguna más te ha pasado?
A la de burnout, sí. No solamente, o sea, quizás dentro de este proyecto en Froget no, pero sí que lo he vivido anteriormente. Y yo diría también, o sea, como otro de los errores que yo creo que también mucha gente se va a sentir identificado, es a la hora de seleccionar, al final, tu equipo es el core que va a hacer que el proyecto llegue donde tiene que llegar. Entonces, yo creo que también podemos desarrollar una habilidad muy clara, y cuando una persona no encaja en un equipo. Es como una manzana que está pudiendo estropear un grupo. Y yo creo que hay que saber ser asertiva y tomar las decisiones a tiempo de retirar al que no encaja por valores, por cultura, por lo que sea, ¿no? Ese también es otro de los desafíos.
Es muy complicado.
Sí.
No sé si os ha pasado a vosotras, chicas.
Sí, me ha encantado lo que ha dicho Emily porque iba a decir justo eso, ¿no? Que al final yo creo que cuando emprendes algo tuyo estás tan pendiente, ¿no? Que es muy difícil el equilibrar la balanza, ¿no? Pero yo iba a decir que estoy muy contenta porque ahora tenemos un equipazo en el que confío tanto que eso nos ha hecho, tanto a Guille como a mí, aprender a delegar más, ¿no? El decir, jolín, es que hay este equipo en el que tengo tanta confianza y es tan importante elegir bien al equipo, que compartan tus valores, que al final que sepas que están ahí, ¿no? Y yo creo que para mí eso ha sido fundamental para vale, ya no me voy a morir de estrés, ahora esta gente está aquí a mi lado y estamos todas remando en la misma dirección, ¿no? Yo creo que eso es fundamental para paliar un poco ese efecto que muchas veces separar cuando tienes un proyecto tuyo es complicado.
Azahara.
Sí, yo iba a decir más a nivel general, creo que una condición todavía ligada a la mujer completamente, que parece que es que si no tiramos de todo para adelante ya somos menos, ¿no? Yo creo que eso nos pasa en casa, te pasa en el trabajo y eso condiciona que luego tengas más problemas a la hora de delegar, porque parece que es que no eres lo suficientemente capaz, ¿no? Si estás delegando, cuando en realidad te hace muy capaz el saber precisamente qué tipo de cosas son las que tienes que delegar. Entonces yo creo que eso es un tema que se ve mucho cuando nosotros estamos hablando ahora con mujeres fundadoras, con CEOs, cuando les preguntas pues, por el tema, ¿quién es el CTO? ¿Quién es la CMO? ¿no? Y parece que de primera, sobre todo cuando es una empresa muy joven, parece que quieren tirar de todo para adelante ellas, ¿no? Y les tienes que explicar, ¿no? O sea, ¿cuál es tu expertise? ¿Qué es lo que tú mejor haces? ¿Y dónde vas a invertir mejor tu tiempo? Pues el resto tienes que sacarlo de otro sitio, ¿sabes? Si no, no tiene sentido. Entonces yo creo que es una cosa que va muy ligada a nosotras.
Totalmente. Me gustaría pasar a hablar de la importancia de los referentes, o no, que no sé si consideráis realmente importantes los referentes, pero en FSL, en Female Startup Leaders, la misión más importante es visibilizar referentes sanos, diversos y alcanzables. Por lo tanto, los referentes están en nuestro core de la asociación y me gustaría preguntaros, pues, por ejemplo, a Zahara, para que no se piensen que vamos todo el rato de izquierda a derecha, ¿no? Que nadie se despiste. ¿Hasta qué punto consideras que son importantes los referentes en el mundo del emprendimiento? ¿Y estamos visibilizando los referentes adecuados, en tu opinión?
Yo creo que es de las cosas más importantes. O sea, aquello que no ves es muy difícil que tú te imagines siéndolo, ¿no? O sea, por eso ahora mismo se está moviendo mucho pues, que haya gente que vaya a los colegios para inspirar a niños que desde pequeños, niños y niñas, que obviamente puedan ver que pueden ser cualquier cosa, pero te hablo de mujeres y hablo de hombres. Hay hombres que en ningún momento han contemplado meterse en trabajo o en oficios que son tradicionalmente femeninos, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que es una de las partes más importantes y que en el mundo del emprendimiento y de la inversión ha dejado a mucha gente fuera, ¿no? O sea, sigue habiendo mucha mujer que le da miedo meterse a invertir porque siente que se está metiendo en un mundo de hombres del que no va a conocer suficiente o que va a ser juzgada. Le pasa lo mismo también a la mujer emprendedora. Yo creo que es bastante importante. ¿Estamos visibilizando los correctos? Yo creo que ahora mismo estamos entrando en una fase en la que estamos empezando a visibilizarlo. O sea, de hecho, ahora mismo yo lo veo como una línea progresiva, ¿no? O sea, llegaremos a un momento donde no haga falta este tipo de pares, ¿no? Pero ahora mismo hace falta, o sea, es completamente necesario, ¿no? Es como cuando de repente empezamos a hacer un debate sobre el tema de las cuotas, ¿no? Pues hay muchas de estas cuotas que se han puesto que eran como un mal necesario, que ha ayudado a que haya más referentes y que ahora en algunos ámbitos no hagan falta estas cuotas. Entonces yo creo que en este sentido son necesarios. Yo creo que se están visibilizando, sobre todo referentes en muchas áreas distintas, ¿no? Que aportan sobre todo diversidad, que es lo bueno que tiene. Cuando hablamos, por ejemplo, de un fondo de capital riesgo, yo no estoy pidiendo que sean todos mujeres, yo estoy pidiendo que haya mujeres y hombres para que no se nos escapen los valores añadidos de ninguno de los tipos de emprendedores. Claro. Eso es lo que yo estoy pidiendo. Yo creo que los referentes son completamente necesarios. O sea, de hecho, esto se reirán de mí cuando lo diga, pero yo desde que salió Rihanna embarazada en la Super Bowl, yo digo, por favor, que esto se convierta en referente de todo, porque lo puedes extrapolar a todo. Hacer lo que quieres, cuando quieres, como quieres, directamente. Y te lo puedes llevar al mundo del emprendedor, del inversor y de todo, absolutamente.
De hecho, me vais a permitir, pero entre el público está ahí que me va a matar. No, bueno, pues prácticamente, ¿no? La Rihanna española, que es Laura Lacarra, Big Data Engineer de Telefónica, que ha venido con Claudia, que es su bebé. Claro, que esa niña va a ser emprendedora. Mira, ella es un león. Hola.
Completamente necesario. Yo, de hecho, hace poco tuve un debate porque tuve que ir a un evento cuando tenía una niña de 5 meses porque mi marido se había partido una pierna y no podía dejarla. Me la tuve que llevar dándole la teta porque no había otra manera de callarla. Y alguien me dijo, es que no puedes hacer eso porque es que interrumpes y distraes al resto de la gente. Y digo, pero, o sea, ¿no será mejor que el ejemplo precisamente sea que yo sigo haciendo esto y no que me he quedado en mi casa a pesar de esto? O sea, me parece completamente necesario.
Laura, referentes.
Pues totalmente de acuerdo en la importancia de los referentes y sobre todo en la importancia de la diversidad en los referentes, ¿no? De romper ese molde de esa idea que podemos tener preestablecida de cuál es el perfil de un emprendedor o cuál es el perfil de un CEO de éxito, ¿no? Hay que romper con todo eso, ¿no? Esa diversidad en la importancia en los referentes. Yo lo pienso mucho cuando empezamos con Ayúdame 3D, ni idea teníamos ni de qué estábamos emprendiendo, ni de qué estábamos haciendo. Fue hace 6 años, parece muy poco tiempo, pero en temas de emprendimiento ha sido mucho. O sea, ha habido un boom en la el emprendimiento que esté en el foco de la conversación es muy nuevo y el emprendimiento femenino ya no podemos ni hablar, ¿no? Y nosotros es que no teníamos ni idea de qué estábamos haciendo y cuando de repente alguien nos dijo, no, es que habéis emprendido, fue como... Si a lo mejor hubiéramos tenido, ¿no?, esos referentes o ese camino un poco más hecho, hubiera sido más sencillo muchas de las dudas, muchos quebraderos de cabeza, ¿no?
Totalmente. Rápido, chicas, que me gustaría hacer una pregunta antes de terminar. Referentes, María.
O sea, obviamente yo tengo referentes en los que me inspiro y me apoyo cada día, pero yo creo que también, hablando de referentes, nosotras como mujeres emprendedoras tenemos que intentar ser referentes del que está empezando, del que viene por abajo. De hecho, yo hago o intento hacer mucha labor de ayudar a otras chicas emprendedoras a que o den el salto a Estados Unidos o a que monten su negocio, porque considero que también es labor nuestra el, oye, hacernos escuchar y visibilizarnos a nosotras mismas y a nuestras compañeras para que otra gente nos pueda ver, ¿no?
Emily.
Sí, totalmente de acuerdo a todo lo que han dicho. Efectivamente, yo creo que es súper importante que además las mujeres estemos presentes en todas las áreas de la sociedad y que eso, al final, como tú decías antes, ¿no? Al final somos visuales. El hecho de que veamos un ejemplo nos garantiza como sociedad que podemos llegar a ello, ¿no? Así que, y luego conectando con el tema de la sororidad, a mí me encanta el movimiento que hay también mucho de apoyo entre las que estamos en el ecosistema, ¿no?
Redes de apoyo, que se llama, y que,
Efectivamente.
por supuesto, son súper necesarias. Para finalizar, chicas, que nos quedan apenas, nada, 1 minuto, me gustaría, casi a modo de titular, que os visualizarais y pudierais compartir con nosotros dónde os gustaría estar, dónde os veis de aquí a 5 años. Con vosotras, vuestra startup, lógicamente, o la empresa en la que estáis trabajando y que estáis ayudando a muchísimas startups. Laura, ¿dónde
Vale,
os
pues muy rápido. Ayúdame 3D, nuestra misión principal es ayudar con la tecnología, entonces a mí lo que más me gustaría en 5 años es ser referente en emprendimiento social, ser referente y poder ayudar que se multiplique el número de personas ayudadas cada año, ¿no? Y el romper todas esas barreras de, oye, el emprendimiento también es para generar un impacto positivo.
Azahara.
En mi caso, ser referente en la inversión, emprendimiento y creación de referentes dentro del ecosistema emprendedor femenino.
Uy, es que tú y yo tenemos que hablar.
Pequeñita cosa, ¿eh?
Vamos a ver qué pasa.
Seguimos
Emily.
con referentes. Nosotros también queremos, bueno, yo y Froget queremos ser ese referente que además suponga ese cambio en el juego para el Product Success, para plataformas en el mundo.
María.
Bueno, yo me veo también con, obviamente, mucha ambición, una empresa muy grande. Referente, pero también me veo invirtiendo en mujeres. Fíjate, de hecho, estoy aquí convenciendo a las demás para montar un minifondo. Obviamente la pobreza nos acecha como emprendedores, pero tendremos que montar un Syndicate Angels y yo 100% apoyo a las mujeres y en 5 años espero haber levantado un fondo o invertir contigo. De hecho, 100% me veo así. Bueno, tú, Esther, ¿cómo te ves?
Gracias. Oye, qué bien tirada, la tía. Esto no estaba preparado. Venga, yo voy a decir que me veo dentro de 5 años aquí en South Summit de dentro de 5 años liderando otro panel. ¿Por qué no? Ahora somos 4 ponentes, pues con el doble o con el triple de mujeres fundadoras referentes y ojalá todas estén en Female Startup Leaders. Así que muchísimas gracias a todos. Fuerte aplauso para ellas, por favor. Thank you so much.
Oh, muchísimas gracias, guapas. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you. If anybody is working with these amazing ladies who would just like to take a photograph, now is your chance. A little paparazzi moment. Anybody, are you taking your photographs already? Okay, that is awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, for ending on a high note, empowering female entrepreneurs. I love it. Muchísimas gracias. Esther, Azahara even, Emily, Laura, and Maria. Once more, a big round of applause for our fabulous speakers. Absolutely wonderful. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Brilliant. Absolutely wonderful. I love that. Inspiring. Yes, please. Okay, that is it for the next big thing stage for tonight. The night is young. The night is yours. My personal mantra is ABC, always be connecting. Maybe today it's always be South Summit. So listen, feel free to connect. Have fun tonight. Check out the afterwork drinks and music at Plaza de la Paca. I will be back here tomorrow from 10 o'clock. Thank you all so much. Hasta mañana. Adiós. One more thing to mention, I'm so sorry. I want to give a very special thanks to Antonella, Beatriz, Maria, and the entire team here at the Next Big Thing stage for making everything wonderful. Muchísimas gracias. What a great team. Hasta mañana, amigos.